Let's go, chat. Welcome to the live stream and we पहला round
Let's
चालू
go.
हो गया.
राउंड वन
Sorry,
चालू हो चुका
थोड़ा
है.
late हो गया. But
थोड़ा टाइम
today's match decide दोनों भी decider match है.
लेट्स गो
हारने
चैट
वाली टीम
लेट्स
बाहर
गो.
जाएगी, जीतने वाली टीम एडवांस प्लेऑफ्स के लिए. और अभी
थोड़ा
चालू
सा
है MIBR वर्सेस
इशू है अपने साथ.
ऑल गेमर्स.
लेट्स गो लेट्स गो.
आपने साथ है अभी
वेलकम
अजय
वेलकम टू द वॉच पार्टी.
और
एंजॉय करना वॉच पार्टी और स्ट्रीम को लाइक करना.
यप
सॉरी
एक्चुअली
वॉच पार्टी को लाइक करना और आज की वॉच पार्टी पूरी एंजॉय करना.
यप
और
यप अजय भाई.
क्वालिफायर राउंड चालू है. जो हारेगा वो बाहर चला जाएगा और जो जीतेगा. और ये लास्ट क्वालिफायर राउंड है.
इसके बाद कल छुट्टी रहेगी और परसों
कल
से क्वार्टर फाइनल चालू.
क्वार्टर फाइनल चालू हो जाएंगे. लेट्स सी कि अभी आगे ग्रुप स्टेज तो हो गए. जो क्वालिफायर्स कौन सी टीम तगड़ा खेलती है.
यप
लेट्स सी. वेलकम टू द वॉच पार्टी गाइस. आ जाओ. मेरे को सेटअप करना है थोड़ा. नाइस शॉट.
The pushback as well from Bai is perfect. That late
लेट्स गो
alert
चैट. लेट्स गो
has
चैट.
given them the B side, given them a huge advantage.
Let's
and
go,
put
chat.
Zeno in a clutch.
Zeno creeping in from this angle. They don't think he was in that initial push, despite the util that went down. They
Nice
thought he rotated
shot.
out, but one's all he'll get. I love this mid.
Nice round for
They were in a pretty tough spot,
AG.AL.
having to push into the Cypher utility. They don't.
क्या लगता है अजय भाई आज कौन मारेगा आज?
But having to push towards that C site,
डेमन भाई
they
थोड़ा
knew the
टाइम
walls
दो
were made, and so they
समझने
should
में.
open the door, wait a moment, and hope that those players
एकदम
pushed up, holding that
फटाफट
first
स्ट्रीम
choke
स्टार्ट
point
करनी
would
पड़ेगी.
fall back.
बस
So
टाइम
instead
स्टार्ट
of
हो
throwing
जाएगा.
a
Yes.
battle, they just get
Actually.
Aspas
टाइम
spotting
नहीं
them
टाइम
and
नहीं
then
मिला आज.
bailing out.
लेट्स
Yeah,
गो
I think
चैट.
not
लेट्स
clearing
गो.
that corner was
आ जाओ
a
आ
little
जाओ.
bit of an oops.
मेरा भी घाई में ही
This was a
चालू है
good
अजय
play,
भाई.
leaving by there the entire
कोई ना
round.
कोई
He
ना.
waited
आराम
for
से
probably a
टाइम
minute
है
outside
टाइम है.
B, and the timing was perfect.
Yeah,
Time
I,
to
I
have.
would say that it still made me feel a little bit worried that, like, you get the opening kill, Aspas also gets away with murder, and it does basically come down to a clutch play from Bai to win out that round. If that trips even a little bit deeper,
Ajo,
you're
guys.
probably not winning it, but they do get
आ
things
जाओ
over
आ
the
जाओ
line.
चैट. आ जाओ.
That's the most important thing, at least. But the defensive side, not much going to be invested into
बफर
this one.
कब रुकेगा पता नहीं.
PRQ, well, a chance
But
maybe,
कोई ना.
and instead it's going to be Kira.
Planning bodies just protecting.
लेट्स
That
गो.
C walk up. Got a main space. Cam should be destroyed. I know it's being heard, but I think it's behind the wall on A, so there's not really much that be done for Fangir to remove that without a big risk. And up against an eco, it's not really the time to be taking those risks. And in the first
ऐसे आप
round,
देखोगे तो
patience
सी
most
बहुत
certainly
क्लोज
paid
है.
off. This time around,
हाँ
again,
इसलिए
they have plenty
सी
of
पे
utils,
प्लांटिंग करते
paranoia
हैं.
being lined up and climbed up.
बिकॉज मैं कंटिन्यूसली देख रहा हूँ लोटस पे. अभी इतने सारे मैचेस देखे.
That should already be
वो सारे सी पे ही प्लांट करने जा रहे हैं.
सी
बिकॉज वो बहुत
सी प्लांट क्लोज है ना अजय भाई. एंट्री वो कैसा कौन से दूर भी पड़ता है सी एंड ए बहुत ही पास में पड़ता है.
I think the amount of space
So,
that
like-
Fangir had already taken, of course, only
ए पे
recently
एंट्री
ML
इज
puts
लाइक
them in a
बहुत
spot where they
थोड़ा.
can just run through all of the angles.
ओ
So they did in the
उसके
last round. Well, that's a
उसके
bit of a
एक
surprise.
के हाथ में मैंने ये
They
देखा.
didn't know the
मतलब
full force of
बोला
the
ना
opposition were
कि
walking up behind,
उनका जो रहता है
maybe expecting that vice wall to be
Special
out
guns.
towards C long
Uh-huh.
rather than holding on to B. So they caught a good timing.
लेट्स गो. प्लांटिंग तो मिल चुकी है.
स्पेशल गन्स मतलब
By that Bucky can be
जो
risked,
विनिंग
but
होता है ना
anything
अपना
else
आता है ना
would be
अपना टीम
incredibly
का नाम
costly.
का.
हाँ
Three
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
rifles in play
तो
that
एक
could
के
be
हाथ में
brought into
पेपर
the
एक्स
next
का था.
round, and Tex has done
Nice
incredibly
shot,
well.
Ray.
2
Tex.
quick kills off the classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped.
Oh,
Even
nice.
still, though,
नाइस
they've
रे.
turned it back into an
क्या
advantageous
पोजीशनिंग
position
है
for
ये
Verno.
लोग.
Any additional kills would be
लवली
great,
रे
but
जी.
he comes up
Nice.
against the one healthy player. A rifle is still lost,
AG.AL
but at least they get the
का
round,
राउंड
which,
ही था
considering what was
बिकॉज
invested,
सामने वालों का
I shouldn't be
इको
saying
राउंड था.
that.
No, yeah, they should,
So
we shouldn't
simple
be
है कि
looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a classic, basically getting it
लेट्स
done with
गो.
a bare knuckle
Nice shot,
ball,
Dre.
and that's crazy to find the two of them that quick. It's not like the second guy could have been surprised.
अगेन
that he was
AG.AL
there.
मेरे को लग रहा है चाइना की टीम है.
2-0 for all
एजीएल चाइना
gamers,
की ही
but
है.
some bumps in the road early on. Still, they can course correct.
Let's
You
go,
can
chat.
ignore all
Let's
those
go.
early
आ
AGL
rushes.
जाओ.
पूरी
They
चाइना
find
की
the
ही टीम है.
W here, MIBR.
आ जाओ.
Putting the credits on the line, and again we'll see that A main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep.
Good day.
It's going to force them back, and Aspas a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back, so he
Oh,
goes off
nice.
the pick,
Lovely.
finding nothing, and will concede at least a bit
Entry
of
नहीं
that
दी
A main
उनको.
control. I imagine though here you're just going to leave Zek in
गन स्विच हो रही है यहाँ पर.
current positions around Rubble. Those
Nice.
rotations now, especially that Tex has spotted players outside C.
Early decision from the attack was just play more of a death ball, but
Nice.
had the wall covering for any push-up. And it does seem like MIBR are almost having to figure out where they're going. Prowler has gone through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot onto C. Like, because they're playing so far
Let's go,
back
chat.
towards the
Let's go.
spawn,
Nah,
it's making it troublesome.
यहीं पर ही जाएंगे.
Clearing some of those early angles. Now, bear in mind, Zekken doesn't have a whole lot of support, but if he can hit a shot and get out of there,
Nice
he's
shot,
done his
Ray
job.
Zekken.
That's
Nice
exactly what he
shot.
does.
It's the same approach as the pistol round. They're going to go late towards A main, hoping that that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then
Chat
send
जो
by
कोई
for
आ
a
रहा है
late
ना
lurk through
वॉच
B.
पार्टी
They
को
might
लाइक
even
कर
try to
देना.
crunch B, but the problem
आज
is
के लाइक
MIBR
बोले
are
10.
so aware of this. They're not going to fall
10
for
likes
Centric
को
twice,
बोले
but
हम
with
लोग को.
Mazzino down, now they're under pressure.
complete कर देना.
Aspas no longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for buy. Catches him, finds
Nice.
another,
Nice.
and at least
Nice
gives
रे
MIBR a
आसपास.
chance.
Nice
With a
आसपास
3v2.
रे.
The plant, 10 seconds, it needs to be found soon, and they can float back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time, closing the walls in slowly. As all gamers have no real space to play with. They know heaven's clear, but they want a battle. They want to brawl early, and it will be towards Zekken, where one
अरे
fall,
nice रे.
Nice.
the flood out washes the rest
क्या
of the
round
defense
निकाला
away.
भाई, मस्त.
That's gonna
Nice
be all
round,
gamers
nice round.
losing out on the
मजा.
Welcome,
round,
welcome,
but
chat.
still
Welcome
trading
जो
a
कोई आया
couple of
आपका.
blows, and there was a real chance in the
स्वागत है आज
2v3.
के वॉच पार्टी में. Please
I think it was mainly Aspas in this round
वॉच
that
पार्टी को
managed
लाइक
to stop it
करके
going
जाना.
out of
और
control, because
आज एक
the fact they're able to
मतलब
take
ना
over that door
आज
control,
जो हारेगा वो
leave it
बाहर
down
चला
to
जाएगा और जो
just him,
जीतेगा वो
and then he has to fight two
क्वालिफाई हो
players at
जाएगा
once,
क्वार्टर
basically from
फाइनल्स
different
के लिए.
angles. And it's
सीधा
only
बाहर
because
है,
it's a little
सीधा
bit
बाहर है
disjointed. I think
सीधा बाहर.
Bai basically
तो
tried to trade off the initial
दोनों टीमें
shots,
एक
going,
दूसरे
okay,
के
he's
अगेंस्ट
fighting my
बहुत
teammates, I
तगड़ी
can just
टीम है.
swing, and then his
और
teammates
G2
aren't
का
swinging.
मैच है
So
नॉन्गशन
that's
के
where it
अगेंस्ट.
kind of falls apart.
GRQ swang,
नेक्स्ट मैच तो
swung
देखते हैं
in,
कि
looking the wrong way,
इसके
which
बाद
is
क्या होता है.
unusual. When he'd already been spotted,
इसके बाद
they knew
लोटस
Aspas was
और
there, and I think it was
डिसाइडर
just
एसेंट
a
है.
microsecond of
लेट्स गो
miscommunication
चैट. लेट्स गो.
that led to Aspas getting a second bite of the cherry, and the numbers being
Round
favored to
4.
MIBR on the way back
You're
through.
right.
Still, it was a clean retake.
लेट्स गो
The defensive
चैट.
side,
लेट्स गो.
even a stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear that the defense think this is going to be
लोटस में
simple.
ये बारी कर
After
देना
denying them
मतलब होल्ड
A
करके
and
बैठ
obviously
दे
having this
साइड
fall
में
back early, they had
कॉर्नर
three
पकड़ के
players
एकदम
stacked up on C.
मस्त पॉइंट मिलता है.
They
और
had
जैसे
लोटस
कोई
में
एंट्री
डिफेंस करने में बहुत मजा आता
AG.AL ready and raring to go. And then they
Exactly.
had the Cypher set up over on A as more of a delay. But again, it's very,
नाइस
very
डॉज.
slow
ओ
from
नहीं
all
नाइस
gamers.
डॉज.
Taking their time. This time slowly walking through that A position.
That first trip is predictable, but the second, we should see the smoke go down on the stairs, and then the Neon try to slide through on the site. With it being so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her, and that gives Tex a kill trip.
ट्रिप्स
If
देखा
they're
कैसे
not
लगा है
quick enough to
अजय भाई.
react to breaking it. That
वही
time
देख रहा हूँ
going
मैं.
down recently, Tex already taking a few shots and a nade now. That might stop him from being able to punish, and they go right over the trip. In fact, breaking
Nice.
it is the
Let's
nade.
go.
Tex still manages to
Arre.
find one, but the showstoppers fired his way, dodges that as well. And the numbers stay favorable for the defense.
अल्ट वेस्ट
He
हुआ.
did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence
Ah,
one used as
nice
well, and Kira
reveal.
knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well. So
क्या
it's Bai.
एंट्री लिया
Actually,
भाई
they're
उन लोगों
fighting
ने.
this
क्या
back.
एंट्री लिया.
क्या
Made
मार
it
रहा है
two
भाई.
look like they were in trouble. Instead, they were the trouble. Two standing in Verno's way. He had an exceptional
AGL
first
AGL
game.
फुल फॉर्म
आज
में
का
He was
इस
almost
मैप
a
पे.
hard carry in a team full of superstars,
AGL
but he's
फुल
now trying to bait them
फॉर्म
in,
में इस मैप पे.
hoping that someone makes the mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is Bai from behind that will close out the round. He's 7-1
Nice
right
round
now,
for AGL.
only being
Positioning
shut
गलत
down
थी
once
उसकी.
by Aspas, and other than that, being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it
Yep.
inside the
Nice.
smoke. They just knew he wouldn't have the gall to do such a thing. Gave him plenty of time, but in the end, they made
Nice
the right
round
call.
for AGL.
3-1 now for all gamers. And after what was,
वैसे
some
मैप
warning
मिल
signs
गया
early on, like round
तो
2 was
अभी
way
वो लोग
closer than it should have
मुझे
been.
समझ में
We
नहीं आ
could
रहा
have
कि
seen
ये लोग
MIBR
इतना
come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the defense is
निकालेंगे
left
अजय भाई
down to
निकालेंगे
an eco.
सब.
Now all gamers should extend that lead
Let's see,
even
Devon, man.
further,
Let's see,
and
let's
this is a
see.
phenomenal start.
Yes.
Starting to think back
Yes.
to the game against Global Esports.
अभी वेरनो को उठना
it seems like
बाकी है
a
जय
long
भाई.
time ago.
It's interesting
चलो
as well
देखते हैं ना.
because we are seeing MIBR winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round,
Let's go check.
even in the lower buy round as well. They've been able to get opening picks, and then all gamers have converted the 4v5 almost every single time. So it seems like them getting
Right,
into the
Prowler.
post plant is almost enough, and that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor.
Nice.
MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the
ट्रावलर का
conversion
कितना अच्छा
just
यूज
hasn't been
करते हैं लोग, देखो ना जय भाई. Positions
Well, they're
जानने के
certainly
लिए.
aware that Tex could be here, but
Exactly, Devon.
Bruno might try to play the distraction. Oh, he's being spotted though.
Hey,
Kick
yaar.
out of there is still a success for him. A pistol on range like that. All gamers, despite seeing the cipher towards the C site,
चैलेंज
decide
करना
to
चाह रहे हो लोग.
contact up here to play into it. And remember, last round, Tex was able to get
C
some
पे heavy
value
push
on a
है.
closer trip.
क्या ट्रिप लगा रहा है ये
Yes,
बहुत
this one won't
खतरनाक.
quite reach, so there is still a danger there. They've gone over it to start, and there at least the boombot will reveal the trip on the floor. That's the real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it.
देखा कैसा रिवील
Pistols
किया.
on the retake.
है ना.
Unless they can deny the
Bombot
plan.
डाल दिया.
Hello.
Nate's going to do some good damage.
Oh,
Trips on
lucky
one.
boy.
HP.
Very, very lucky. Now, I am looking at that 9-4. A lot of the time, one kill is enough to trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with pistols. Puts them down to low HP. And actually, the pressure being held on the other side. But now they should know that the majority coming from the squad. Paranoia, sensor, still not enough to activate that Nightfall. And you can see why. Slowly being picked apart, and one by one, the defensive side will fall.
lovely.
A good hold from the side of all gamers. Even Shrimp survived on just 1 HP, but they won't mind. That's 4 alive.
Yeah, well, honestly, Shrimp surviving is probably the most important factor of that, because if not, they might decide to put the Nightfall through. Like you said, I think there's a good chance that they do, just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put his through, which gave them the
उसने क्या
information
read
that
किया
there
है?
wasn't
देखो मैं
anybody
ये देखो.
towards the water.
देखो ना.
बचा.
Really nice play as well by Bai. His flash was perfect. The second
Tangier
he
Bai.
came out to take the battle, I think it might have been the end of Kira if that hadn't have.
ML का
popped
time out
exactly
टाइम
like
आउट
it
आया
did.
है अभी.
And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been all gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 13-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one. Global Esports, and then from there
मत बोलो ना भाई, मत बोलो.
overtime against
ठीक है भाई.
and I think that honestly took the wind
इज्जत
out of MIBR
उतारनी है तो
sails. They went into the next
उतारो
round
ना.
with
दूसरी
some
मैच भी दिखाओ ना, बताओ
So
ना.
that kind of turnaround, it feels like, you know, most teams we look
वही
at
मैच
it's gonna
बता
want to
रही है.
heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year with all gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked at, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got all gamers next, they're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also all gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure, the names are on the other side. And, well, an early fake hasn't really
अजय भाई उसने फेक देखा कैसे किया?
It's been spotted. It has pulled 3 players over, but again, they can get
यार मिस कर
Bruno
दिया.
under serious pressure though, and now the response
मर गया.
being attempted. It's not been
Nice
connected by one, but it has been found by Mazino.
यार.
Yeah, Mazino was a bit too quick, got ahead of the rocket. But a kill's kill, that's all.
बोल रहे ना
that matters.
AG.AL वाले
Here.
चढ़ के खेल
Oh,
रहे हैं.
he's gonna be taken out by
आसपास
Aspas.
भाई.
Just moments ago. Nightfall goes through and a player up close, isolated,
Okay,
caught off
man.
guard, you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. The
Oh,
spam taking the blow
क्या
and
किया
Aspas
मैं ये?
taking him out. Leaves it to 3v2.
Nice.
Still, a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown quantity, the later play through mid.
आजा भाई कीरा सपोर्ट
No nade left to play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimps being caught by the seas. Out of the round and damage done. Looks good for all
Nice,
gamers.
nice
Aspas
round.
and
थोड़ा
Tex
जल्दी आना चाहिए
holding
था.
on for dear life by a thread, but they've made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
कीरा थोड़ा जल्दी आता तो हो जाता, पता है अजय भाई.
Has found the most impactful kills to sort of turn it into their favor, like having to deny what was
लेकिन
an
देवन भाई
incredibly
वन साइड
fast
नहीं मैच
take. I'm
जानी
sure
चाहिए.
the spams helped
नहीं जाएगी.
pushing players into his position.
निकालेंगे ये कैसे.
But they still expended an awful lot into this round, and of course, with the
तीन
attack side
ये है
getting
ना बेस
a
तो
few in a row,
उतना ये पड़ता
they
है.
should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having
Come on,
a
chat.
thought of
हो
what to
जाए
go
आज.
for. This now needs to
जरा
be the
like भी करो.
springboard for the defense. A few players surviving, give them a bit of extra to buy back up with, but
और
Okay.
बताओ कौन जीतेगा.
वेले
the next
वेले
round
देखो जो है
if they
नहीं
were to
गई
lose
पीछे
all
गई
the players.
आसपास आ गया.
टाइम बताओ जरा.
27 26 25 24
You've certainly seen the
23
patience
22
from all gamers.
21 20 19
A lot of these
18
attack rounds have
17
started like
एक
this.
सेकंड पीछे चलो. एक
Full
सेकंड
default
पीछे
in play.
ओके कोई ना.
By this time covering the vice wall for that A aggression, making sure there's no early flank.
Nice
That's
dodge.
a risky blast pack, but a lot of information garnered, but a player lost. Tex gets out. Aspis, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. It's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites. Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been the guy that's been picked off quite often.
Welcome,
earlier
welcome,
in the
chat.
rounds. Like,
Welcome
they
to
have been
the
using
watch party.
prowlers, but he's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a rough
अजय
time.
भाई
Some of their earlier matches,
वर्नो
he was incredible.
वर्नो
He was
टीपी
by
करके
far
आ
their best
सकता है
player.
बैक स्टेप के लिए.
But that does also mean,
देखते
as
ना
said,
भाई.
from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job
Yeah,
at
मैं शायद
recovery.
गेम
Into
चलना
the
चाहिए.
site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted.
घुस गए. ए नाइस
Okay,
शॉट
they didn't
रे.
break it.
अरे
The boom ball
ट्रिक
went through,
तोड़ी
but
ने
it goes
इसकी.
straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the
Nice
side.
round for ML. Nice
A bit
round.
of a weird scenario, because that trip coming back online, sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade, but it did
Probably
make things a
should be.
little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah,
Nice,
listen,
I think
nice,
he's there.
nice. Chat आ जाओ.
if
Chat
Tex
आ
is
जाओ.
gonna, I actually looked over where you pointed
You
as
did.
well.
I was
I would-
thinking.
I was like, Tex is there. I think he's playing, bro.
Did you sleep
That
okay?
confused me. I did actually. I think I overslept last night, and now it's starting to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall.
वर्नो चल नहीं रहा है
Where
जगह.
is he?
Oh, oh
The
wait, he's on
blue
the
light?
stage.
Okay, well that was a confusing moment
वर्नो
for me.
is not working
As
anymore.
I'm sure that last round was for all gamers.
नहीं होगा, होगा,
Giving
होगा.
away the pick,
Nice
giving Tex
shot.
the opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing
चलो,
on every chance. they're
ML
given.
comeback कर रही है
A
अभी.
5 versus 3 right off
हाँ,
rip. We
हाँ.
said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers. But this was an attempt to change pace, a challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the vice wall outside and conceding
अरे
the
ML
space,
का ही map है.
fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward.
Chat
they've
आ
got.
जाओ, आ जाओ. आज क्वालिफायर का
2
लास्ट
for
राउंड
1,
है.
or 2 for 1
जो
all
जीतेगा वो
trade.
क्वार्टर फाइनल में पहुंच
Not the
जाएगा.
greatest deal on earth.
और थर्सडे से
Take it.
चालू होगा
Again, they've
क्वार्टर
ground
फाइनल्स.
to a halt. This
एंड
double
ये
duelist
संडे को होगा
1-2
फाइनल.
punch is one of the most
संडे
terrifying
को दो
on
मैच
earth,
होंगे. एक
especially
होगा थर्ड प्लेस
facing
के लिए
into
और
a
एक होगा
high-low.
फाइनल. ओ नाइस.
You'd bet your house on one of
यार
them to
मिस
hit
कर
it.
दिया.
That's exactly what they've done.
Ah, nice
Shrimp.
shot.
Well, he's alive later into
Oh.
the round. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1-2 v4
Let's
in this
go,
game,
let's go,
and I
let's
think that's
go.
why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and
Nice
they might have
shot,
to use their
Ray.
second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper, but with Shrimp down now. And that
Nice
paranoia
round for,
perfectly placed. Yes,
email
chances
again.
go to 0. Still gets out with the showstopper for the next round, but for MIBR after what was, as we said, round 2, there were signs of life. They won round 3.
Round
but
बहुत
then
quickly
started to
खत्म
get
कर
shut
रहे हैं.
down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this. Bai was having fantastic impact
टाइम
on
आउट
the
ले लिया
lurks
है
in
AG.AL
terms
ने.
of denying the retakes as well.
अभी
I don't
उनको
think
रीड
they
करने
saw
लगे
the
ना वो लोग.
phones delay as much as they could have.
Exactly.
It worked because when they pushed in, the flash
जब
was there
पहले
to
4
catch.
राउंड उन्होंने ऐसे
Now
दिए.
things have stalled out
Ah.
massively.
इन्होंने
3
अभी
rounds in a row and a convincing start to that one. I think it's no surprise that they go for the timeout.
Yeah, and I think similarly as well to what we saw from Creven, the last Lotus that we casted, those trips have
रुको
been
अजय भाई
really
मैं
annoying.
आता हूँ.
Like when they've tried to get
गोल
into the
डालता
C
हूँ.
site or
मतलब
A,
आता हूँ नहीं.
और
I
डाल
think
दो,
we've
डाल.
seen multiple
डाल
kill
दो,
trips,
डाल
दो.
which
गोल
a lot of
डालता
the
हूँ.
time you're going to be able to avoid,
AG
especially if you have the likes of a
versus
Raze. You can use that nade to good
MIBR.
effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like, hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes.
आ
ML
जाओ, आ
And I
जाओ, आ
think these
जाओ.
are moments
Chat
that
आ
you're going to
जाओ.
want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you lose both fights immediately. that's a little bit more worrying. And seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazzino back in the crew days.
क्या लगता है AG.AL जीतेगी या ML जीतेगी? बताओ, चार
So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Heavy push होगा A के side.
It's been high impact off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that they had around his impact will now have to be readjusted. And it does appear that all gamers are going for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where Vice is. The gap here is a seat push, and this is because they intend to be relatively quick, making presence towards the A side, opening the door, sure. But I think this is a B split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the form of Aspas with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying,
Let's go. इन्हें लगा फेक करे, साइड में घुस चुके. नहीं आ रहे.
Oh, nice read.
Defense are about to try and make play through the smoke.
Nice.
The pistols is definitely a bit of a gamble.
Arre.
And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Burno a little bit further away.
Varno bhai, maro mat.
And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more.
Nice
and it
round,
gets
AG.AL. Nice.
Varno bhai,
quick round. Or quick close.
But ये डेविन भाई ऐसे गैंगस्टर लोग आते हैं वैसे चार लोग आए.
देखो ना.
डायरेक्ट सामने चारों के चारों.
Because as you said, it looked like the setup was going to be correct. I think especially more of
Gangsters के Paradise वाला गाना लगा तो पीछे बस.
Heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through.
खतरनाक एंट्री लिया इन लोगों ने.
it's very weird because the whole round to me looked like all gamers were primed. Like that Vice wall is so weird to put if you're covering the B walk up. I don't know what they saw. I'm led to believe that they changed it mid-round. I don't know why, but it was the perfect read. A great play to get 5 on the board. Of all the rounds holding that smoke.
Nice.
Walked right through a position that they've been hating non-stop, but he just TPs across
को थोड़ा भी आइडिया नहीं था कि वो लोग साइड में. Nice shot,
Mazzino following
nice
a showstopper to drop second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break. They're right back to winning ways.
Finally see the Aspas AWP, but it gets absolutely nothing. Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back
one side guy
the
around.
economy of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. And the Tech's going for a 1v5.
Yes.
I'll be honest, that seems really audacious.
One side चला गया
पूरा. At least from my perspective, holds a lot more value.
और यहाँ पर AG.AL जीतती है तो AG.AL का मैप है अगला. Because ये ML का ये तो मैप है तो उनका रीडिंग अच्छा होना चाहिए. But कोई ना.
Compared to a normal setup, right? You see that rubble fight. Normally you've got
ML comeback करेगी.
up, taking the rubble control. You've got a Neon sliding through. In this case, maybe an Aspas diving deep, but he had the op, so he didn't want to. They didn't go for that last round, and that small gap left.
Okay, yeah.
To step in and take that control.
Yes.
Now a buy for
Let's
MIBR.
go.
It's a weak weapon on Aspas, but Mazzino.
Let's go.
The rest on a full buy, and the adjustment is there. The dash up this time quickly clears rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here. But all gamers have changed pace. No longer this direct approach. No longer looking to steal the map control or wrestle it out of the hands of their opponents. Instead, they've pumped the brakes again. And I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be
बहुत आगे नहीं खेल रहे अजय भाई वो लोग.
So you're gonna have early map control.
But इन लोगों का देखो ना कैसा है कि उन्होंने होल्ड करके देखो कैसा रखा है कि उनको आना है हमें पुश देना ही नहीं है और इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट ही नहीं कर पा रहे लोग.
Gone. 45 seconds left as they look to try and clear positioning once again. This time there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Verno, we've seen him
nice.
from this position, but they're looking to try and battle and brawl for this, really try and fight for this. And it even seems like they might have had the expectation that maybe they would just leave, but no. They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back.
लास्ट
They've
के
played
30
the late
सेकंड
lurk so
22
perfectly.
सेकंड बचे हैं, फिर भी अभी तक
But
प्लांटिंग
okay,
के लिए कुछ
they're eventually going to take
ट्राई
this
हार्ड हो
space.
रहा
You'll
ही
be
नहीं है.
worried that there's a trip, as there has
अभी
been
कुछ
almost
अभी
every
होगा.
single time. But there's nothing Tex can really do about this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace
Yes.
from all gamers has been a nightmare in this round, even more so. But it's just
Last.
अरे ना
that is a
अरे.
lifeline for all gamers. That could have been a double opener, but instead, the numbers they say even for now. It might be our kept back and with the off
लेकिन
taking
बहुत
Mazzino
टाइम
and
लगा दिया
Aspas.
भाई.
They have no choice but to concede. Surely, no. They
हाँ.
press on. They press forward into Fangir.
ना
A
ना ना
4K
ना.
for the Neon as all gamers push up
भाई.
to 7. A guaranteed
round
lead
यार
at the
AJ.
half. And what a resurgence from this squad.
अच्छा
Nice
गेम.
I'll be
round,
honest
nice
with you, I
round.
thought he won them the round with the first op shot that he hit, and then he hits 3 more after that. That is a beautiful round from Fangir because Zekum was, I want to say, 0.2 of a second from eliminating 2 players on his team.
I think he clicked the second he
Nice
died. Like
raid
that was
क्या
ridiculous.
शॉट था
Such
ये.
a fast reaction shot, and then
Exactly,
everything else
Devon
from there on was just perfect from
और
Fangir.
उसका अल्ट भी
It's
क्या
an
मिस
operator that
हुआ है.
I don't believe he
अल्ट
would have
मिस
even bought.
मारा
It
ही
was
नहीं
one
ना
that he
उसने.
picked up
उससे
off the
पहले
corpse
उठा.
of
अगर
Aspas,
अगर
and
उसका
then
अल्ट
used
जाता
it to
दो
their own
लोग
demise.
दो लोग
लेके
निकल
जाता
It
जाते.
was a level
जी.
scoreline. Came a pause for all gamers.
राउंड
And
7
now
शॉट
they
था वो.
find themselves with a pretty hefty advantage.
मिड पे बी पे
The
पुश
last
करेगा.
one
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना अजय भाई, रेस का अल्ट है ना बहुत
might put them out of sight.
पनौती है.
Zeno claimed the orb outside.
वैसे डेमन भाई कभी कभी खेल लेते हैं रेस
MIBR.
और उनका अल्ट ही मिस हो जाता है.
मेरा हर बार
History
अल्ट
है.
मिस होता है.
हिस्ट्री है डेमन भाई की.
मैं नेट से मारूंगा, बूमबॉट से मरते, नेट से मरते. कुछ हाथों से बट अल्ट से मारने गए तो नहीं कुछ उल्टा.
अगर आपको लगता है कि डेमन भाई रेस खेले कंटिन्यूअसली तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना.
They give up all
Yep.
control, go late back
बोल देना
towards it, look to
सब्सक्राइबर
fight
बोलेंगे वो
me. It's
डेमन भाई
perfect, by
कैरेक्टर
the way.
लेके
It's
खेलेंगे.
caught Mazzino. It's
Nice
left him down to
ult.
46
वैसे मैं
XP. It's
तीनों
gonna
एजेंट
nightfall
बहुत
out
अच्छे
of them
खेलता
as
हूँ.
well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play.
ओमन,
Omen.
Because for MIBR, of
Phoenix.
course,
Phoenix.
you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mazzino now. You're low HP.
But अभी
player,
उनका
you
लैपटॉप
float back
उनके
out
साथ
through
खेल
these
रहा है, वो
doors with
अलग
no
बात
idea
है.
that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped, and look who's right behind you.
अरे ना.
Beautiful from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral game, and MIBR
अजय भाई
are
और
coming close
वरना
to
एमएल
बहुत
को कम बैक ही नहीं करने दे रहे
It's
हैं.
just perfect. We said it. They had
वरना
one
बहुत
bad round in
गंदा खेल
terms
रहा है
of
वरना.
timing, where Bai ends up getting
वरना
caught.
भाई कुछ तो कर ले
But
भाई.
since then, since the pause,
कुछ तो कर ले भाई.
every single double back
बहुत
or wrap
नहीं
around
रे
has been
बस.
utterly
ये
perfect.
क्या है भाई?
A player that goes from being the hard entry,
नहीं यार,
goes
मतलब
into alert,
कोई ना डेमन भाई.
goes back to hard entry, back into
4-8
alert.
अजय
Like,
भाई.
you've
देखो
got
ना
this
अजय भाई,
side
एक किल किया है उसने.
on the other side of MIBR trying
Half
to
time हो
call
गया.
this, going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B.
कोई ना
There was a
कोई
हाँ,
guy
हाँ.
at B, let's go back, let's hold
टीम
there.
नहीं
And
चलता
you're
है.
just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're
नमाज़
finally
तो चालू
in the
है.
fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills 2 of your players.
एक मिनट डेमन भाई में आया.
हाँ हाँ आराम से.
that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far,
है क्या?
this map in particular, because we've
Hey, Mama.
cast even all gamers before, I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear.
ये क्या ही
You
मारा
fight
भाई,
back for
मस्त
that
मारा
space
भाई.
late. So late that it seems that that's clearly
Sorry,
where the hit's coming in.
Fangir.
And then there's a double flank from the other side. Sometimes they wrap all the way back to the other side of the map. Really impressive stuff from them.
W round,
Again,
W
this
round.
started out, I felt like MIBR were
W
the ones
half.
to take command of this series, but
बहुत
it has
अच्छा
been
खेले.
anything but.
No, it's been
बहुत
very
अच्छा खेले, बहुत अच्छा
impressive.
खेले guys.
And it also forced
बहुत ही
MIBR into
अच्छा,
basically
मतलब
doing very
एकदम
similar things. Like,
crazy
there,
खेले
one
भाई.
of the main
KG.
problems I had was you look towards rubble.
देखते कि
This spot,
कौन
thank you,
जीतेगा.
that was perfect.
कोई आया क्या
Unintentional, but
Discord पे?
perfect. The amount of players that I saw
ये
playing
मस्त
on
था मेरे
that
को, ये
rubble
मस्त लगा.
wall, either get
हाँ
hit
ना.
by
पीछे से
or
अल्ट
hit
लेके
by
आया.
a seize. They were saving a
उसको
bit
भाई,
of utility every
उसको
single round to
उसको
kill
अंजीर
that
भाई ने बोला
player.
चुप भाई.
And I don't think
भाई
once
जगह
I
पे
saw them get out alive.
एकदम जगह पे भाई.
This is the thing, they were doing that
कुछ
before they
बोली
were
मत,
competing
कुछ
for
करी
that
मत.
spot, and that's why you
कौन है
can
अभी
then
और
own and
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
TP
कौन
across
कनेक्ट है अपने
because
साथ?
they throw their first
स्वरित था
utility.
गया क्या?
सॉरी था गया
They don't fill
चला
that
गया
space in because they know that you're going to
Let's
fight.
go
अच्छा चालू
chat,
आहे
let's go.
Utility there, so they play a little further back.
तुम्हाला ये लाला था मला नाही ना
Slip the net and get behind Aspas and take
Let's
down
go,
the
chat,
first
let's
Aspas
go.
off you saw bot.
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ
And then the next
I'm
round, kill
so
4 people with it.
yeah, literally the next round use that same.
ये भाई
weapon.
देखो हाथी
I'm
रखा है
so
इधर
impressed by what I've seen here.
पानी के
Even just
ऊपर
from round like 4
रुको
onwards,
रुको रुको रुको
where I thought MIBR were getting back into things. Round 2 was close, round 3 was good, and then for all gamers, they just ran away with things.
हाथी एवरीवेयर
Back to the
हाथी
pistol
हाथी
now.
एवरीवेयर
MIBR get to play out this attack side. And I'm
चलो
curious to see how all gamers approach the defense. You can see
MIBR का
obviously
अटैक है अभी
the wall is covering the
बी
A
पे
push.
एंट्री ले लिया है
There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Let's
ओके
go chat, let's go.
टाइफर स्पॉन पे ही खेल रहा है अभी तक ओके एंट्री ले रहा है
Put themselves
इवन
in
भाई
post plant.
बोलो ना अजय भाई
टाइम टाइम बताओ
The
जरा
attack
नहीं
side, though,
प्लांटिंग
not
हो गया
just sitting
प्लांट
back.
हो गया ना
Aspas
लॉन्चिंग
has
हो गया
pushed
है
up, and he knows his opponents on the other side. Both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents
Let's go,
away
chat,
from that
let's
position.
go.
Although saying that, buying now goes into a later flank. Paranoia is perfect, but they're going to stand close. And now
नाइस
instant
ब्लाइंड
kills
रे
all
बट
too
कोई ना
easy.
आसपास नाइस
Kira
शॉट
in position to try and trade
आसपास
some of this back, but the
अरे
shots aren't
रे
firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too
Nice.
thick and too fast. Leaves
Nice
only one
second,
standing,
nice
and
round.
by the last man in will
Alright.
fall as well.
नाइस
Lifeline for
फाइनली
MIBR,
फाइनली
the
राउंड आ
pistol.
गया होगा
Yeah,
होगा
lose
होगा
देखो
pistol
मैं बोलता हूँ
and
देखो
all
ये
gamers
आप
are
में ये लोग
running
कमबैक
away with
करेंगे
it, but claiming this
Let's
should at
see,
least
let's
give
see,
them
let's
that
see,
little
let's see.
injection of rounds, close in the gap, provide that opportunity to fight right back. But
अभी इनका
here's
अटैक है
what
ना
I'm most afraid of
हाँ
isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have
देखते हैं
hit a
देखते हैं
gear
डेमन में
that we
देखते हैं
didn't see him on throughout the last few games.
ये बहुत
GRQ,
ज्यादा कैलकुलेटेड मैप है
13
अजय
and
भाई
6,
आप
he has
देखा है
been a consistent factor for this squad.
डिफेंडर्स के लिए ए साइड क्लोज है
Considering that he's shown up, Valor's been
अटैकर्स
there,
के लिए
Bai's
सी
gonna have
साइड
a lot
क्लोज
of
है
space on those lurks. I
एग्जैक्टली
think here
और बी दोनों के बीच में
Fighters could play a role. Nah, that's not gonna
डेमन
work.
भाई जब भी अपन खेलते तब
Nice
अपन
try.
ए पे ट्राई
Sneak
करते
in
हैं
now.
बट अभी से नेक्स्ट
Clever
टाइम
attempt
अपन
on the
सी ट्राई
classic
सी
करेंगे
पे ही
राइट
ट्राई
राइट
करेंगे
अपने को भी
MIBR.
सी इजी पड़ता है पता है क्या
I do think it's good though that now
एग्जैक्टली
MIBR
अभी
get the
देखो ना
opportunity to set
अपने
the
को
pace.
थोड़ा
Like, I
सेंस
think
बढ़ गया
Murder's
अभी
been having a
जो अपनी
मैच
लॉबी है ना
देख
अजय
के
भाई
trying
अब
to
देखो
deal
मैं
with everything that's been
सच सच
thrown
बोलूँ
at
ना
you from the all
अपनी
gamers
जो
side.
आयरन ब्रॉन्ज
But
वाली
now
लॉबी है
you
ना
get to define where those
वो
battles are.
सारे
And if you
प्लेयर्स
end
जो
up
रहते हैं
walking
ना
onto a
वो
stack
ए
site,
स्टैक करते
at
हैं
least you
क्योंकि
have
क्योंकि
the
ए साइड
Exactly.
rotation
मिलती
utility.
ऑन का होने के बाद बाय करके सीधा ए साइड पे
Not
स्टैक
bad
करेंगे
from Buy already though, of course.
बट
but
एक्चुअली सी इजी इजी लग रहा है मेरे
MIBR,
को
this is a slightly
सी
lighter
पे
और जब
जाना
purchase, just a
लोग
couple of
कंटाला
rifles
करते हैं
alongside
पता है
pistols and a marshal.
Exactly.
They can of course buy into the next
बट
round.
अभी एक चीज समझ में आई
maybe
है
those
नाइस
couple of
शॉट
guns
रे
you don't want to lose, and so far
Nice.
it's looking so good. They'll
AG.AL
keep
जा रहा
everything
है
onto the board,
नाइस
themselves
सर
up to
कम
6.
बैक नाइस कम
and
बैक
maybe even have an upgraded rifle or
देखो
two
डेमन
to
भाई
go back
अभी
into
एक
this
चीज
one.
समझी है कि है ना ये आयरन और ब्रॉन्ज वाले की है ना या सिल्वर तक भी पकड़ लो उनकी है ना माइंड सेट ये ऐसा है कि है ना वो अगर डिफेंस भी हो या बोलते हैं ना अटैकिंग भी हो तो पहला राउंड ए पे ही ट्राई कर दे
हाँ
ये मेंटेलिटी हो चुकी है ये
राइट
ठीक है मतलब गोल्ड के भी मैंने देखे प्लेयर उनकी भी मेंटेलिटी यही रहती है उनके ऊपर का अपने साथ अभी कोई प्लेयर आया नहीं है
नहीं बट अजय भाई
ठीक
इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द मैप आल्सो ना जो अगर बी साइड नजदीक हो तो बी साइड पे ही घुसते सब
हाँ बट
जो साइड
अभी
क्लोज
देख
रहती है ना उस पे खेलते हैं
अभी देखो ना अभी देखो 4 लोग एंट्री ले रहे हैं एक लर्क कर रहा है ठीक है बट अभी देखो कि सामने वाला जो बेटा है नियॉन वो भी उधर साइड में होल्ड करके बैठा है
हाँ
ठीक है और देखो दो लोग हैं उधर जो रोटेशन में खेल रहे हैं और एक मिड होल्ड करके बैठा और दोनों ऊपर होल्ड करके बैठे हैं।
There's an outlaw on either
तो
side, but
यही इसी तरीके से हमें भी
at least for
खेलना है
now,
अभी
the one it will maybe benefit even
Right,
slightly
right.
more
भले
is
मैच
Aspas,
जीते
because
हारे
there are
बट
3 players on the
यही
other
सेटअप
side
रखना है
that will
वैसा अपना डिफेंस का टाइम रहता है
again a
कि अपने
slower
दो
pace
प्लेयर
for Fangir,
सी
just
पे फाइट ले रहे हैं
trying to find
मैं
out
बी पे वॉल
information.
रहता हूँ
He
और एक
gets
सी
it,
पे कोई ना
spots
कोई
multiple
रहते ही
players
रहते
on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually
देखो अजय भाई ये कैसा है पता है
they're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw
अपन
on
क्या
the other
करते हैं
side.
पता है अपन
But it's whether or
इधर
not they can bait the rotation.
नजदीक पड़ेगा ना वैसे
Looking
घुसते हैं
at a solo
Exactly.
defender of GRQ, who's about to get some support, but will it be too little, too late?
और अगर उधर स्टैक रहेगा अपने को समझा तभी अपन रोटेट मारते हैं
Still with a shrouded step if he needs it. And he may
नहीं,
well
कल
be
कल
sticking
एक
around.
कल
He's looking
मेंटेलिटी
for the
मेरी चेंज
battle,
हो
and
गई जब
Aspas
अपन
has
गेम
got
खेल रहे थे ना।
it.
अरे
नाइस
नाइस
Kira,
शॉट रे
a
यार।
नाइस
headshot on that second
पास।
swing. Bought them all the space to get this plant
मां
an
कसम दो
advantage
पीक देके
under
दो
their
मारे
belt. As
उसने
a
मां
result,
को।
MIBR have just
एग्जैक्टली
been gifted the upper hand by Aspas.
वरना भाई इधर ना मरना भाई।
The gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangit maybe hopeful to get something here, and now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch, the bait taken.
नाइस राउंड
Zito
फॉर
with an easy frag in the
ML.
end. Fangit has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a marshal and
सेव
some
करना
weaker
पड़ेगा
weaponry,
बिकॉज़ इकोनॉमी
even the
थोड़ा लो है।
outlaw in the mix
थोड़ा
for
नहीं, बहुत
Aspas
ज़्यादा ही
as
लो है
well
अभी।
clearly wasn't a weaker weapon. Now
देखो
turns into
डेवन
them
भाई,
currently having
मैंने ना
4
कल एक
rifles,
चीज़ है ना
some
खुद
mass
में नोटिस की
upgrades, and a
कि
fantastic
मैंने
start to the second half.
स्पेक्टर
For
छोड़
Aspas
के
to get the first kill
बोलता ना
was
सेविंग
impressive,
राउंड पे
but to
चला जा रहा
then
था,
swing deep
क्योंकि मेरे
with
को
one bullet
खेलना
left
था
in the outlaw.
फैंटम
He
और
had
वैंडल से।
100%
तो
confidence
मैं
he
जब
was
भी
hitting
मेरे
a
पास क्रेडिट
headshot,
नहीं आ
and
रहे थे
for
तो
good
मैं
reason
वही
too.
कर
Like,
रहा
look
था
at this, one shot left,
कि
and he goes,
सेविंग पे
screw
डाल
it.
रहा था,
Does he know
ठीक
he's,
है,
that
गोस्ट
guy's
लेके खेल
low?
रहा था
No, he doesn't
और
know. He
नेक्स्ट राउंड
thinks
पे
I'm
फिर
gonna hit his head, or
बाय
I'm
कर
gonna
रहा था।
140 and probably
हाँ
get traded.
वैसा ही
टाइम
करना है
But we got
फिर।
10 seconds.
टाइम
We need
आउट
a
फॉर
plan.
AGL।
Screw it.
वेलकम वेलकम
Throws
टू
it
द
out
वॉच
there.
पार्टी
It works,
गाइस,
and all
आए हो
gamers
तो
now,
लाइक करके
after
जाना।
a
मैं
strong
बोलता था
first
आपको
half,
पता है एक बार
8-4
पहले
scoreline where
कि
they did
रुको
look like they
स्पेक्टर
had
की
एक
मत
their
लीजिए,
मिनट
hands
एक मिनट
शॉटगन पे
glued to the
खेलो।
reins. Now
ऐसे
it's
ही
come back to
प्यार
bite them. That,
बरसाओ,
that
थोड़ा
gap has
ऐसे
closed
सपोर्ट
into
करो।
just one.
आए हो तो
And
लाइक करके आना
MIBR hot on their
और
heels like this.
सब्सक्राइब
Gets a
करके जाना।
timeout
हमें
from that
3
side.
सब्सक्राइबर
The
की
last
ज़रूरत
pause
है।
they had was what took them from a 4-4
3
scoreline all
लोग
the
देख
way
रहे
to
तो
winning
तीनों के
half.
तीनों
This
सब्सक्राइब
will
कर
be
देना।
their second
अजय
pause
भाई मैं
taken.
क्या बोल रहा
बोलो
हूँ,
डेमन भाई, बोलो डेमन भाई।
For
मैं ना
101, this is an opportunity to potentially
मैं
take
भी
the second again,
उधर
try and
वो
get them
अलग
back. 'Cause
प्लेटफॉर्म
it's
पर
not,
है आपका,
definitely not
आप
the end
कर
of the
रहे
road
हो।
so far, but I think you definitely see
बोलो बोलो बोलो।
Aspas able to basically fight
मैं भी
two
उधर
players at
स्ट्रीमिंग
once and
चालू
come
कर
out
दी।
on top, and you do
किक।
start to worry a
हाँ
little
बट
bit that
कैसा
this
पता है,
night could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this
बोलो।
is important
रिएक्शन वाला,
because they are going into
कर सकते हो।
what is
क्योंकि
now
अभी
a
मेरा
match with
गेमिंग तो
split color
होएगा ही
plates,
नहीं।
which I think is still a fairly
एग्जैक्टली।
comfortable pick for them. I was
तो
maybe
मैं
surprised that we
ऐसा
didn't
सोच
see
रहा हूँ कि
all
पहली
gamers go a
स्ट्रीम
slightly
मेरे खुद
different
के
way.
10 लॉग हो गए तो 10 के 10
But you're not going to want to go in with a
रिएक्शन।
deficit, and they are still
मतलब
currently
लॉग
अपन
क्यों
सब
देना?
down
देखेंगे।
behind, although
मैं
the
बोल रहा हूँ
signs
मीम
of
की
this
दे दो।
attack side have been
मीम्स
fairly promising.
हाँ मीम भी
ये
करेंगे, वो तो करेंगे, बट ऐसा मैं
Well,
पहला स्ट्रीम
it
ऐसा
looks like
प्लान
all
कर रहा हूँ कि
gamers have got
सब लोग अपन
a decent lead
बैठेंगे,
early on. They've gambled
यस
correctly.
सब
3
एक
players towards the
देखेंगे।
C site. Prowlers going out on A,
यस
trying to distract, but MIBR
तो
unknowingly
शायद
still
किसी ने
walking into
देखे
the
भी
stack.
नहीं हो
Paranoia is
तो
perfect. He's got
उसके
so
हिसाब
many,
से
but that
ब्लॉग भी
cage
देख लेंगे।
from Tex that
यस
saved
यस
them all.
डेफिनेटली।
There were 3 players blinded and
अरे
easily
नाइस शॉट
about to
रे
be
आसपास।
taken down. A
क्या
single cage.
इन्फो कलेक्ट करके
They
मार
get
के आया भाई।
to
मार
take
के
a
आया वो
breather,
भाई।
to reset, to fight on their terms and put a 5v3 on the board. When the smoke fades, it's not going to look pretty for Kira.
नाइस
Even
शॉट,
with 2,
नाइस शॉट।
it's left Shrimp alone, weaponless
उसको
against the odds.
पहले
Not
अटकाया,
been the greatest of games.
फिर नेड
Individually
डाला।
started incredibly slow, and
देखो
had
दोनों
to be
टीम है ना एक दूसरे का अगेंस्ट
an
बहुत
utter
तगड़ा खेल रही है।
turnaround in a round
ठीक है,
where
मेरे को लग रहा है ये मैप
expectations at this
जाएगा ओवर
stage
टाइम
are
में।
almost zero.
लेट्स गो चैट, लेट्स गो
MIBR
चैट।
have managed to
देखते हैं कि
negate
क्या
the
सीन होता है।
stack with relative ease, considering the initial setup looked
पर
incredibly
क्योंकि अभी तो
dangerous.
लग
And
रहा है
Zekin
MIBR
is
फेल हुई
already
है।
tagged low and will
नाइस
go
शॉट
down.
रे रिम भाई,
The remaining 2 players full HP and
बैठ जा भाई
looking to
थोड़ा।
try and play this together. 3
ओह
bullets remaining in that Sheriff, but the main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that defusal already if they're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. And that is the
सारे
goal. Another nice
ना
shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again from Shrimp.
शॉट
But
यार।
unfortunately, that clock was already gone. A nice amount of damage in a low buy round.
नाइस नाइस
Well,
नाइस
MIBR
नाइस
are a little bit
नाइस
lucky to
नाइस।
even get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end, if he gets it half, he has a chance. But if I stop him
Nice.
now, he doesn't. And
Nice.
that was incredibly close. A millisecond either side, and this could completely change the game. And that's an
डेवन भाई
number of
राउंड
different fights.
बहुत
Kira
तगड़ा
did
निकला उसने।
remarkably well to find 2
अच्छा
up top. Lucky that
बट
they were
इस
growing the C's
बोला ना
name
इसको
as the
अगर
smoke faded, so 2 of those players weren't
आसपास ने
ready
बहुत
to fight.
स्ट्रांगली एंट्री लिया था।
And
डेवन भाई
close as
सिनेमैटिक
they
देखो ना,
made it,
देखो ना,
क्या लग रहा है ना,
as
क्या
they
लग
made
रहा
it.
है ना।
वो मैंने एक
Some
नोटिस किया
decent
है,
credits even after the
प्रोडक्शन
buy.
कैसा भी हो,
They come in here.
पर उन लोग के कैमरा शॉट्स बहुत अच्छे चल रहे।
ये इसका है वैलोरेंट का है ना ऑफिशियल।
They've
उन्होंने
started
शॉट
to try to catch
वो
Kira, and
कैमरा
he has
का
been
मूव
stunned
बोल रहा हूँ
up
मैं,
by the convergence path.
बहुत स्मूथ
No
चल रहा है.
chance with the showstopper yet. It's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through
देखा
the
डेवन
doors
भाई
with
क्या हुआ
great
अभी.
success.
देखा.
Yeah.
All gamers have a man advantage.
If anything, Kira with the showstopper kind of saved
AGL
the rest of his
AGL निकल
teammates.
सकते क्या राउंड देखते
Nightfall
चलो.
now being
लेट्स सी
thrown
लेट.
out as well.
नाइस आल्ट.
Berno sat in the corner, but Vangear was still a relative unknown.
आह
अजय भाई
वो आइडिया ही
The
नहीं था.
attack side looking to
एक
try and
बंदा
take
लिख रहा है
space on the other
4v6.
side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit.
क्या ये बोलोगे.
Well, Tex might be in trouble between two. I think the rifle might have been spotted. Just the tip is enough to
वो रील
keep
देखा
the
क्या
game
तुमने.
away,
मैंने
but
कल
Tex
भेजा था.
has managed
कौन
to
सा?
escape, but will he escape
CS
by
वाला.
timing? Couldn't be
हाँ
any
हाँ हाँ.
worse.
देखा.
Just as he drops down, and now Aspas will
एनर्जी
walk
वाला ना.
into the same man.
देखा.
नाइस राउंड
Lead
AGL.
not taken by MIBR just yet, as a breakback is
भाई
immediate.
क्या ही
Well,
तगड़ा
that's
कमबैक था
essential
वो.
for all gamers to stand their ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this. But standing
Let's
tall
go
in this
chat.
moment,
Let's go.
a bunch of problems there with like the Nightfall not hitting, and yet they're aware. They're filling in the gaps in those fights. The showstopper being caught by the convergence path, but
Actually saving, yeah.
it ended up working out favorably for them and for MIBR,
Oh.
trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a showstopper. And I think Zekin finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it though on all gamers. They lose Shrimp. Pride!
अरे ना.
Okay.
And there's the orb for Zekin.
Oh,
He
nice,
gets it on a
Surya.
blind spam. The nade almost lands perfectly, but Hangir dodges it. Now has backup as well. The problem is they're going to know exactly where these players are. And
Ooh, yeah,
No way they
that was an immediate cancel from Aspas. You could see he was about to dive in and then goes, oh, there's two there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining two.
कीरा भाई. कीरा
Again,
भाई
there's been
को.
a lot of rounds where I feel
कीरा
like
भाई को
MIBR
अच्छा
have
चांस
had
है अगर डोर खोला तो, बट मर जाएंगे
ridiculous
कीरा भाई.
advantages.
Actually.
नहीं नहीं.
This one
5
I
तक
like
अजय भाई
it,
मर
right?
जाएंगे.
They have just
कीरा भाई
paused,
मर
they've
जाएंगे.
stood still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map
Nah,
as well.
trip
One holding
है
B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they
मैं
just
तो
stood
बोलूंगा
completely
ना.
still, the all gamers
ट्रिप
players went, okay,
पीछे आ
I'm going to
जाओ
get
वापस.
aggressive on B, try and find info. You go aggressive on A, let's try and get something.
Let's go.
And,
Uh-huh.
well, they might
Yo,
get one
nice.
kill at least onto Aspas.
Nice.
But other than that, it should be much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the
इधर
attack
से जाना
side,
ही नहीं
splitting
था.
up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances, but in the
Actually,
end, it doesn't matter.
कीरा भाई उधर से जाना ही नहीं था तो.
Yeah.
डेवन भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना. ये है अभी.
Overtime
Overtime में लेके जा रहे हैं. नहीं
नहीं
तो एक दो
अरे
राउंड
अरे
हो
इधर
गया ना.
इधर इधर इधर.
Hopefully remove their weapons. A lost rifle for MIBR won't quite sting as much as
अरे
definitely
महाकसम.
those finances for all gamers,
ये
especially with how things have been going.
W है
Job
ना.
remains falling into those attackers' hands.
आइडिया नहीं
Looks
रहता ना
like
डेवन
Fangir
भाई.
has managed to
W
fly
लग.
under the radar for now.
Well, that is the one thing I will say, though, is
अरे
that
भाई
for all gamers,
वो
they
बस एक
can rebuy no matter
एक
what. So
थोड़ा सा
if
पीछे
they
देखने की
lost
देरी
too
थी.
many weapons by getting aggressive,
आहा.
it would have actually hurt them
मस्त
more
free kill था
than
उसको.
if they took
हाँ
all
ना.
the guns away.
चाकू
So
मारता चाकू.
clearly
ये दो मस्त लिया उसने.
feeling like their opponents were going to save the second they didn't spot them on the side. But this was the
हाँ
second
ना.
round. Again, we
चाकू
know
मारता
the
चाकू.
peak
अजय भाई
potential
चाकू.
of what this man can do. In fact, there's a man sat just over there who definitely knows the peak potential of what's happening.
लिटरली भाई क्रेजी शिट.
Yes, Rob Morris.
देखो 9-9 हुए. बताओ कौन जीतेगा. बहुत तगड़ा मैच चल रहा है.
This is a much faster take coming out from Zekin. Showstopper, he's got the support of his teammate to
Nice
hold onto the
entry.
space. Four
क्या
players
entry ले लिया
outside of this
इन्होंने
A
अभी तक.
site, and they've got to be a little bit careful, but
मैं
it's
बोलूँ
only
तो
space
एजी.
taken, no lives.
एजी जीत रही है.
Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just
देखते हैं,
fade
let's see.
away from where that ulti's coming
हाँ
through.
लवली.
Two players still going to be caught by it. The Nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not.
Nice
Shorty
ult.
up close here, a death sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one. Although, hold on, it's not over just yet. The big swing in leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2.
Nice.
They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight to start, and the swing.
Lovely.
Beautiful.
लवली.
All gamers
पैंजर
looked like
भाई.
they were falling behind. The chances slipping
पैंजर
through
ने
their
जो
fingers, but they got their grip
स्लाइड
back
किया
on
ना
this
माँ
map
कसम.
just in time.
क्रेजी
It
भाई,
did well
क्रेजी
to
क्रेजी।
hold
नियॉन के
every
वजह से
single
राउंड लेके
position there.
गए
Because you looked at the
एजीएल।
amount of control, you mentioned it, the Nightfall,
नियॉन भाई
but
ने
they'd
क्या
already
होल्ड
claimed
करके
that space
ये किया
and
है।
was still fighting through it, even with
फ्रैंचीर
having
भाई
some
ने
of that
बहुत
later
गंदा
HP.
खेला,
It left MIBR with not really any
Exactly.
map control to try and hold on to. Like, they're
बहुत गंदा
basically
मारा भाई।
boxed in on that B site, and because of that, it made
मैं
it very,
बोलने वाला
very
था
difficult
नियॉन,
to avoid any utility that was thrown through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and
चलो
forth
अजय भाई अभी
continues in
देखो
that matter. Operator now in as well for Fangir.
12-11 हो सकता है,
It really does feel
लेट्स
like
गो देखते
potentially
हैं।
the team
मतलब
that wins 2 in a
12
row
एजी है,
might be the one to take the map. Whoa.
11 ml।
He's able to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage for it.
आसपास क्या आ रहा है डैम 25 का डैमेज ले रहा है और पीछे जा रहा है लेकिन बहुत तगड़ा एंट्री है कर इन्फो कलेक्ट कर रहा है।
ट्राई कर रहा है वो बहुत
Taken
मस्त
looking for a bit of
मारने का
space
घुस के।
towards this B site, the crew right behind him, but
ये
left
कोई
with
भी
the
उसको
ball now.
पकड़ नहीं पा रहा है, पर देख रहे हो?
Whether to bait it out or it looks like
Exactly.
they just threw it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just second.
We're almost all in this together.
Yeah, it's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest
वो
for all gamers. They
प्लांटिंग
gave
होने
that
दे रहे
to
हैं
them.
डिवन भाई, वो
Happy to
फाइट
see
नहीं
the
ले
retake,
रहे
and after how
पीछे
last
से
year
खेल रहे हैं,
went
मतलब
well, two
रीटेक के लिए
squads.
खेल रहे हैं,
The
देखो
difference is they pushed them out of
एग्जैक्टली
their key
अपने
positions.
बंदे चढ़
They
जाते हैं
were
भाई,
still
सीधे
going,
मर
but
रहे
it's
फिर
not
भी
there
चढ़ेंगे।
anymore.
एग्जैक्टली।
Different ults to be expended. Already, the overdrive getting one and a second as well. Great work from Fangir once again. Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Verno alongside him, and again, the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake, sure, maybe they do need an ult or two, but this
एजीएल
time
ने
it was the
अभी सिर्फ
overdrive
राउंड
that
थ्रो
didn't
नहीं
work.
करना चाहिए।
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I
एक्चुअली
realize why they're so confident in the
एजीएल ने
retakes
और
when
एक राउंड खेल
Fangir's
के
just
शांति
able
से
to
खेलना
BS out
चाहिए, नहीं
like
तो
that.
एक
He's
राउंड गया ना
sprayed two people
एजीएल फिर
down
से प्रेशर में
to
आ गई।
barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5v3 retake.
ओए
This is insane. He's down to 41 HP, and
ये
none
जो
of this
अल्ट
round's
था
catching.
वो क्या
Verno
तगड़ा
really
मारा।
stepped up to the plate in
है
this
ना,
round, but it's them that get
बहुत
knocked
मस्त
out of the
खेला
park. And for all gamers,
फ्रैंचीर
so I
भाई।
mean, 11-9, 2 rounds in a row,
बहुत
and
तगड़ा
they
खेल रहे
don't
डिवन
coming
भाई
out of
भाई राउंड।
MIBR.
मैं क्या ही
Very
बोलूं,
low
मैं
buy
कॉल पे
at
चल
best.
रुको, मैं म्यूट कर रहा हूँ।
We should be seeing
हाँ
overtime
ठीक।
locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here.
गाइस
They're
क्या
gonna
लगता है क्या
discuss
होगा?
वो
वोट
ना
वोट करो गाइस,
कैसा सीन
वोट
है
कर,
कि
for
देखो
victory in regulation,
यहाँ से
potentially throwing the map away.
वोट करो, क्या लगता है कौन जीत सकता है?
That's the tough spot.
अभी बहुत टफ है
एजीएल
मैच,
निकल सकता है क्या अगला,
When they
बिकॉज
started
एजीएल
this
का मैप है।
comeback, they
बहुत
really
टफ
tore
लग रहा है
down
मैच।
on their own map
अभी
choice.
सिनेरियो ऐसा ना
Brought it
कि
back to
एजीएल
level
ने
a
अगर
couple of
एक
times,
राउंड भी
but
थ्रो किया
all
तो
gamers
एमएल फुल
are the ones
कम
that
बैक करने
seem
के
to
मूड में आ
have
जाएगी, बिकॉज
the
मेंटली
extra
गेम
little
प्ले
bit of
उनका
depth.
स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा एक राउंड में निकले
I
और
think them running as a unit
और
has
सामने
really
वाले
been working out.
मेंटली
Like we saw
थोड़ा
in the
सा वीक
first
हो
half with
जाएंगे।
them
तो
playing
यहाँ
with
पर
the
एक भी
almost
राउंड नहीं जाना
rules of
चाहिए
their
अभी।
push and pull of the map, and then
अगर
on
ये
the
12
face
पे
their
पहुंचते हैं,
retakes
एजीएल
have
अगर
been
12 राउंड पे
fantastic,
पहुंचती है तो
even if
फिर
it was
वो
a
नहीं कम बैक
1v3
होने
in some
देंगे।
occasions.
लेट्स गो देखते हैं,
The last
लेट्स गो टाइम
pause
आउट खत्म हो रहा है।
of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. It mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff would be there. I think
मेरे को तो
especially
लग
for
रहा
all
है कि
gamers,
एजीएल ये राउंड
both
लेके जाएगी।
times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds. Be it coincidence or not, I think the coaching staff deserves some credit.
Oh, without a doubt.
इस पे
I think
स्ट्रांगली एंट्री हो
there's
रही है।
been a tangible step up from this squad, heating up as the tournament goes on. Aspas, though, comes in to shut one down.
नाइस रे
Oh,
आसपास।
34 HP. He's lucky to still be alive after a few shots landed. For MIBR.
आसपास भाई बहुत तगड़ा अंदर घुसता है और लेके आता है इन्फॉर में। एक किल तो लेके बाहर आता ही आता है।
All gamers have battened down the hatches now. I didn't even expect to see convergence path put through, but they're committing it. Even on this
Nice
lighter
ult.
buy, they saved their credits to fight for the next round, yet somehow
नाइस।
they're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Vangir. Do you save here?
क्या ही
For all
तगड़ा मैच
gamers,
चल रहा है
it's not
दोनों।
worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give
चलो गया।
another rifle.
अब
Like,
होगी
they'll be able to
भयंकर,
get some upgrades here and there.
मतलब ना
But
ट्राई हार्ड तो बहुत
that
भयंकर होगा
round
अभी।
again was all Aspas. The fact that he's able to dive in, get an opener, get his ult, pop the ult, hit I think everyone that was on that site. It looked like they lined up. And then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly while moving all over the shop. So great round from him, and that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like I think if you look at openers, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority of them with what he's been able to do with pistols,
थोड़ी
what he's been able to do with
इशू
rifles,
है
and it's been
आइज में,
fight
थोड़ी
backs
लेफ्ट
into
आई
the
में
round
इशू है,
from all gamers. Well, this
उसकी
time
वजह से भाई
they're unable to fight
आग भी
back.
पेन
A
कर रही, बट कोई
singular
ना,
ultimate has been able
वॉच
to
पार्टी
turn the
इंपॉर्टेंट है,
tide and give them a 10th.
वॉच पार्टी करेंगे,
I think it's
प्लीज
crazy that
लाइक करके
MIBR
जाओ जो
came in.
कोई
Like I
आया है,
said, they
और
saved their
पूरी
credits.
वॉच
They
पार्टी
had
एंजॉय
money for
करना,
the next round if they lose this
और
one. This
बताओ
was a
अभी
buy what
AGL
you
वर्सेस
can
ML में
and
कौन
let's win
जीतेगा,
the next.
जो
Get
कोई
that kill, gets the
कमेंट
ult
सेक्शन
out
में
of them,
बताएगा,
and
उसके लिए
that's
कुछ
what
ना कुछ रिवॉर्ड तो रखूंगा
immediately
ही मैं,
turns the tide in their favor.
आ जाओ चैट,
10 to 11. It's been Fangir finding a lot of success in the late rounds.
लेट्स
But
गो,
early, we need some heroes for all gamers. As MIBR once again look towards this C site. GRQ looks to concede that space. He's just immediately playing on the backside. He's already in spawn. After what happened last round, no one wants to be standing on site when Aspas comes barreling in. Because of that, it should be a relatively easy plant.
Yeah, but the one thing that we've been talking about with all gamers is their retakes have been incredible. I like in this scenario, though, that Hex is going to be that dagger in the darkness, the late lurk, but they are currently
Chad,
still
let's go.
watching for it. Even though the plant is coming through on the other side of the map, they're being patient. A nice shot as well off the back
नाइस
of the nade.
शॉट यार,
Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Fangir. As said, one of the major dangers, the differences to the B-side takes was having Tex in the background. Zekken, though, again, any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
Well, they had the plant, but MIBR tried to spread their roots. All gamers come in. They've trimmed the shrubbery and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the player up top. Verno still able to provide that cover.
Nice
jump in, caught by Verno as well.
अरे
And
नाइस
they
रे,
fight their way back into this round.
11
Back into
11 है
this
तो
map.
भाई,
11
विश
to
मांगो अजय
11.
भाई, विश मांगो
That was a
अजय
great
भाई, विश मांगो,
defense initially.
क्या
Like,
ही
those
मांगो
opening picks that
VCTS
they
वालों
found,
को,
like the nade,
सुनो ना,
the
वॉच
combo
पार्टी
to
करने
get
का
rid of
चांस दो,
Nazino.
बस यही विश
Then you
माँ
have
बोलो,
सुनो ना अजय भाई,
the catch
वो
on the lurker as well, but it's those three players just
तांजीर भाई
hunting
देखो ना
down the
कैसे
back.
कॉन्फिडेंस में मरे,
And it's Verno as well. What, he was like 1 in
तो
10 or something.
देख
He
के
had
हंसी
a
आई मेरे को,
really bad start. And that's 2 rounds now.
उसे
I
निकाल
can
नहीं
say,
ओपन किया
without him, they don't have a
तो
chance. They
पीछे,
did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him.
भाई
He saved
क्या
that
ही बोल,
backside.
That stops.
लवली
Because
भाई,
he
लवली
protected
लवली,
the president. He kept that
क्रेजी
spot alive long enough. Oh, 11 to 11. Stunned through a weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not. Again, another opener.
नाइस, आसपास को
Aspas
निकल लिया
Fangir
फाइनली,
in position once again, though, and he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The majority of that attack force dissipates. And even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders. No ultimates to play with. Verno will get his, but its viability in this sort of moment.
Look at the pings.
Yeah, he's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were pinging those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one. A buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT. But with Verno down, maybe not. Tex,
नाइस,
the man who's been a problem. Look at his position. Look at the plant. He has to
नाइस,
be quick moving to site. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more.
Nice shot.
Tex, a chance in the
Nice
1 versus
shot.
1. Has his cam, but look for the fight and he wins it. Tex delivers MIBR to 12 with a huge clutch.
भाई साहब
That's just
क्या
insanity.
राउंड निकला है ये,
Again, you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, Fangir should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or two. But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition, first player, you could forgive it. The second look to jump
नाइस
across
राउंड
his
फॉर
bait
एमिल भाई,
almost.
क्या ही
and
तगड़ा
then gets
कमबैक हो रहा है
wrecked.
इन लोग का,
And then because of that, he has the time to flip it back 3 in
गाइस
a
क्या लग रहा
row
है,
for
ओटी जाएगा या
MIBR. Sure, it was a low buy round, but
एमएल जीत जाएगी,
they're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates. They have weaponry. They're in a good position to take us to overtime, but have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. The confidence, not even letting him get to half, swinging in early in the smoke. Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now. But 13 on the board early is what they want. Prowler again sent to B. We've seen this. MIBR like to push and pull the map. For all gamers, they're left without a read, but the Vice setup on the A site should leave them a bit more confident to send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those all-gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
No. At least not yet. And because of that, questions are being asked. 2 ultimates have been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken, he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop the spike, that might be the round. I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off that alone. 4 attackers will live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Right in the
2 round में back to back. क्या सिनेमा चल रहा है भाई.
Up with 3.5 seconds left. Just shy of what they needed. That is a huge
क्या ही
play.
ड्रामा चल रहा है भाई. क्या ही ड्रामा चल रहा
They
है.
deserve an overtime with how they've played, and their attack side is really what looked the scariest.
Oh my God.
But Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light, the spark
क्या
of
ही
hope for
ड्रामा
all
चल रहा है भाई
gamers.
ये.
Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
They're going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. Like that is genuinely... He couldn't have
देखो
timed it any
पहला
better.
मैच
Like,
जब
literally
वर्ल्ड कप
not
चालू हुआ था,
possible. Gets it on the 6-second
उसका
mark.
पहला मैच भी
Stays alive
यही था
long
और
enough.
अभी फिर से.
And that should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT. Fangir's got to be feeling confident at this stage. It feels like every decision he makes turns to gold. And the attack side now looking to put the pressure back onto Tex. They suffered at the hands of his trips.
क्या
Again, you
इधर
can see
यहाँ
how
से
wary
कौन जीत
they
सकता
are
है?
of running
चैट
through
बताओ.
that utility, but this time there's no kill trip in that spot.
MIBR, everybody in the waterway, ready to come flooding back through. Fangir will be the point of contact, and he'll fall, but who else is here? Who's next to fall? Who's next to challenge? Nobody. As MIBR find out, the plays come in the other direction, and a great TP from GRQ. He's passed the trip very early on.
क्या timing पे घूमे वो लोग.
A bit of false security for Aspas. No, he's clearing it still. He's looking for this player, and he'll find him. GRQ down.
Nice यार
Good work by
आसपास.
Aspas to still be wary, even though the trip was broken so late, but he will be caught by Bai in the end.
They've got to be careful here. AG in the post plant, that was where they were truly deadly. Bai one away from an ultimate. Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive. Timing worked out for them, but Mazzino has his teammate covered, and now Kira is all that's left. MIBR.
Nice round for ML.
They've not been broken by that previous round. They will now go up to 13. Another attempt at map point on the attack.
Another chance to close this out. Last time,
जब भाई
very narrow
बोलो भाई
margin
क्या
by which
सिनेमा
they
चला है?
lost out on the
क्या
chance
हो
to
रहा है ये?
start this
क्या
series
सिनेमा चल रहा है
1-0.
डेवन भाई. तुम
16-14
सोच
against
रहे हो?
Heretics. I'm even talking about the
हाँ.
last
उसका
2 rounds
प्लांटिंग
ago.
मिस होना,
Oh,
अगला
half a
राउंड
second.
निकलना.
Oh, I let you in the last
But to
time they
find
played
it,
this
but
map.
Indeed, yeah, that match against Heretics was
प्लांटिंग मिस करके
laborious, and this
भी
may be the same.
प्लांटिंग
Look
मिस
across the
करके
stage
भी
from
उन
MIBR
लोगों
though,
ने
and Fangir
उनको
blowing his
मार
socks
दिया,
off here.
खत्म कर दिया पूरा टीम को
For MIBR,
Exactly.
Aspas is
टाइम के
impressive as
अंदर.
ever.
भाई क्या ही
The desk
गेम.
highlighted it, hunting down
भी देखते
Tex.
हैं AG.AL क्या करते हैं.
Is what this was all about, but he proved to be more predator than prey. Dive in from MIBR. They haven't spotted Fangir. And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get
Nice
2.
one,
With
Fangir.
GRQ adding to the equation. It's MIBR miles behind.
मैं सोचा उसने
Genuinely,
मारा क्यों
again,
नहीं. बाद में
just the
पता चला कि
decision
साले ने
making. He
पूरा
almost
इंफॉर्मेशन
gets another trip
सबको
on
आने
kill.
दिया.
यप अगर
In a
उसको
defensive
मारता
round.
ना तो कोई ना
And
कोई
while
उसके उसको
Tex is thinking so much about how he can get past the
Nice.
ball, he ends
अभी
up getting
बहुत
peaked.
अच्छा दिमाग लगाया.
Aspas has been good. Scratch that. He's
बहुत
been
अच्छा
great.
दिमाग
He's
लगाया.
been so good in
बहुत
opening
ज़्यादा.
positions, but how much can you
Crazy
truly
shit,
hope to
bro.
find with 39 HP and 3
अरे भाई
players?
अपने
A
टीम में
plant,
कैसे कब खेलेंगे
sure.
ऐसे भाई?
खेलेंगे अगर उन्होंने सीरियसली
think
खेलना
that
स्टार्ट
might
किया
be
तो।
all he gets. The nade puts him down
हाँ,
to just 4
सेल्फलेसली
HP.
खेलना स्टार्ट किया तो
Can't afford
कैसे
to take
बोलते हैं
अरे
any
हाँ,
damage along
4
the way,
HP पे
trying to
ही।
dodge the boom bot, but
बेचारा
even
रे
finding his opponent's going to be difficult.
ना
Nice shot on the
लवली
first. That's the ultimate, but the
अरे
spam is enough.
स्पैम में गया
We go again with Bai finding another double, and 13-13 the score.
Yeah, this is where it starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR.
स्पैम में
Last
गया
time
अजय
around, a
भाई
similar story. It went the
क्या ही
distance
बोलेगा मैं।
and then
नाइस
some.
ट्राई आसपास
And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came
ये
in
देखो ना
just
क्या
a
मारा है
smidge
भाई
too
वो
late. He'd already got two, and GRQ fighting from that open door was able
भाई
to
मस्त
trade out
मारा है भाई
to make it an even bigger advantage. Going into the next OT
लेट्स गो चैट, लेट्स गो।
for all gamers.
वैसे
दोनों
ये
The
मैप
डिफ्यूज
question
हुए
is,
अजय
will
भाई
Fangir slow down at some point?
क्या बोल रहे हो?
The answer so far
ओटी
has
के
been
दोनों राउंड डिफ्यूज
resounding
हुए
no.
बोला
Presence to the A side
हाँ
for
वो तो
MIBR.
है।
4 players early on, throwing the season 8, throwing the reveal. Nothing seen. As now the pace picked up by all gamers, and you expect a very direct hit. Tex is going to have his work cut out for him in holding this first burst of aggression, trying to snipe one out of the air, but he'll be forced to play the retake now.
It's a little bit of damage. Spike to Kira.
देखा अजय भाई
One away from the showstopper.
देगा देगा देगा।
Could play a pie in the late
यही
round,
तो
but
होता है
Spam
भाई।
actually takes down GRQ.
फिर
That's a
नीचे
man
से प्लांट उसको
advantage
फेंक
now.
के दिया
Another opening kill for Aspas to add to the growing collection. Already though, Fang is there again, and he went to fallback.
lovely
Finally has fallen down, but there's that showstopper.
फैंगिर
Now
भाई
Tex is
एमवीपी है
all that resides once again, and it's Kira to close. 3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken, and the first map point now for all gamers.
Their first chance to close out
अजय
this
भाई
series has said
वो
it
फुल
felt like
फुल
they
सिनेमा
deserved
चल
the
रहा है।
overtime.
हाँ ना
It was
अगर
a crazy
जीत
first
के तो
half from
फैंगिर
the squad.
भाई
The
ये
calls on the attack
MVP
left MIBR guessing, and they never
को देखते
found
हैं।
the answers that they needed. Now they call a timeout in a series, in a map that they had the chance
एमएल
to
का
close
टाइम
out
आउट है।
more than once. And now they have to fight for survival with Aspas topping the board, 27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all our eyes. He has looked like the star of the show just in that last round from the top rope, denying all that space that they were attempting to take back through.
डब्ल्यू
It's
मैसिव प्राइज
so fun to watch, and
क्या
I
मैचअप
do
हुआ है
keep
भाई
waiting for that moment where he
बहुत
slows
मजा
down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single
Exactly.
missed op shot, but the round before he got 4. So
लोटस देखने में मजा आता है जब है ना
Must be a little bit nervous as well
बोर
if
नहीं
I'm
होता।
MIBR to
बोर नहीं
take
होता
a pause, 'cause you think back and
मेरे को
it's
पता नहीं
been
क्यों
the
सनसेट
all
बहुत
gamers
बोर होता है
bosses that
देखने
have
में।
gone straight into round
Sunset?
victories.
Yeah,
Again,
Ascent.
हाँ
101 has been
सनसेट।
sublime, and whatever's been
वो
said
सनसेट खेलने में बोर होता है।
to these players, be it
बिल्कुल
from
पसंद नहीं
losing
होगा
a
आप मेरे
streak
को।
of 4 rounds in a row to immediate winning 3 of the next 4. The same in the first half as well. 4-4, 8-4 half ending after the pause. He's been impeccable. And now, well, all they need is one. And MIBR have gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take a pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the
लेट्स गो
players,
चैट, लेट्स गो।
he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
well, all gamers, they've really grown into this map. They certainly did into the attack side. Now their defense to be tested from what we've seen, especially from
Okay.
Fangir, but the squad overall, every leaf has been a
क्या
flower.
है ये किया इन लोगों ने?
And now they bloom late, but just in time.
हाँ
MIBR
ये
look to
पे गए
redirect to the
सब
A side, and this is not ideal for all gamers. A
Nice.
4-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site of this attack side, but things change here in overtime. Here after the pause. The A side is
B पे
wide
घुस रहे क्या?
open. The Vice utility is
नहीं
there, of
घुसना
course,
चाहिए
but nobody.
नहीं क्या दिमाग लगाया देखो
Opens
डेमन
and the
भाई।
Thorns activate. This may send MIBR
क्या
back towards this B side. You don't really
ये
wanna
लोग
go
इधर ही
that
क्यों
Y
होल्ड
side.
करके
You
बैठे?
don't
उनको
have
क्या
enough
आवाज गया
players
नहीं
up
क्या?
there. Could be easier to go
नहीं
for the split, but that
वो
would
लोग भी
work in
दिमाग ही
MIBR's
लगा रहे हैं ना
favor. It's attempted.
The
ये देखो बी
terrifying
पे
thing as
प्लांटिंग
well
आ
is,
रहे।
if anything, if you're MIBR, you want
देखो
those
अब भी
more
रोटेट हो।
contacty plays, because the retakes
अरे टेक
coming out
भाई
from all gamers have been their best work. Nice
नाइस
shot from
शॉट
Tex though. He was under
फैंगिर
serious
निकाला मतलब
pressure.
गए अजय भाई
Manages to get rid of
इनका
Fangir.
राउंड है
He's
अभी
been the tip of the spear in
देखते हैं
all of the
देखते हैं
एमएल का
retakes.
राउंड
Think
है
about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face while they put the ults through,
देखते हैं
him
देखते हैं।
being gone could give them another opportunity.
Well, that's it. We were waiting. What happens when Fangir goes quiet? Well, now a 4v4, and it's all gamers' chance. to break back into this. A sees Nate thrown down below, a
Nice
slow at
play.
least to buy some time, and the paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking. And now Kira finds the
Nice
first
shot.
shrimp with another. Okay, the number's thin, and MIBR are left with just second, standing against the rising tide of all gamers. The tap on the spike, the swing needed. Now it's already half. He'll get the first, but he won't get anything else.
Lovely,
All
lovely.
gamers wash MIBR away, 15-13.
Nice
Taking the
match
lead
for
and
AG.AL.
taking
Nice
a dub
match.
moments later.
It's
Nice
another
try, nice
nightmare
try,
that's
guys.
probably going to keep MIBR up
लेकिन
at
ML
9.
जो
A
खेली है
second
भाई
defeat
इस
at
बहुत
overtime
बहुत
on Lotus in
भाई
just a
एकदम
matter
मौत
of
को
days.
चूके
But it
मतलब
shows
निकाला
the
है
resilience of all gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game. I think a lot of teams come in, especially teams with high caliber players who've been
बहुत
there,
मस्त
done
खेली,
that, got
बहुत
the
मस्त खेली.
t-shirt, go up against this squad and feel like it's going to
बहुत
be
प्यारा
an easy
खेली
road.
भाई.
And every single time they prove it
Exactly.
doesn't matter the opponent. They are
कहाँ
able to
से
take
कहाँ
it
मैच
close.
लेके
They're
जाना
able
फिर
to
हार
battle
जाना.
and brawl. And well, in map number
नहीं,
1,
नहीं, नहीं,
they're able
तगड़ा
to
खेले
take the
लेकिन
dub.
Yeah, you maybe say there were signs of it up against Heretics for this squad, but now for MIBR, it looks like Lotus might be a bit more of a weak point than we expected, but that's not for us to say. Let's hear from the big brains over on the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much,
Let's go,
Mitch
chat,
and
let's
Tom.
go.
Great call, and yet again in overtime, it's heartbreak for MIBR.
कुछ टाइम में
on
मैप
Lotus.
नंबर 2
They
चालू
fall
हो
to
जाएगा मैप
AG.AL,
सेकंड आई
who
गेस
clutch
ये
it
था
out.
स्प्लिट
And
था
I just need to go back to round 22,
थोड़े टाइम में 5-10
23,
मिनट
and
में
24.
मैच चालू हो
Those
जाएगा
final
तब
three
तक
in
आप लाइक कर
regulation,
देना
they
आपकी
were
वॉच पार्टी को
absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots, and still go to overtime. It goes all the way to AG.AL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines here at AWC, look at a man like Fangia. This guy came to play today after the last, after the rest of the group stage. Everyone's talking about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh, GRQ might be the guy for this All Gamers team. He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have Aspas.
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here.
Nice game, guys.
We have to say, all gamers, not for a
Lovely.
second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent
आना
that
यार
they
जब
have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here
क्या
and
ही
to
बोले
be
अभी.
able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating.
Exactly.
Once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that that
Lovely.
spike plant that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think they stole away so many rounds. Fangia did it. The rest did it. My mind goes back to that 5v2 retake MIBR had, but they got shut down because the individual prowess on this AG team.
दूसरा चालू हो जाएगा
I think
दूसरा मैप
MIBR
फटाफट
couldn't hang with them in the
क्विकली
circle
चालू हो
there,
जाएगा
which
गाइस
feels
तो बने
insane
रहिए
to say when we look at
Yes.
the names on this MIBR squad. Now, don't get me wrong,
थोड़े
Aspas
टाइम में
really
दूसरा
pulled
मैप
his
भी
weight.
चालू हो
So
जाएगा
did
फिर
Tech, someone who's had a little bit of a slower tournament, but he did a great job on that cipher. But ultimately, it's not enough here on Lotus, and this is MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, and I know Verno is IGLing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half.
Tough.
It's very difficult to get yourself across the line. He finishes 10-19, so carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was such a slow start from him.
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers is showing, if you add it on top of getting in the head of your opponents, like for example, Verno must have not been having a very good time at the beginning of that map. If you add on so many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around, where they were one man down, did not matter. The refrags came in very fast. Something also that Tom was highlighting, how Fangia was so proactive even when it was time to flood, when it was time to retake. Again, so on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CN region, people often don't mention macro, right? It's sort of not what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heretics, I feel like game planning is very, very strong. I'm very enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with Lotus?
It's always OT.
If you want to be here forever, pick Lotus, because there has not been like maybe one team, wasn't it? Well, BBL, no? Bar.
Yeah, there is the play those last
ये
couple
ये
of
क्या ही
rounds.
मारा भाई ये
3K
तंजीर
gets
भाई.
it off, but then Tex clutches it
आप
out.
तो बड़े
And
लेवल
then,
पे
of
ढूंढ रहे
course,
हैं
the
डेमन भाई.
stun during the plant gets the kill. Waits
ये
for
इधर
the
अनलकी
counter,
हुए हैं.
uses AG.AL to force overtime. And then
हाँ
Aspas getting this
आसपास भाई.
opening kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but
आइस पे.
AG.AL battle back on that round as well. It was a fantastic map of Lotus here.
Again, it's all gamers, so the shooting is going to be absolutely incredible. That is, the show is guaranteed when they are on the stage. It doesn't matter if it's against Team Heretics, now against MIBR. I think that after getting and saving that round, Fangi was like, I am not losing this.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
These are the
Lovely,
type of
lovely
games
game.
that make me love Valorant. When you have those moments where someone is able to step up, be that hero, just.
I'm just waiting for the Nongshim match, Ajay bhai.
Have to find a way to bounce back here, or they
कौन
will
सा
be
वीरो?
eliminated
कौन
from
सा?
EWC.
And as
Nongshim.
always, like I like to
Next
do on my
match.
desk, I
Yes.
give you callbacks. And you
Nongshim
said
versus
earlier,
G2.
We talked about
G2.
GRQ, we talked about Shrimp, we gave shout outs to Kira, but you're like, Fangir is the guy that normally
इसके बालों का कलर मस्त है ना अजय भाई.
that opportunity yet, but he does so here today in that first map.
He showed
Yes.
just how capable he can be. That's what we saw for them at
करे.
the start of the year. That's what we were all expecting
करे.
to see in Santiago, but they couldn't.
इसका नाम भी
get it
सही है,
over
S-Dog.
there. You know, the one win
Yes.
ultimately not enough for them. But right now, if he can continue this form that we're
वाह.
seeing from him,
अजय भाई.
here, I think his name
बोलो.
will become.
मैं
bigger
स्ट्रीम
and
चालू किया
bigger.
तभी फोन चार्ज पे लगाया और बटन अभी तक
बटन
चालू
चालू
नहीं.
हो गया.
KC
ये
Academy,
होता
what can I
है,
say?
होता है. ये
It's,
जीनियस लोगों के साथ अक्सर होता है,
all
डेमन
the
भाई.
talent comes from
अच्छा,
उसमें
फिर
आपकी
ठीक.
कोई गलती
just
नहीं.
nurture all of them.
फिर
It's good
ठीक
to
है.
see though the Fangir because as you're saying, the beginning of
हाँ,
the year
ठीक
it was
है.
history on.
Yes.
He played so incredibly well and he was the difference maker in this team. Everybody tries to speak English for him. He's learning a little bit, you know, here and there, but he's definitely worth the effort.
Well, MIBR now down to their
आ जाओ
last
भाई.
loss before leaving EWC
की जरूरत है अभी.
2026, but their guns can change their fate. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out after the break. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
ओके, ब्रेक के बाद आ रही ही आ जाएंगे.
ब्रेक अभी होगा तो म्यूट करेंगे गाइस. ओके. पाम पा पाम 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 पाम.
म्यूट कर दिया है बिकॉज ऐड चालू है.
यप. ऐड सुनना नहीं है. अजय भाई,
बोलो भाई.
कल फुटबॉल देखा आपने?
देगा ना, पूरा मैच देगा.
रोए कि नहीं?
बहुत. परसों भी.
मैंने
परसों
उसका
भी
हर्ष भाई का ये सुना, मतलब रील
क्या?
देखा. बोल रहे थे कि रोनाल्डो को पास भी नहीं दिया, बेचारे का लास्ट मैच था,
ऐसा नहीं. देखो डेमन भाई, गेम प्लान रहता है, गेम प्लान के हिसाब से बराबर खेल रहे थे. बट कैसा हुआ ना कि रोनाल्डो अकेला अपना घी निकल रहा था और बाकी सब वहाँ से गेम देखने आए थे. मतलब कोई इंटरेस्टली खेल रहा ही नहीं था इतना.
हाँ तो वही बोल रहे थे कि हर बार अगर गोल नहीं मिल रहा है तो फिर भी उधर से ही खेल रहे थे. रोनाल्डो था नीचे, बेचारा वेट कर रहा था, उसका लास्ट मैच था, कुछ तो ऐसा कुछ तो बोले,
हाँ, हो गया, रिटायर हो गया.
है ना. तो
हो गया.
वो वेट कर रहा है बॉल के लिए, पर बॉल कोई पास ही नहीं कर रहा उसको.
एग्जैक्टली. और सामने हरामी बच्चा था ना इसके, नेमार के सामने.
हम्म.
अगर ये हारती, स्पेन हारती कल, तो
हाँ
जो एक लड़का है जो अभी है 17 साल का है,
हाँ हाँ
यमाल करके,
हाँ हाँ, यमाल पता है.
तो उसको इतना रोस्ट करते थे ना, बहुत गंदा हरामखोर है वो बच्चा, मालूम है. बोलते हैं ना शैतानों का बाप, वैसे उसको कहा जा सकता है.
क्यों क्यों,
हम्म.
क्या किया उसने?
अरे सामने वाली टीम को है ना मैच के पहले चिढ़ा ही देता है.
अच्छा, मतलब बहुत
अपन
ट्रोल करता है.
अरे बहुत गंदा. अपन कैसे बोलते हैं वैलोरेंट में, नहीं हो रहा है क्या?
उकसाता है, उकसाता है.
अरे
अच्छा,
बहुत गंदा.
मतलब वीर
और
भाई, इन शॉर्ट वीर भाई है.
और
हाँ,
कल
खेलना
कल
वेलना को
उसने
तो कुछ आता नहीं है, बस
नहीं नहीं नहीं
सामने
नहीं
वाले
नहीं
से.
नहीं 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 भाई, वो बाप है, वो बाप प्लेयर है.
अच्छा अच्छा
वो मेसी को भी रुला सकता है, ऐसा प्लेयर है वो.
अच्छा. नहीं, वीर भाई नहीं, फिर वीर भाई बहुत गंदा खेलता
उसका सीन ऐसा था ना कल कि उसने नेमार के पोज में ये डाला, फोटो डाला.
है. हाँ
और लोग बोल रहे अगर हम हारे ना तो ये छोड़ेंगे नहीं रोनाल्डो के फैंस।
हाँ बराबर।
रोनाल्डो साला जीते वो लोग, स्पेन ही जीते।
Okay.
वही उस दिन दिखा था ना, बोला था ना वेयर इज यमाल, क्राउड चिल्ला रहा था, वही अपने इंस्टाग्राम पे डाल दिया।
अच्छा।
अरे बहुत तगड़ा है उसका। हिस्ट्री क्या मालूम है क्या कि
क्या?
2005 में ना मेसी एक एड शूट कर रहा था
हाँ
छोटे बच्चों का, मतलब बच्चों का कुछ प्रोडक्ट था, उसका ऐड था।
हाँ
और मेसी ने उसके, मतलब वो छोटा बच्चा है ना जो मेसी ने हाथ लगाया था उसके पैरों को,
हाँ हाँ।
वो वहां से वो चालू हुआ है कि बोलते ना फुटबॉल के गॉड ने उसका पैर को टच किया है, इसलिए वो इतनी छोटी उम्र में इतना तगड़ा खेलता है।
Stop,
क्या
they're
बात कर रहे
disrespecting all gamers. They're
हाँ,
all
अरे
gamers.
इतना तगड़ा
We're
खेलता है कि
all
अगला
in,
मेसी है वो।
okay? No. I get it. I get it.
17
Because
की उम्र
I
में
think
पहला
we've
वर्ल्ड कप
had
खेल
this
रहा है वो, और
happen
तगड़ा है भाई
previously
वो।
in Valorant. You know, where we have
सही है ना फिर
squads that
जगह।
have very good names,
अरे एक
players
प्लेयर को
that have
रोकने के लिए
performed
4 प्लेयर
incredibly
लगाते
in
हैं
the
बाजू में,
past.
मतलब सोचो ना कितना
I
बड़ा
think that
प्लेयर
there
है
is
वो।
a very big difference between not winning trophies, not this, is that.
कुछ तो बात है उसमें अजय
That
भाई।
is a big difference, and you can say whatever you want. You can speak about form. You can speak about whatever. The years have been fairly similar. If you were in top 4 in the last global event,
देखो एक
what were
बंदा
you?
है एम्बापे करके,
एम्बापे हाँ।
Like, what is the
हाँ
excuse?
तो
To
वो
not
रोनाल्डो को
give
अपना
it your
फैन
everything
मानता
here.
है,
All gamers is doing
ठीक
it.
है।
Okay,
हम्म।
just
एक
Twitter.
बार वर्ल्ड कप जीत चुका है, एक बार वर्ल्ड कप के फाइनल में हारा है।
हाँ
साला ये साल भी वर्ल्ड कप में फाइनल में है वो, उस फ्रांस वाले वो लोग क्या तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं यार, मतलब बोलते ना फेवरेट है वर्ल्ड कप की टीम,
हाँ।
वन साइड लेके जा रहे हैं।
मैं एम्बापे पता है।
हालैंड पता है
नहीं।
भाई, वो भाई वो जब मारता है ना, वो जो रहता है ना गोल का।
मैं इतना अजय भाई फुटबॉल फॉलो नहीं करता हूँ, बट है ना एक टाइम था, मतलब बहुत पसंद था खेलना मेरे को। मतलब ग्राउंड में खेलना भी और पीएस पे खेलना भी। वो गेमिंग कैफे रहते हैं पता है,
हाँ हाँ
उधर मैं पहले ना 2K WWE 2K खेलता था।
अच्छा। वो ये पता है, तुमको ये पता है क्या, वो 1 रुपया डाल के देखो, एक फाइट वाला गेम आता था जिसमें एक रेड कलर का बटन रहता था,
टेक्कन
पता
हाँ
है।
पता है।
वो मैं ज्यादा खेलता था।
टेक्कन 5
हाँ
टेक्कन
And
था
all
पहले।
gamers decided this.
वो
They
उसका एक
picked this map.
वो रहता ना
As you can
ऐसा,
see
मतलब
in the graphic right
हाँ
now.
हाँ
They
उसका
decided
जॉयस्टिक
पैनल
to
सिर्फ
वाला।
घुमाते रहने का।
made it last
हाँ
and
जॉयस्टिक वाला।
qualify here to
हाँ वो
EWC
ज्यादा खेलता था
versus
मैं।
Leviathan.
WWE
For all gamers,
बहुत
they
खेला है।
won
मैं
honest
WWE
against
खेलता था
Glorious,
पहले
but they're
बहुत
already a
ज्यादा,
little bit off
बट है
form.
ना मेरे एक
To me,
दोस्त
it
ने
has to
बोला
be about
कि
keeping
देख ऐसा
confidence
ऐसा
with
भी गेम
Eternal
रहता है,
GRQ, the cheeky plays
तो
here and
पैस
गॉड
there.
ऑफ वॉर खेलना है,
I see
गॉड
you
ऑफ
two
वॉर
have
खेलना
two
है।
open angles together.
गॉड ऑफ वॉर में
We can
इसमें
argue
खेला था,
one. Oh yes,
कैफे में
the other
जाके
one
खेला
TPs,
एक दो
and
बार
there's
उसके
a
साथ।
third one that just jumps.
अजय
मैं
भाई।
सोच रहा हूँ
Side, we still
अभी
need to work
सीरीज
on the
बना दूं मैं
synergies. I
कैफे
know
में
that
जाके
the
गेम की।
pressure is very, very high on
हाँ
एक
teams.
आइडिया
They're
है
still
मेरे
going
पास।
for the picks. Do not get me wrong. And
खेलो
of course,
खेलो अजय
all
भाई,
the
गॉड ऑफ वॉर
pressure
बहुत
right
बढ़िया
now
सीरीज है।
is on MIBR.
नहीं मेरे को अभी याद नहीं आ रहा, बट मैं खेला है।
नहीं बहुत अच्छा।
5 रुपए में आधा घंटा।
मेरे दोस्त के पास था पीएस, ठीक है, PS2 था,
हम्म,
तो उस पे खेलते थे हम लोग पेस।
अच्छा।
पेस खेलते थे पेस, भाई क्या ही मजा आता था अजय भाई 1v1 खेलने में।
देखो
मतलब
घुमन
आपकी एक
भाई,
टीम मेरी एक टीम, हम लोग खेल रहे भाई फुल।
देखो एक चीज है,
हाँ
ठीक है, एक मतलब अभी एक है चीज, वो अगर क्रैक हो गई ना तो PS5 आ जाएगा।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ वो
तो,
चीज हो गई ना,
तो तुम मेरे को एडप्ट कर ले फिर।
बस क्या भाई।
अगर 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 तुम्हारे पास PS5 आता है ना अजय भाई, मेरे को एडप्ट कर लो तुम,
वही वही वही।
है ना।
लेकिन
मेरे को
अगर
खाना पीना
PS5,
मत दो, मैं खाना पीना खुद का ले लूंगा चाहिए तो, बट
नहीं मैं क्या
मेरे
बोल
को
रहा हूँ,
खेलने
अगर
के लिए एडप्ट कर लो।
सुनो तो PS5 अगर ले लिया तो इसको सिर्फ कनेक्ट करना ना लैपटॉप के साथ,
हाँ ऑफ कोर्स ओबीएस पे कनेक्ट करना है बस।
और कुछ लोड नहीं लेगा ना फिर वो।
नहीं नहीं पूरा पीएस पे, आपका बस मॉनिटर चलेगा, या फिर
ओ
टीवी पे ही लगा दो ना।
टीवी पे कैमरा कैसे सेट करूँ, OBS कैसे सेट करूँ,
वो
ये भी सीखना है।
देखो ओबीएस टीवी और अपना लैपटॉप अपने साथ में कनेक्ट करो, ठीक है।
still,
अभी
it
रहने
is
दो
their opponent's
रहने दो
choice,
टीवी
but
घर
I
वाले
think
देख
it's one
लेंगे
where they have looked
फिर ठीक है।
relatively comfortable in the past, like going head to head with some pretty good
कि
teams
मैं सोच
recently.
ही रहा था
It's
कि
just whether or
उसका जो
not, like,
अगर डील
if
होता
they're
है
going to have
क्रैक
enough
भी कर लो
to take us to the
मतलब
third map.
It's
अगर
crazy
उसने
they're losing
बोला
ground
कि
as
चल
well.
करते
Like
हैं
in that
काम
last one, MIBR
हाँ
went plus
वो
10
PS5 की
on
जितनी
opening
अमाउंट है
kills
उससे ज़्यादा ही दे रहा है
Telling you.
against Aspis.
उसमें आ जाएगा
Like
PS5
it's wild to
स्प्लिट है
have
क्या
it
सेकंड मैप
spin
चालू हो
back
गया
in
है?
यस
favor of all gamers like
हो
that.
गया
But
AGL का ही
you
मैप है
said
ये
Fangir was that
आ
savior to
जाओ आ
pull
जाओ
back
चैट
so
जो
many
कोई आया
rounds
आपका
for them.
स्वागत है
MIBR
ए पे
आज
एंट्री
on the
आ
attack
गया
side here and waste no time getting into the A site. Just
आसपास
backstabbing
का
that smoke,
पोजीशन
but the
बहुत
rest of
पड़
the
गया
squad and those smokes, they're not going to last forever. And finally, they
प्रेडिक्ट कर
will
रहा
make
है
it through.
नाइस
In the nick of
नाइस रे
time,
अगर
the
इधर
plant
स्मोक मिलता तो इधर खड़े रह सकते
without any advantages found, though. They were hoping that someone from All Gamers would give them a fight, give them a scrap. And now they have to go looking
पता
for a
नहीं बट
deep
ये मैप
push
मेरे को बहुत सही
in
लगता है
towards the
खेलने के लिए
spawn.
है ना?
And they've got a
एक्चुअली
foothold now. Now it's more on All
आ
Gamers
जाओ
to fight
चैट आ
back.
जाओ वेलकम वेलकम टू
No,
द
they've
वॉच
lost
पार्टी
screens. And reclaiming that is going to be difficult.
वॉल्यूम थोड़ा
I
कम
was
रखा है क्या
waiting
मैंने
for them to try and make the move round to heaven. Now the
तब भी
plant
सोच चुकी है
is not the
मेरे को भी सुनाई
greatest
नहीं दे रहा
for the side of
हाँ वो
MIBR. In fact,
ऐड
I
आई
would say
थी
it's
ना?
a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move on. They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of their noses, and nobody gets anywhere near it. MIBR
क्या
was so
खेल रहे हो?
ready and raring to try the wraparound,
क्या
but the
था
plant just
ये
wasn't for that
देन मैं
position.
मतलब तुम समझ
That's
रहे
the
हो
danger. They planted for backside. Remember, those
Ninja
smokes were
defuse.
fading by the time that they pushed in. It was a couple seconds left on them, but not enough to go planting up for heaven. A piece of utility to disrupt, and all of a sudden
मतलब
they're
ये
on the
थ्रो
back
कर
foot
रहे
in the round.
लिटरली
So
राउंड
instead,
थ्रो कर
पहले
दिया
ही
take a
राउंड में
safe
ऐसा
plan and try to use those sky flashes to fight deep into the spawn. Sure, it works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second
कैसे
that
होगा
All Gamers get some presence on the site, get boots on the ground, it already flips things massively in their favor. That is a big pistol pickup. Fangir again showing that he's still got chops in this mirror matchup. And an eco coming out of MIBR.
सेविंग
That's a
राउंड है
spam on the back of the tap. GRQ doesn't get anything for
हाँ
it.
लवली
But
फ्लैश
now he's
रे
in danger. Never mind. He'll go down
लवली
eventually,
फ्लैश
but
रे
the work has been done.
क्या फ्लैश था ये मार
Comfortable in the end.
कसम
I think as well, like one thing I'm
Okay.
loving most
AGL
about Fangir is
देखो
I think there will
AGL
be
है
a
ना
lot of
अभी
people who
अगर
go
तगड़ा
into this
खेली
game
तो
and go
मैप
like,
यही मैप में
look
लेके
at the
जाएगी
careers of the players
हाँ
on the other side. Like these are
तो
नहीं
पहले
खेल
ऐसा
रही
कर
है
लो
अजय भाई
champions,
उनका अभी बोनस राउंड है और इनका फुल बाय राउंड है
masters. Like there's so much
मैं तो
depth
बोल
in
रहा हूँ
terms of
डेमन भाई
who
खेल
has
लो
been
खेल
there,
लो
done that, got the
क्या
t-shirt.
सीन मालूम है
And Fangir doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like he's like, I'm gonna full
अगर
stick
ये
this,
होता
and
है
if you guys are
ठीक है
nearby, cool. If
अगले
not, I
मैप
don't
में
care.
अगर
Like
अगले
it
मैच
is
में
just
तीनों भी
a
मैप हो जाते हैं तो
confident
अपना
player,
अपने को भी स्ट्रीम करने को टाइम मिल
no
जाएगा
matter who he is up against.
हाँ
It's got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in mind, a few rifles kept over into this round, and SMG
दूसरा वाला
by,
स्ट्रीम
but
बोल रहे हो
there's
क्या
definitely some vulnerabilities, and because of
हाँ
that, the
अपना
defense
वाला
are going pushing.
हाँ
All Gamers
बिकॉज आज काम
not
भी नहीं है तो हो
scared
सकता
of their
है खाना खा के
opposition. That is for
Actually.
sure. It's a blitz, but Mizzino was
अभी
ready.
टाइम है
Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully he does cancel that aggression. Might be time to flee, but MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life
Nice
after
trade.
one good trades for MIBR to start.
trade.
And the main thing about this is it's dangerous when that low buy comes running at you. It's
अगर
dangerous
इधर
when some of
पेंसिल
the
मारा
players could
भाई
potentially be isolated, but MIBR stayed
मार
calm
सकता है
and just
डेमन
तो
भाई
ये बोनस
worked
राउंड
together
कन्वर्ट
to
होगा
do
अजय
it,
भाई
obviously with the
और
exception of Tex, who was the
ये
front
जीत
bencher.
जाएंगे
I liked as well that Werner was just happy to go, I'm going to paranoia my own teammate because he's
4
close
versus
enough
1
that it
नहीं
doesn't
होगा
matter, and I don't want to
in a
die.
nice round for him
So, clearly happy to hold their ground, and hey, I don't mind it from all gamers. Like, you got a weaker buy, you got SMGs, and I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. So just go for something risky. You catch them, you
वो
have
लेकर वो
a
लोग
far
स्टैक
higher
देखो
chance to
कैसे है
win the
अजय भाई
round.
एग्जैक्टली
Also,
देखो ना
I think it's good limit testing as well. Like, you do something like that and you just see, what did the opponents do? Like,
Yeah, how
do
did
they
they
hear
react?
4 of us rushing and they instantly run to the A site? Then we know that a little bit of early aggression could potentially push them
स्पेक्टर
into
से
a
खेल
heavier
रहे डेमन
setup
भाई
if we want.
हाँ
I
आपकी वाली
think
है
it's a really good idea to get aggro, but
पर्पल है
MIBR
बस
वाइदा
maintain
वाइदा
that
वो तो
aggression
लवली
beautifully.
लवली
That's a rifle now, and he's just going to pop the snake bite and run for the hills.
गन सेव कर
Really not bad in terms of a low buy. You get out with an extra gun. You drop 2 of their guns. For MIBR, they'll
नाइस
probably be quite
गन
happy with that as well. 3 players alive versus the low buys.
बोनस
They've
राउंड है
definitely
ये
had some
उसमें भी
troubles
गन
here
सेव
and
कर
there
लिया
with losing
लवली
players to pistols. So
एग्जैक्टली
I don't think either side are going to be too disappointed with that one. But there you go. There's the paranoia. Just go there. Like, voters like, screw it. If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where the game really should get going. Rifles across the board.
क्या है वो?
Even a
मम्मा क्या है वो?
outlaw for Fangir being put into play.
वो काजू देना मेरे को.
Does seem like there's heavy shields across the board though, so it's not going to be an insta-kill. In fact, he's not going to land the shot at all.
Oh, nice dodge.
Fangir's movement to get out was nice, but
Nice
Verno
dodge,
is hot
nice
on their
dodge.
heels.
वर्नो चल गया.
They have made this one look incredibly easy.
वर्नो चल गया.
Site and taken every fight with great success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on. Like we said, he had a really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You can see him straight up into heaven for that brawl. And
अरे माँ कसम GRQ.
at least it's some sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR.
ले ले
Happy to throw themselves at
थोड़ा
this just
नीचे
to
कर.
remove the weapons. At least to start.
क्या
Aspas
भाग
was.
गया. नहीं दिया पिक.
Seems like a bit more
पिक नहीं दिया पिक.
patience on the rest of the squad. And I like that. They've already got 2 players that are fully invested into this round. So if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and sort of ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give all gamers a chance to steam back into the lead. So 2-2 we go. And the question is, for the defensive side, like saving 2
Let's
weapons
go.
here,
2
it puts
versus
them in a spot
2.
where they could
अजय
force
भाई.
around it, especially with the validity of like
अगर इधर मैं होता ना
this map, for example,
I
playing
think
on
they'll
heaven.
half.
और मैं रेस ले लेता.
Around those rifles and saving up for the next.
With
is
it-
probably
वो
the
बम
thing as well,
फटने के
I
बाद
think
मैं
bring it up with
किसी
you
के पैर के
mentioning
नीचे
Verno,
वो
I think
सैचल
that
डाल देता.
ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side.
first
where
time.
they were
देखा ना वो
able
कैसे
to
कॉर्नर में
really
बैठे थे.
So the fact that they've got that attack side
Diga,
start
diga,
might
diga.
actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half by 3 rifles in play.
Nice.
One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely
GRQ.
under the control of the attack.
अभी GRQ को तोड़ रहे.
Fangir's trying his best to get a pot shot or 2 off, and indeed a walk up from Bai is quite aggressive. Being caught by Aspas for free. Of course, when you have those pistols,
अजय भाई.
sometimes you try to take your timings.
आपने कभी वो वाले काजू खाए अभी वो जो
That hasn't worked
साल
out
पट
this time
निकाल
around
के
for
खाते हैं
all
ना.
gamers. The 2 rifles that they've got left, a decision perhaps you could carry them through
नहीं
the next.
मतलब
And they're
मतलब उसका
at least
वो
doing that with one of them. Kira's on
ये
the
कैसा
side.
रहता है?
I
शेक
don't
करके
imagine
से
he's going
छिलका
for the
रहता
latest flank of all time.
हाँ
For
हाँ
Fangir, he's been
वैसा
good
चीज
ये
every
बोल रहे हो क्या
time.
जला
He
के
wants to
खाए
make
क्या
it
ऐसा बोल
costly
रहे हो
because
क्या
नहीं
he's
नहीं
MIBR's
रोस्टेड काजू
friends.
नहीं.
Already
गांव
in
के
a
काजू रहते हैं
really
पता है
good
एकदम ऐसे
spot. Winning
कवर्ड
this one
रहते
with
हैं वो.
all 5 alive is going to make
नहीं
क्या
this
रहता है उसको?
dangerous. The imbalance is going to
जला
be
के बहुत खाए
stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that 1 rifle through.
Yeah, and I
मेरे
also
को वो वाले
consider
भाई म्यूट
the,
आप
the
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or
Lovely
anything,
round.
but I do just look at these agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the Jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekon on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping
3 राउंड
regularly
निकाल दियो
with Mazzino, like one of them now
लगातार.
being the initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw the impact that it can have with him currently being 5-1 on the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition
अजय
for
भाई
MIBR, and even just some of the early rounds. The
मेरे
fact
को
that
लग रहा
Aspas
है
is again, he's taking that
क्या
ये
aggressive
राउंड
space
ये
with
मैच
dashes and the
ML
follow-up.
लेके जा रही है.
It's fairly similar to the previous map,
देखते
which
ना
worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic, because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult because on the defense, how it's panned
पीछे
out for them
मिक्सर
so
का आवाज
far
आता
has
रहेगा
been
वो अवॉइड कर
well, they
देना
haven't gotten to play strong retakes.
नहीं आ रहा नहीं आ रहा.
Those first 2.
नहीं आ रहा है ना
They are
हाँ.
ठीक है ठीक
constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2
ठीक है
players
ठीक है
left
ठीक है
alive, even there in a 3v5.
अरे भाई आपके पास
having to
माइक
save
है,
with
आप
the
तो
2
ऐसा मत
rifles.
बोला करो.
1 guy's going to save. They haven't been
अरे
able
माइक
to
कर रे साला माइक
avoid
मेरा
the
आवाज छोड़
early
के बाकी सब
aggression
चीजों का आवाज
with
डिटेक्ट कर लेता
sorry,
है
they haven't been able to avoid the
नहीं
early
ऐसा
aggression
कुछ
at
नहीं
all.
है.
And they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the
मेरे को
A-side
ऐसा
full
लग
buy.
रहा है
It literally looked
कि
like
थोड़े टाइम
MIBR
जब
walked into an eco.
थोड़ा
In fact, I
अर्निंग
think it
सोर्स
would have
बढ़
been more
गया ना
dangerous against an
अच्छे
eco because there
माइक
probably
पे
would have
इन्वेस्ट
been more
कर लूंगा
players there. So for all gamers, it's
नहीं
not just about finding the solution. It's about
मत करो, वर्क
avoiding
नहीं है.
that early burst, not losing 2 players
ये
in the initial
इसका कैसा
aggression from
मालूम है क्या?
MIBR. And all the while,
इसका
MIBR
वायर
didn't come in
परमानेंटली मैंने
and
फिक्स
pump
कर
price
दिया, अगर वो
themselves.
वायर
I
हिला है
imagine
ना
they're
तो ये
expecting to see
डिस्कनेक्ट
some
हो जाता है.
pointed aggression from the defense now.
अच्छा लूज
But
हो
we
गया क्या?
can't sit back and wait. We have to instead
स्टार्टिंग से ही लूज है, तो मैंने
commit.
उसको
We gotta push A
परमानेंटली फिक्स
main,
कर
or
दिया है.
we need the info early. But
वो
that hasn't
रिमूव
been the
करता ही
approach.
नहीं मैं.
It seems
तो
like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit
मम्मी
more
बोल
of
रही
an
ज्यादा
avenue
मत खा,
to
बुद्धूला
find
बोल
those
रही.
opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point
Let's
of
go,
call
let's
for
go, let's
Bangor, and it's something that
go.
we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody
Nice,
else! Straight into
Bang, yeah.
mid-text, didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong.
यार
Flash
निकाल के
might just
भागा
give the
वो.
game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time,
Hey,
they don't
lovely
have
day.
that tip of the spear. Zekken to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage, though, but so is Mazzino.
And now the ops in position. They sit and they wait, knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mazzino is in main, but he can't afford to leave this. He is so desperately low. It's on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of him from what we can see. Fangir swung in, but the rest of the squad did just
Nice
the same.
comeback,
All
EJ.
gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the third player over to the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, though, those two players still had to do well, but you don't have that one-two punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went in first and definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
Well, Seekers right away. MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him. They want to play a full retake of this B site, and again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR washed them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though, could be a different story, and the showstopper certainly will.
Gets rid of
Nice ult.
any chance of having smokes on the retake. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a little more. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fangir, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again, leaves it close and down to just Verno! And he's definitely back in the server after map 1. Another high-impact round for the
W
AG.AL.
round, W
What is it,
round.
8-2 now? Yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what
देखो ना,
we
मेरे को
saw
ऐसा
from
क्यों लग
Verno
रहा है
starting
लास्ट
out the
मैप की
previous
तरह
map.
ये
As you
मैप में
said,
भी क्लोज
it might
जाएंगे और
change
हार
when we
देंगे.
swap sides. That's
नहीं
why
नहीं नहीं, वार्नो खुल गया आ जाए भाई.
seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying.
देखो 1 मिनट में 1 मिनट में.
Giving them a lifeline. In 2
Verno नहीं
buy
जाने
rounds
देगा
now,
ये.
Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board, not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall, it's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers, right back in with a full buy, right back in with the operator, but 3 players towards the A side, and it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. It's why the op is such a good counter to this, because they're contacting so many of the early angles, but if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Kira does well to get one, but the trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
It's back to basics. It's what this composition does
Let's
best.
go.
You have the jet, you have the raise, you have a sky for the flash, and you're in as quick as possible. Viper's pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh
nice
retake,
ult.
especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well,
Nice ult.
they don't have that anymore. Bai's trying to find a gap, but that gap is exploited by Mazzino instead, and for the remaining couple, if you want to throw the operator into this, you might just now. That's one, but time is too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already
go.
on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in that first half of Lotus finding their rhythm early on. And I guess looking across, though, for Fangir, for Aspas. Definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the Jet on this map for Fangir.
टाइम आउट नहीं आया अभी तक
playing on the
या 3 राउंड हारने के बाद फटाफट ले लेते हैं
You look at it from the perspective of Fangir, things have slowed. And I do think that, in my mind, that's not so much a danger as it is it's a matter of time before he finds that rhythm again.
Well, wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so far, is when his operator was in position, when he swung mid, perfect. But it almost feels like he's reactionarily moving. So, okay, they hit B fast the last couple of rounds, let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking up A. The spike about to rejoin the rest of the players on that side of the map. And sure, you get the early warning system of those sky flashes, but it only tells you that somebody is there. It doesn't go 5 players. They don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a 3rd player, and while Zekken maybe a little audacious.
nice.
Aspas down as well. It's a fantastic pickup by Bai.
AG.AL का round है ये.
MIBR falling
अच्छे से
like
खेलेंगे तो
flies,
निकल
one
जाएगा.
at a time they face, and one at a time they fall. The rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. A double jump peek onto Messino. Well,
बोलो ना ये round निकल रहा है AG.AL का round है ये.
To be fair, he could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility. I do agree, for Fangir, it feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them, and I do like the approach. For MIBR, they play contact with the choke points, then they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. But Fangir's done that every round, and every round he's been sat there. We got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash.
उसको भी लगा रहेगा ना डेमन में. वेलकम टू द वॉच पार्टी गाइस. जो कोई आया है 3 लोग देख रहे हैं.
क्या मैं मार सकता हूँ?
स्पेशली कर दो लाइक कर दो वॉच पार्टी लाइक कर दो. 10 लाइक का हमारा गोल है वो कंप्लीट कर देना. एंड साथ में आज की वॉच पार्टी हमारे साथ पूरी देख लेना. पार्टी बन भाई क्या बोल रहे थे? बोलो
क्या लगा होगा
कि अरे देखो कैसे अभी उसको भी पता है कि सेव करके मतलब नहीं है. ठीक है, तो उसने बोला एक आधा किल ले लेता हूँ उतने पॉइंट्स भी मिलेंगे. फिर भी उसने ले लिया, 1 किल ले लिया था. नाइस शॉट रे.
नहीं मैं मजीद इसका नहीं बोल रहा, जैकन का नहीं बोल रहा.
तो किसका बोल रहे हैं?
टेक्स जो ऊपर से उठा ना नीचे.
हाँ मालूम है वो तो. वो तो जरूरत ही नहीं थी. ये सेटअप अच्छा था.
हाँ ना.
अगर टाइम पे दोनों खुलते थे ना मस्त सेटअप था.
The smoke is delaying slightly, but this looks now like an A hit.
पाउना डजन मिलते थे.
lovely.
The B site that will keep them in position a moment longer, but it thins the herd for MIBR. And towards the A side,
देखो ML के साथ है ना यही फंडा हो रहा है. 2 राउंड निकलने के बाद वो है ना वो भाग रहे हैं.
consistent menace for this squad. The snake bite stops the wrap around, and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through.
नहीं यार.
MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Kira could have just played the time, but I felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing that Tex was still up above, and instead gave them a way back into the round. The duo that was so impactful.
Important ult miss कर दिया उसने.
Over on Lotus. Can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Fangir is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens, and again the second the dash is sent out, Tex is there to punish.
Yeah, nice round, ML.
Ability that before his eyes.
Tex is back, guys.
With the death of an all-gamers player.
आ गया.
Nice round.
क्या रो रहा है? नहीं. मेरे को लगा रो रहा है. मेरे को लगा श्रिम्प रो रहा है.
ये राउंड ML का था ही नहीं, बट क्या ही तगड़ा कमबैक किया.
हग दिए वो लोग.
For MIBR 2 versus 4, a player waiting on the A side, the TP taken from GRQ.
Technical pause.
It was even a 5v2, no, because Bai was alive initially, getting picked off on the cross.
किसी का कुछ तो हो
And to
गया.
end up with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face. A little bit of a tech pause coming in from all gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good moment for players to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully felt like
Nice,
a bit of a throw was
Ray.
when Kira Blast packs up. It's like, you want the kill badly enough that you're going to try and offset your opponent, but if you just sit in the back with a showstopper, there really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from
क्या issue हुआ
GRQ.
रे?
They could assume it. They knew
पता
about
नहीं।
buy, but they
Headphone
hadn't
का कुछ
spotted
तो हुआ।
Kira, unless I'm mistaken. And so even the showstopper activated, even just sitting
AG के
there,
headphone का
there's
कुछ
a
तो
chance
हुआ।
that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because it was like
अच्छा।
10 seconds left to plant, that they just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy
I don't
to try and close the round
The thing
out.
is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Yeah,
Guys,
you
like
just stand
करना
there, they
is
then
important.
have to run at you.
जो भी कोई नया आया है लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को,
Just wait, and a player
लाइक है आज
flies
का
into his cross,
10
and it's
लाइक
like,
का
okay, it's
लाइक
not a bad one.
एम है आज
But
का
it's a good
10
recovery.
लाइक का।
And finally one of those clutch rounds actually going the way of MIBR.
Let's
I
see
think
आप
after
कर
the first
पाते हो
round,
कि
a lot
नहीं।
of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening jewels. They were getting a lot of them.
And
then all gamers
मैंने
were able to
पोल
win
डाला है, उस पे
half
जरूर वोट करना
equal
क्योंकि
at a minimum,
आपका
considering they
ओपिनियन
lost pistol in second round. For MIBR, this
जानना
is
हमारे लिए
already a pretty
इम्पोर्टेंट
decent
रहता है।
half on the attack.
चलो गाइस बैक
They're
बैक
going to want
बैक
a little
बैक
bit
चलो
more
गए
and right back to regular
मैच चलो गए
program.
मैच
It's
चलो
looking
गए
like a
मैच
fast
चलो
8
गए
hit.
गाइस आ जाओ
Smoke
अरे
it,
नाइस
top
शॉट
okay,
रहा है
Gears taking down Tech
भाई।
somehow. A spam straight through, and it's going to be a
पैंजीर
5
भाई
versus 4 in
पैंजीर।
the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes that they can get on the site. There's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across. Kira drew the eyes
Nice,
of GRQ,
Ray.
could find
Lovely.
the headshot and leave Zekin all alone. Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in, nice work, and an A thrown out, goodbye time. He's evaded the shots to start with, but the op will find him in the end. As tight as it will be, there is
आगे ही
enough
जाता है
time on
यार
that
क्यों
clock
पीछे
for
आया
all gamers to push up to 5.
लवली
It's
लवली
a nice attempt in a
lovely
scenario that
lovely lovely
definitely
W
felt
बट
W
वो
big
वो
I
रीड
think
मत कर रहा था
might
अजय
have been
भाई।
sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking
हाँ
awful
उसने
lot
देखा वो
about
आपके
Fangirls and
आपके
plays
सामने
it
नहीं
like
जा रहा
that.
था।
I don't know what they're on about. Well, this
वो
is
अगर
literally
जाता तो उधर निकल
like,
लेता था वो
3
किला आराम
kills,
से
an
हाँ।
opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like, this guy, when he is in position,
ये देखो
has
कैसा
been a
पुश हुआ
real problem for MIBR, but it is just the all-in gamble
देखो
every
देमन
single time.
भाई
If
क्या
he's
लगता है
in the
भी
right place
बताओ
at the right time.
क्या ही
Chance for a
बताए।
6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from all gamers, but
मेरे को तो लग रहा है
going
एमएल
level, they
निकाल
won't
लेगी।
mind. That's an immediate showstopper,
एमएल
and it's
ये मैच
close.
निकाल लेगी,
But
बट
is
नहीं
down to
निकालना चाहिए।
40 HP, but will
AG.AL
Nick tell the
देखते
tale?
थे
Is he going to get back into the vibes? But I don't think he can.
No, he's going to let it fade. With Aspis holding up close, it would have been a risky fight. The judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. Forced back by the grenade as well. But Kira does really
Lovely,
well.
lovely, lovely.
It's a triple for Kira. The fall in the end. Tex and Verno still have some life left to give.
एस मिस कर दिया भाई बंदे
Lob
ने।
क्या
waiting for
सिक्स
an
ही मार दिया
overextension.
भाई
In fact,
क्या
the opposite.
सिक्स
Didn't
ही
want that.
Just the wrong moment. Picks up the judge, and it's a little bit of an oopsie. Now look who's posted
2
on the
सेकंड
other.
और
Who
होल्ड कर
was?
लेता तो
It's
मिल
Tex
लेता
right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
हिल ले लिया
The Seekers will find him though.
नाइस
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with.
ने खुद को कवर देखा कैसे किया अजय भाई?
Somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double.
नाइस
this
शॉट
attack side.
नाइस शॉट
And Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And
Lovely
to be honest, he might be right.
mindset भाई।
देवन
Started
भाई
planting
क्या
just yet.
क्या
दिमाग
घुमाया
कहाँ
देखो
चल रहे हैं
To
भाई?
get to the other side. It'll be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear. Another
देखा
slow-
डेवन भाई कैसे घुमाया
another
वन
attack
देखो ना
वर्सेस
भाई।
दिया
And this one will be
इसका
stuck.
दिमाग कहाँ
Meantime,
चलता
Shrimp's
है?
gonna try with the spam and has managed to catch it. That was the planter.
Oh.
This time Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to reaggress. The orb utilized on the other side and a
अरे
sneaky move from
नाइस
Tex to
वन रे
escape and close the round. Again,
हाँ
another nice
कसम
attempt for
क्या
Shrimp,
राउंड था
but it
ये,
will be MIBR to go in with a
अरे
lead at the
भाई
half.
क्या
I think
राउंड था
Tex
गाइस,
finishes that one with
लवली
double
राउंड,
भाई
digits
लवली
in
राउंड
क्या
terms of
ही
kills
था
making
ये
every
भाई,
single
क्या ही
one
मतलब
भाई
was high
सही बोलूं।
impact. Verno in the same boat
अजय
as well.
भाई
They
आज
both
सब
अजय
लोग
भाई
तो
म्यूट नहीं हुआ, मैं
in a
म्यूट पे हूँ,
big
म्यूट।
way
हाँ हाँ
during this
लाइक
first half, and
चैट
MIBR
ऐसा
now
मेरे
with a
को
lead
समझा
at the
ना आज
halftime. That's got to
कि
be a big
वाइपर
upside
का
for them
क्या
to bring this
यूज
to
है
a
आज
map
पहली
3.
बार समझा भाई।
It feels like
हम
the
लोग
wind's in
अंधाधुन
their
डाल देते थे
sails, but
स्मोक, चलो वाइपर
I'll be
हाँ
finding
मिला
myself
स्मोक
counting
डाल
all
देते,
gamers out. Remember how this
बट
started?
भाई आज
They were
समझा कि
not
उसका
able to
फायदा
deal
क्या
with
है।
the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those
अभी
round
अभी
3
मैं
and 5,
खेल सकता हूँ, अभी मैं अलग अलग
still
एजेंट
anyone's
खेल
game.
सकता हूँ,
Yeah,
बिकॉज
it's
कल
worth
भी मैंने
saying that both
चेम्बर
teams
और जेट के साथ खेला
in the
था।
previous map were
मैंने
able
एक
to
थोड़ा भी
win
सोचा
it
है
out
कि ये ना
over on their
अनरेटेड खेल लेंगे
attack
अलग अलग
side.
एजेंट के साथ,
And then their
थोड़ा
defense
बहुत
felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to,
थोड़ा बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस भी बिल्ड हो
well,
जाएगा।
in the case of all gamers play with the rotations, and on the other
बिकॉज
side, the more
सेज
direct
करके
entry
क्या हो रहा है
style
मालूम है क्या,
was working wonderfully for them.
सेज
Even
में
still,
ना
though, I
मैं
think MIBR not
ज़्यादा
winning the pistol and
ज़्यादा
coming
राउंड
into
में
7
स्पेक्टर
rounds,
पे
sure,
खेलता
there
हूँ,
were, I think, multiple
बिकॉज
either 2v3 or
वॉल
2v4,
और
so
ये
they had
सेज
to
का बहुत
clutch out.
महंगा गिरता है,
It's definitely
ना
looking
स्लो
like a better scenario for them, rather than I would say
और
in
सेज के
the last
देखोगे तो
map
मोस्टली
where
दो ही
they
एबिलिटीज,
needed that
मतलब एक
4-0
वॉल और
start to
एक हिल
have
वाला, दो
the
ही खेलता हूँ
closer
मैं ज़्यादा।
attack side.
नाइस।
feels like the
सबसे पहले
competition
मैंने
got
नियॉन
tighter.
खेलना स्टार्ट किया था, फिर हर
That
बार
was a
ज़्यादा
great
खेलता
round
था,
as well. We just saw in the replay from Zach in the 2.5 seconds, considering he
फिर
was a
मैंने सेज पे
1v4.
स्विच मार दिया, तो मेरे अभी
The
सेज
nade
ही मेन हो गई
almost
थी, बट
taken out
मैं
the
अभी
player.
चेंज करूंगा, अल्टरनेट खेलते रहूंगा।
And even there for Shrimp.
नाइस शॉट,
What a try. The spam, the reposition,
बिकॉज
the
एंड ऑफ
flash
द
down
डे
to try to
गेम सिर्फ
cancel the
एम का है,
plant, force the fight.
एबिलिटीज तो एक बोलते ना
Very nice try, but Tex in those clutch
50%
moments
गेम
finds
बोलते
himself
ना
in
एबिलिटी
post
का
plant
भी, और
backside.
50 नहीं
Something
30%
activates
और
it, and we saw
70%
it
एम
on
का
both
गेम है,
sides of the map.
और बाकी सब तो माइंड सेट आप कितना लगा सकते हो।
Now we come in to half number 2. All gamers still, and the thing for them, they're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close the series, to take it 2-0, to send MIBR home and lock in
लेट्स
playoffs.
गो चैट,
And a
लेट्स गो।
pistol round could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack went last map. Yeah, as we said, MIBR not out of the woods yet. This pistol could make it a bit more comfortable for the defense.
Yeah, they are the only representative of China left. MIBR look to join 100 Thieves and NRG, maybe even G2 later in the day. It could be 4v4 in terms of Americas versus EMEA, depending on how these two last games of the groups go. Zekken is already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk-up. It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again? It looks like they are. This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse, and I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. Yeah, they're going back.
Same as what we saw on Lotus, Tom. All gamers were pulling the threads, using MIBR like puppets.
Yeah, there you go.
अजय भाई
You
वो
see
जेट
from
का
Mazino
पोजीशन
go,
दे दो।
okay, they are now on A, but now they have a backstab of their raise and a second one in the form of Shrimp.
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind to play those roles, but all they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct, if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position at least
अरे
of the plant
नाइस
is for
फ्लैश
Heavy
भाई,
and Tex clean up the site immediately.
नाइस
GRQ
आसपास,
trying his best to slow them down. The heaven position
बढ़िया।
needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything. And MIBR,
Nice
it's
round,
said,
man.
Lovely
right, they're
round,
grouped up,
lovely
they're
round.
in that
Yeah.
clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's coming from the south side, that's in sewers, the flank.
चलो
They
गाइस
don't care
मैप
about any of
नंबर
that. They're
3 पे
ready to
जाना
go
है
the
हमें।
second that they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR, because that
नहीं
was
अजय
their
भाई,
major problem on the
बिल्कुल
last map was
Oh, yeah.
they've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then I've rotated through spawn and I've been killed by a late flank. They've
Back
then
incoming.
planted a player on B as I leave B, I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay, now we have a 3v5 retake. Instead, okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together, even if we
देखो
trade 1-for-1, we
किल्स
come
में
out far
इतने
more
ज्यादा
even than
फर्क नहीं है
before.
अजय भाई,
And then in this case,
कमबैक
Aspas
आएगा।
gets 2 immediate headshots on the players
देख
holding. They are now the
देखते हैं,
panicky
देखते हैं।
team and not us.
It's going to be a full eco from all gamers, as you'd expect. The classics across the board. Paranoia left just to take fence. It's already a bit of an investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through.
Lovely.
And now you've lost Kira. No nade
Lovely.
first round. No
Nice.
six anymore with GRQ
Nice,
down.
nice.
If they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR,
अजय भाई,
buy isn't what
ये
we
आपकी
see
वाली
all the
चीज
time,
की ये
where
है,
if you
पता है
have a
क्या?
lot of bulldogs, or you
Pistol.
even have some
क्या
players playing low
Okay.
life for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs. It's a Marshall.
जो
Losing these
वैंडल
for
की
next
थी ना आपके पास, ब्लैक थॉर्न,
till the end of the movement, the
हाँ
two
वाली,
picks probably won't get
और वो जो
the sweat on the brow of the
डंडा था
defensive
ना,
side. We
डंडा,
need it to be a little
हाँ
bit
वो
more
हाँ
than
आपकी
that.
हाँ
It
स्पेक्टर
doesn't look
वाले
like
स्किन
we'll get any more than the
का
one.
था डंडा.
अरे
Best
यार
shot,
क्या हग रहे
spike
हट
in his control at the very least. And
ये देखो, ये देखो.
there we go. I was going to say, Zakin must be aware that
ये तो दिखा
it could be coming from screens. And he looked at it.
गुलाब रखा ना
Soft
काला
there,
गुलाब
just
रखा
concede that space and punish
नहीं,
him.
गुलाब नीचे है,
Walks out
ऊपर
here. Oh, not
स्टील है,
even punish
स्टील.
him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work.
खत्म
MIBR with 9, and I think they did a good job of avoiding the real dangers around mid there.
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon.
लेट्स
We
गो
have a
चैट
chance to
लेट्स
farm
गो
up
आज
orbs.
कोई
We
नहीं
go
आ
for
रहा है
something
चैट में
risky
ऐसा
in
क्यों
close range. Like I think
है
Split
ना अजय भाई?
allows you to do that. Like
मेरा
you
भी
can
नहीं हो
play
रहा
some
है कुछ.
angles where
कोई
first
आ
if
ही नहीं
anybody
रहा.
has light shields, that Spectre can do a lot of work.
सबका
Same with the Stinger. But
शायद आज
also if they
ऑफिस है
don't,
सबका
if I
सब
sit
ऑफिस में
on a
चले
tight
गए
angle, I have a chance to win that battle.
सबका
So
मंगलवार
it
है.
means that the likelihood of winning this round is a
आज
lot
मंगलवार
less
है
than if you go for all the rifles.
ध्यान
But
में भी
also
नहीं
it
है
means that
लेमन
you're not
भाई
going to have crazy costly rounds if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, you're not going to have weapons recovered by the opponents that are really that scary up against you. And
क्या
the
बोल
way
रहे
that the
हैं
economy's
अजय भाई?
going, they'll have an operator as
मेरे को
soon
याद
as they
ध्यान में
want
भी
it in
नहीं
the
आज
hands of
मंगलवार है
Aspas.
Or light shields.
क्या मटन चिकन खाया क्या कुछ?
Indeed.
नहीं नहीं
For all gamers, there's especially close range, like those SMGs are now going to find a much easier fight when push comes to
अभी
shove.
सारे
Look
दिन मेरे
how
को एक जैसी
the
लगता है
setup as well.
है ना?
Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A
घर
main.
पे ही रहते ना अभी अपन.
From what we can see, all
लेकिन
gamers
अच्छा ही है
want to take it in this direction. Two mid, spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there, and I think that info
ये देखो, देखो.
should be pieced
डंडा
together
देखा?
by the defense.
हाँ देखा देखा देखा
वो आपके स्पेक्टर वाली स्किन का डंडा है.
ये फायर वाला कौन सा है
You
ये
might think that they've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-cleared
आग
the
निकल
flank
रही
from
है
B. But very soon, all gamers are going to have rotations coming their way or a flank underway. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared. Tex.
लेमन भाई अपन एक
It's a snake
गन
in the
दूसरे को देते
grass,
हैं
the
अपना
chance
जैसे
to do
स्किन
so
एक
much
दूसरे के
damage
साथ शेयर
first
कर दे
and the second
हाँ,
as
लेके
well.
गया वो.
This gives Aspas an opportunity. Bear in mind those light shields, and that's where the Spectre is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all onto Bai, and they don't have to peek. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazzino wins the fight at
Nice
range.
shot.
A
10-5 अजय
fantastic
भाई,
round from
10-5.
Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo
मैं क्या
of
बोला
Tex
डेवन भाई
and
मैच थ्री
Aspas is
जाना है
not
अभी
necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, then this is the thing.
उन लोगों ने
मैं
कॉर्नर स्टेकिंग है.
Towards the site.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ और
Still,
फाइनल
there's
भी
like
देखो
40 seconds left. They have
ML
enough
जीतेगी
time, but it's that tiny
ठीक है
little
AG.AL
gap
आज
from
बाहर जा रही है
Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like
टाइम आउट आ
pushing
गया
towards
है
that A
AG.AL
site,
का
a boom bot, a dog,
Yep.
something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, you think of the first half, his backside plays on both sites, right there as well. You give him a chance, he takes it and runs to the
2
bank
घंटे
with
भी
it
हो गए
every
डेवन भाई
single
पता भी
time.
नहीं चला
हाँ,
एक मैच
पता भी नहीं चला
Look,
लिटरली.
that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for them in the last 2 series that they've played, but bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind.
इतनी क्लोज जा रही है, देखा मैं अजय भाई.
I really don't think
2
it's
घंटे 2 मैच के लिए बहुत ज्यादा हो गई.
They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because they pistol they certainly have.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play, he lets him make the play, and then goes for his own. Like it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate. Even see Kira shying away.
1 मिनट गाइस मैं आया ब्रेक पे
It
हूँ
seemed
मैं
like
बट
Kira's
मैं
more
आ
of a
रहा
ruse in
हूँ
this scenario, though. 3 players already taking
इधर
back
अगर अजय
control.
भाई
Second, well aware of the
जाओ जाओ
बोलो बोलो बोलो
position that
जाओ
has
जाओ
been
जाके
lost.
जाके
And the closer they
अरे
get,
नहीं
the
इनकी
more
तो जा रहा
deadly
नहीं हो
their weapons
थोड़ा वो
become.
मैं बोला उधर पीक लेके बैठा था
Nice
तभी
work from
जेट
Bai. That's Tex
आसपास
down already. The wall
हाँ
falling.
और
Doesn't
जो
get
रेस का
down in
बूम
time
बॉट
for
आया
Zekin to catch them on that cross. But he
तो
has called
उधर
for the
जा अगर
rotation.
अपना अपने
Fish
टीममेट
heard
रहते ना
Burno
पीके
not
वाले
wants to give
तो
up
वो
that
फोड़ते भी
heaven
नहीं
space. Smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazuno! A triple again!
लवली
MIBR
भाई
strike from the shadows, and all gamers can't quite adjust.
एस एस एस
The
एस
ace might be
यार
showing, but it's all smiles
वर्नो
from
ने
Mazino.
नहीं दिया
As MIBR look
नहीं
to
नहीं
take this in
अभी
dominant fashion,
भी
that was
उन लोग
such
को
a nice
राउंड
setup.
निकालना
He got in
इम्पोर्टेंट है
that smoke just at the right moment, and no one was looking his way.
And maybe not a round that you expected to need a play like this, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing, like you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away. 11-5. They're now far and away from all gamers. And from that map one, a map that ended in overtime, a map that showed the caliber of players, but their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now the operator purchased up for Fangir, him being one away from Bladestorm as well. Gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also one away from the Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
Minute 5 on the clock, and the AWP now rings out, but the shot doesn't land.
ना
All gamers at least know where that is now, but
मतलब क्या सीन हो रहा है ये ले
what to
क्या
do
सीन
with
हो
that
रहा
is
है
the question. 55, and they're spread in the default. Mid, off limits with the Viper's Pit.
क्या
A,
सीन हो
प्लान
रहा
बी
है
पे जा रहा है
guess B seems like the easier choice, and it was moments ago. But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspas on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And
हाँ
mid is
चलो
still
फॉल बैक
very much defended,
चलो
for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this fight, and they found him. That's a huge pick from Bai.
क्या
But
मार है
Aspas being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now. Keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ. It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life. He spots out the first. That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast pack is good enough to just completely discombobulate GRQ's aim.
मिशवरी गेम प्ले
That's 12 now for MIBR. 1 away and
Bye.
7 in a row needed
मिशवरी
from all gamers.
so much for nothing
वेलकम
Should they take a
वेलकम टू
pause
द
here?
वॉच पार्टी वेलकम
I might
लाइक
just believe in
करके
a
जाओ
comeback.
और
I know that,
आज की
Tom.
वॉच पार्टी पूरी
If
देखना
you've
हमारे
been a day
साथ
one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day one, I remember.
After they.
First time they did it, you said, "Oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one."
Yeah, no, the first time they.
यही ग्लोबल के साथ खेले थे ना डे वन में
But, no,
yep
there's not gonna be
MIBR
a timeout here. No moment to
मैं बोल
breathe.
रहा हूँ ना
Instead,
बहुत तगड़ी
perhaps
टीम है
Ascent is
तो
on
अजय
board.
भाई
Finally-
चैंपियंस वाली टीम है वो
What a
अगला
resurgence.
राउंड भी लेके
A
जाएगी
dominant map here, the
तो
choice of all gamers. but
अगला मैप
अजय भाई चैंपियंस वाली
they
टीम है
choose
वो
it again. Bangir. Bladestorm
Yo.
is good for one. A clean opener.
अंजीर भाई
Should get the plant off that.
Where, with no ultimates online, second, a post plant and a blade storm makes it quite difficult to break back in. I am looking at Tex as maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted. He
Nice.
just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight, but Second has just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir,
नाइस
though,
अरे
seemingly had enough of the blades, wanted to go back to the SMG, and well, either way, whatever it is,
नाइस
it's
नाइस
working.
राउंड AG.AL
Burno left to try and fight versus 3. It's going to be Shrimp to close
नाइस
the
राउंड AG.AL
first of what needs to be a 7-round streak has been found, but even still, it felt a little bit shaky.
I haven't seen that one in a long time. The triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks him into the ground. That's enough of that. Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right click.
I like it as, yeah,
It's just
pre-fire a right
crazy.
click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR. Players like Tex, like Aspis, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum carry you so far.
को क्या ही मारा
है. As they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into the spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row, I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they are not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side.
सर लग रहा है मार देगा.
Hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is confirmed. A 13-6 win from a tight OT loss on their own map.
Let's go. Decider map के लिए तैयार हो जाओ guys. मैं आता हूँ 5 मिनट में.
They tried the same plays on the attack.
बोलो डेमन में बोलो. Break डाला है मैंने. File change करना है मेरे को.
We're ready for every
okay,
that they had up their sleeve. Now,
मैं भी खा रहा हूँ अभी.
somewhere that
चाय
flair
बिस्कुट.
isn't really what we get to see.
चाय बिस्कुट खाने आ
Variety
रहा हूँ.
goes out the window, and considering we had a mirror matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here, map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back.
आलस आता है guys. ऐसे दोपहर के टाइम पे
love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about
दोपहर के टाइम पे स्ट्रीम करने के लिए बहुत आलस आता है.
And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with
और एक तो
AG.AL.
वातावरण ऐसा है ना.
So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in
वातावरण इतना ठंडा है तो ऐसा हो ही रहा है.
on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR America's potential team, the one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map was progressing, especially when we swapped halves. Good to see that Tex is carrying a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Massino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map. The first half, it was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find answers, especially in that second half.
अभी अपन 18 को जा रहे जो.
बोलो.
अभी अपन जो 18 को जा रहे हैं. उधर बाइक लेके जाना है या ट्रेन से जाना है?
ट्रेन से जाते हैं.
ट्रेन से जाते हैं ना. हाँ. पेट्रोल का खर्चा कर.
क्यों मरना है? मस्त ट्रेन से जाएंगे. अभी कैसा उधर बारिश है और कैसा है बदलापुर में रोड भीड़ एक है नहीं.
नहीं ऐसे तो टाइमिंग बहुत दोनों का सेम ही है कि लाइक उतने टाइम में पहुंचने वाले. 2 घंटे तो लगने ही वाले हैं वैसे भी.
अरे हाँ, तुम लोग को 2 घंटे लगे ना. फास्ट ट्रेन पकड़ के आओ ना.
हाँ बट फास्ट ट्रेन भी हॉल्ट होती है ना कल्याण में.
वो साइड नहीं होती है, टिटवाला साइड होती है.
ऐसा भी है क्या?
हाँ सिर्फ पिट वाला साइड होता
moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to
मैं
a
सोच रहा
single,
था
fingers crossed that will be
अगर
a different story.
ट्रेन से
Let's
आऊँ
go
ना,
on to the
सॉरी बाइक से
Yes,
आऊँ ना,
and on that ascent,
है।
तो
GRQ
तुम लोग
take
में से
away
किसी को
Phoenix,
एक को
top of the lobby,
उठाता हूँ।
300 ACS
You were
plus.
waiting all
I
day for
just
this.
want
You were
I
waiting all
want
day
to
for
see
this.
शुभम गाय को भी पकड़ सकता है
GRQ
तो
on the Phoenix.
yes.
मेरे
I
को
know
ट्रेन से बहुत
he's
नजदीक ही रहेगा
normally
ना।
the duelist, but
हम्म,
please give him the opportunity to do so because
शुभम भाई को भी नहीं पकड़
your
सकता मैं।
tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
I think there's
हाँ वो
even
भी है।
more interesting
अरे मैं
मैं
उससे अच्छा
तो
बोल रहा हूँ ट्रेन से
आकाश
आ।
भाई को उठा सकता हूँ। हाँ वही।
आकाश नहीं आने वाला, नहीं आने वाला आकाश।
क्यों?
नहीं बोला उसने।
क्या बात कर रहा है?
हाँ नहीं बोला उसने।
और उस दिन कॉल पे तो बोला आ रहा हूँ करके।
नहीं बाद में मेरे को मैसेज किया था उसने।
अरे
बोला भाई तेरी मर्जी।
against MIBR. For the side of all gamers are still saying
पैसे तो भरे हुए हैं
having
अभी उसमें क्या है?
GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to. It's going to be
क्यों नहीं
definitely
आ
an
रहा है?
interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say for MIBR though, winning
देखो
this
डिवन भाई
map too
मैं तो
in
एक ही सोच
pretty
रहा हूँ,
comfortable fashion
क्या
was
क्या?
जिसको
exactly
आना
what they
है
needed to get themselves
आए,
back into this series.
यप
जिसको
यप
नहीं
यप
आना है
Power. They got
तो वो नहीं
outshot
आए।
in map 1 in my mind, but map 2 they dealt with it very very easily, so they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick. Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the
लेट्स
answer
गो
was a
चैट,
resounding
लेट्स
yes
गो।
by MIBR Los. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs, one of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
यस डिसाइडर मैप है और जो हारेगा वो बाहर है और जीतेगा वो क्वालिफाई होने वाला है आज। हाँ हाँ चलेगा चलेगा, ठीक है ठीक है। लेट्स गो चैट, लेट्स गो। ऐड चलो तो म्यूट पे डाला है मैंने। कोई ना गाइस। Hey guys, let's go. कोई ना गाइस 43 सेकंड में मैच चालू हो रहा है. Let's go chat, let's go chat, let's go. Let's go. अक्खा बॉलीवुड एक तरफ और वैलोरेंट एक तरफ. आ जाओ chat.
Just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see cross-regional play is what we're all about. I think one thing a lot of people who aren't super up on Valorant don't get is this game developed in COVID. The regions developed separately. The metas are very different. Everyone hates the MEA. It's all comes together.
Whoa. I was not expecting that one. Let's just catch it straight. You're like, oh my God, COVID, we were so sad. We're all so different. And then somehow you hate us?
I just had to get it in there, but it's okay. It is always
Is that
nice.
the best you could do?
I mean, you can
And
always
you're
just bring it. Hey,
still
what's
disappointed.
the big time? You're a stats guy. What's the Pacific record here so far at EWC?
So we're moving on to Ascent here. Map
Thank you.
number 3. I can't address.
It's 1 and 7, by the
We'll
way.
get to that for the next one. No
That's
shimmer
true.
here. They're gonna do fine. But right
Or not.
now, maybe they will.
Or not. You're not supporting Baby. You're like such a fake friend. I will say about that video, love to see also those two from MVP to MVP, you know, like Zekken in Madrid. Like, I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot, it's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the years at the top. And especially when we're moving on to Ascent and we were speaking about Zekken, we have to re-highlight the duelist.
Yeah.
A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that they really needed that much different from that first map at the end of the day. Another Lotus, another overtime, a map that could have gone either way. But
Let's
everything
go.
ends here in Ascent. As we were saying,
Let's
both of
go,
these teams
Chad. Let's
showed
go.
their cards against
Final
Team Heritage.
final
One of them
map
was successful,
जो
the
decider
other
map
one
है
got
उसके
the
लिए तैयार
other
हो
side
जाइए.
of the coin in the
Let's
in
go.
MIBR.
Yeah,
Player
look,
selection
MIBR
चल
only
रहा है.
got 2 rounds. I was kind of surprised
और
to see them
Ascent
be
है.
okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of All Gamers, they're running with Vangear on that chamber and GRQ. I want to see you lock in this Phoenix.
Lock it in!
Aspas
well.
again.
I mean,
Really?
Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist, there's like a final lock here. This is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map
Chamberlain
during
Vangear
this
ने
tournament.
Chamberlain
So
लिया.
I'm very, very excited to see what he can do
Marzino,
up against Aspas and Zek.
Texas Cyber,
Economy here is super important, right? For
X.
both of the teams. We've seen the impact that the
Vireno,
operator has been having
Cypher.
on both
Okay,
of
let's
them.
go.
For
Let's
Vangear,
go.
of course,
Let's
with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an
अब आएगा
operator
असली
in
मजा.
hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zek and the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the
ठंडगार
side
गार
of
पानी
All
पी रहे ले.
Gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they've board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team Heretics.
MIBR Los and AG.AL. Only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already qualified 100% so far, whereas AG.AL are the final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in that playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you.
Let's go. जो हारेगा वो क्वालिफाई क्वालिफायर राउंड से बाहर चला जाएगा और जो जीतेगा वो क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा और क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के लिए.
But signs of life started to disappear in the previous Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch. But how do you feel about All Gamers composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon,
Let's go. Map चालू हो चुका है.
Do you think that will give them the edge here?
To be honest, the bit I love about this is that you and when I first saw it, I was like, wait, the guy who was playing Smokes is now playing Phoenix, because they swap it up directly. Yep. Like it's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze, and GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts.
मैं हूँ ML के साथ ML जीत जाएगी और AG.AL
You're gonna look at this
मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है ये मैप में. देख let's see.
Heretics 13-8, the other one got 13-2, so this is easy for
Okay.
all gamers, right? It's like, no.
AG.AL का बोलना ना अटैक है और ML का डिफेंस है.
हीरा ओमेन खेल रहा है जब भाई.
हाँ वही तो.
अरे माँ
They come in with most of their players having
देखते ना डेमन भाई अभी क्या लग रहा है. मैं तो ML के साथ ही हूँ. मेरे को लग रहा है ML लेके जाएगा.
Certainly owed it after that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done.
Nice.
Did down Vangear. He just about manages to TP out in time. But he hasn't run away. He's still waiting for that push.
Vangear को दे दिया डैमेज दे दिया रे डेमन भाई अच्छा खासा 45.
And stones traded out in that short fight. Still no clear direction.
फिर भी उधर ही ये ले रहे हैं. ले सकता है थोड़ा सा भारा एक फटका देके निकल जा.
Could be an easier fight for the defender, and just depends if that one landed the jump peak with 40.
अरे पूरा वाट लगा के गया है.
क्यों?
The flank coming in, and the defenders notice. I like this from Verno. He sits back and waits. He's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap in. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so desperately low that it ended easy.
Because है ना ये जो ये लोग
hero once more in the early rounds.
बोल रहे ना big time ये लोग जो अभी बातचीत कर रहे थे ना तब वो बोल रहे थे कि ML इस मैप पे बहुत तगड़ा खेलते.
Mistakes made there is.
Let's go. देखते हैं अभी क्या सीन हो रहा है.
Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight on short. More so ready to fight A main.
इसका ये नहीं आया ना. मैच शेड्यूल नहीं आया ना. इसके बाद आएगा ना. डेमन भाई ये स्किन. डेमन भाई ये स्किन. जो ये स्किन चाहिए अपने को.
दगड़ वाली.
हाँ.
दगड़ धोंडे वाली.
हाँ.
ले लो.
देखो नाइस.
मेरे को बहुत बार आई है अजय भाई ये स्किन शॉप में.
अरे मेरे को आई थी एक बार बट क्या बोलूं फंड्स नहीं थे अपने पास.
आई अंडरवेयर.
अभी तुम भगवान से प्रे करना PS5 के लिए.
यस यस.
नाइस रे.
अरे दूसरे राउंड में उड़ी वर्नो. व्हाट द फक.
अलग सोच है.
ये सोच मेरे को भी चाहिए.
The only other real rifle, but Mazino, he ended that last match.
Nice. अरे कहाँ निकाला भाई साहब.
7 or 8 kills. Like just Mazino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit more worried for all gamers that it does seem like every single
लेवन भाई
member
लेकिन
of this squad
फिर भी
is
मजनू
starting
मार
to
दिया.
rise to the occasion. I know that at times there's been a lot of criticism
हो
of
गया
a
डेवन भाई.
player like Tex, but I think in this series he's been one of
Yes
their
अजय
best
भाई.
players.
मैं
But
बोल रहा
what
हूँ
a very
जाएगा ये वन
clean
साइड ही जाएगा
second
मेरे को
round
ऐसा
coming
लग
out
रहा
from MIBR.
Hmm.
The Odin hasn't been lost, and we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round, which I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
No,
Bowden.
you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup though from MIBR. This time Odin's going to be sent towards the B
Sorry,
side
rolling on.
again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on, Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is. Fangir
nice
landing
रे.
the shot.
आसपास कोई निकल लिया.
Roll him once, maybe even twice, but
आसपास ऑफ. ओके.
an old saying in Texas.
मजनू ले
नहीं
लिया.
नहीं उठा लिया.
Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less
Sorry, what's
likely.
the saying?
Fool me once, shame on.
Oh,
Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was, are you from Tennessee? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see?
That
नहीं
was
यार.
actually, are
There
you
you
from
go.
10 IC?
There you go.
Because you're in Tennessee.
Exactly. That's the only saying I know from there. Fool me once, I don't know where that's from.
एक काम करो.
Exquisite.
कास्टर्स.
Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of
रुको
trips.
रुको
as they
डेवन
just
भाई मैं
found
सेटअप
out
देख
that
रहा हूँ.
he's a
क्या
spam
ट्रिप लगाया है.
Mazzino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera. Landing a tag and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Saved the day for now at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in 1. And now the Op Odin retake. They might not want to go for this anymore.
अरे lovely.
He's giving them a chance. It's so close. The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy as well. Down to 1. The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekin doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the op, and it's a death sentence. Verno, 5 and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease. And now just
अरे.
the mag runs dry. All gamers
Nice converted भाई.
just about finding the round.
It's a weird one because normally going out of a bonus
लेकिन
round,
डेवन
you
भाई
sit
सोच
there
रहा
and
हूँ
go,
उसने
okay, that's
कितना
not great, but they
पेशेंस
had an
देके
operator
बैठा
and
था
an
अंदर.
Odin, so
And the
भाई
op
पिक
went
दूंगा ही नहीं मैं
it
एंड
was
तक.
barely a bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite to it. I think
निकल जाता अजय भाई, ये पता है क्या?
well to play
और
off of
उसने
ये
अल्ट मारा इसलिए इसको टाइम मिला.
that was
हाँ.
thrown in front.
टाइम पे
ये
फिनिश
क्या?
करने के
But they
बाद.
actually do still have enough to buy in with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far, so maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then
ये किधर
also,
का अजय भाई
the
वो?
operators on the other hand for Fang,
हवे में
I
था वो.
wouldn't want to give him that.
बट
for free.
किधर साइड
इधर
में?
ऊपर के साइड में जो अपन इधर स्पॉन में खड़े होते हैं ना,
हाँ हाँ.
उसके लेफ्ट साइड टॉप में.
क्या बात है?
आ जाएगा ये.
हाँ.
इतने दिनों से दिखा रहे मैप में दिखा.
looking for a fight.
आज ढूंढते हैं, आज खेलेंगे ना तब ढूंढेंगे.
हाँ.
Nasty.
Renee playing.
If he pings it,
देखो ना इसने किधर
there's a
लगाया डेवन
chance
भाई.
that you can maybe
Cam
get the
setup
kill with a
देखो.
wall bang.
हाँ.
Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off nothing, and that's another
Arre.
retake. He's been playing incredibly well so
Nah.
far, and one, and then out, and in fact, no,
तुम
Aspas
बोले
really
क्या भाई
confident,
अल्ट
goes for the
में?
repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex, and this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you said it. It's an unusual pairing, but Aspas
Lovely कीरा.
and Tex get so much
क्या
work done
दिया
together.
उसने?
Kira, you are dead to rights here.
नहीं ये
Big
स्टन
stun
था, ये
landed.
स्टन था.
But that Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be
Let's
sat there
go,
as the attacking
ML.
side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they can see them on the cam. Like he's able to get just that little pixel of information and go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5. 2 away from Fangir, having a big old gun to work with. So there's definitely still dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekin Down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue. The buy's already passed. It's 2 players striking from behind. And, well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be, they could be. If not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR, the timing here on that main peak could be everything. And
Nice
shot. Nice shot.
before the swing comes through.
All revealed as well. Looked like that was going to get seriously dangerous, and then Tex basically dropped in alone. Like,
Nice
it was
round
क्या
for him.
इकोनॉमी है
because they
भाई.
didn't have the plant down. He just
अरे
looks
भाई
for timing,
इकोनॉमी देखो
unfortunately,
उनकी.
for all gamers. I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath Balk, which, as a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers, but this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR, and you have to bear in mind, last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds total, so yeah, it's safe to say it's going a little better.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and
हम सोच रहे डेमन भाई आसपास के अभी तक 2 ही किल है.
all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but doesn't look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A side.
आसपास में इसका नाम आसपास में कैसे रखा होगा ये रे?
Haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle onto GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a 3rd player defending this site, and a question of whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realize that Aspas has already rotated in. Well, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds.
Spam.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my site. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. The problem is, as they decide to save, they're not allowed to. Second. One side of the trash compactor.
Nice round,
in a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly.
I'm
welcome
to the
chat. They killed him.
Hi, in April.
I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that. Yeah, see? See? There you go. No, we know.
Time out.
We know.
Time out for AG.AL.
See, as said, I read body language and celebration. Oh, yeah.
क्या लगता है डेमन भाई क्या सीन होगा?
5-1.
नहीं आ रही इधर से अजय भाई, इधर से नहीं आ रही.
And now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side.
मेरे को लग रहा है आनी चाहिए, but क्या ही करे.
MIBR and a great
वो तो है डेमन भाई.
On the other side of things, with both Shrimp and GRQ having a performance to remember, but as of right now, they're getting shut down before the round even seems to get started. Like, they're looking to try and take control. They're failing. They're looking to try and almost sell fakes. It's failing. They can't hold on to mid. They're losing it to the operator and set trap plays. Bono's in form. We've seen Mazzino have a decent couple of rounds. Tex has been fantastic throughout the series. And the funny thing is, right now, Aspas and Zekid are at the bottom of the board. They haven't had a whole lot to do in this matchup. Now, one thing that was building up into the last round were those ultimates. Shrimp, Bangir, and GRQ.
Let's go, chat.
To play with.
Let's go.
Can they make something work here?
Let's go.
Oh, GRQ, as you said, it's been a little quiet. This time picked off from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start. Aspas is off the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult they might have been, but they fired back at the start. Now it's Kira. alone. He was
Alamah
some great shots in that first. Look at second, so
Demon
quick
भाई
to walk
यार
through.
demon भाई क्या
Gira,
वो
you'd never expect that level of aggression
पीछे
for
देख
MIBR. A 6th round locked in. There was
one side
definitely
में
a
जा
bit
रहा
of
है demon भाई
danger there, but
पीछे देखो
considering the ult is
पीछे
thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Yeah,
पीछे
they
तो
throw in the running back
देखो
even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player using it, but it was basically just take space, try and trade. That wallbang shot
कुछ
that
नहीं
came
demon
out
भाई जा
from
रहा है मैच जा
Aspas is
रहा है
just
one side
disgusting because
है
Zekin
ना
is
मेरे
dead.
को भी
Like, if he
लगी
doesn't
थी
hit that,
रहा
he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at that round and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to one round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal.
मतलब ML फुल कंट्रोल में और बोलते ना कि उनकी अभी मेंटालिटी ये चल रही है कि वो रीड बहुत तगड़ा कर रहे हैं
हाँ
नाइस
Now they
फ्रैंकी
start to fight inside of B
escape.
main. Aspis loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on
there's
shore
a
to
drone.
help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now
Nah,
Roku's
nah,
stuck in
nah.
mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were
बच
so
गया अजय
pushed
भाई
out
वो
on trying to deal with Aspis.
और
They
क्या
forgot that he
बचा
might
है
have had
देखो
help.
डेमन भाई
Even still, that is Mazzino over delivering.
और बचा है
100%.
बचा है
Supposed to
2 किल
keep
लेके
him
गया
alive. Instead,
हाँ
he's
ना
taken 2 bodies in response. That's got to be infuriating. As said, this
वो
is
लोग एक
the
तो एक
best
को
we've
ही देख
seen
रहे हैं अजय भाई पता है क्या
MLBR look so far this tournament. Sure,
कवर पे
they
नहीं
had
खेल
those
रहे
blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens. They're having to try and just get
ये
that
जरूरत ही
spike
नहीं
back,
थी
and instead
क्या
they are
हाँ
caught
ना
from
ये
every
टीपी की
single
जरूरत
angle.
ही नहीं थी
7-1 in the lead.
थ्रो किया ये
MIBR
राउंड
are running
डायरेक्टली
away with
जाके
this.
जाता
Things
तो
have
ऊपर
really
चले जाता ना
changed
उसके
since
डब्बे
that
के
first map where throughout
हाँ
the
यार
entirety of it,
मतलब
all
क्यों
gamers were competing, or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like the better squad.
Lose
Top
opening,
down.
win round. That was how it was going
Yes.
every round.
अजय
I
भाई
think
अपने
+4
को कोचिंग
overall for
देनी
the team.
पड़ेगी
You
इन
had
लोग
2 players combined, +10 in opening
अरे
duels
हाँ ना एग्जैक्टली
on
यार
the side
डेमन
of
भाई
MIBR.
अपन भी
They
इधर दिमाग
lose
लगा देते
that map. It was Aspis, it was Tex, putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on to favor the agent, and still, we're not seeing that flare.
Well, the reason it was close was because Mazzino was 0-6 in opening duels. And now he's in the argument for being their best player. Like, talk about a turnaround. He just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being put on. They've eliminated Fangit. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle.
अरे वो तो बराबर सामने वाले टॉप प्लेयर को ही पहला निकाल रहे हैं
No, normally
डेमन
you're
भाई
going
ये
to see
चीज नोटिस
players
कर रहे
drop that up first,
हाँ ना
आसपास भी गया क्या
and then refract back. Of course, Aspis is feeling it at the moment, is the best explanation I can give. 7-1 up, but a little bit overzealous. Up against an eco, downright silly. But that's
Great
what happens
delivery
when you've got
service,
this. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's
Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
problem is, they still need to push out through this, and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not help all that much. The Odin on the choke, the spam from both players catches by. He tried to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover, another spam! Two players through the smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's at 23 HP. And they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry. And chances for all gamers
one side match डाल दिया
8-1 in the lead are MIBR.
I always find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age. Like, because in that moment, you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can probably just go in and kill him. But he's like, nope, I'll wait 4 seconds. And then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like, and now I'm fighting. Because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over. And then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They have been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game, but we are yet to see that same heroic play that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last two have left something to be desired from all gamers. The last remaining hope of CN.
Kill
Here
it
comes ult.
shots.
From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through. Bye-bye. No one's with him. And bye-bye indeed,
देखो
it seems.
देखो
To all
डेमन
gamers, we need
भाई
someone to step up to fill these shoes as players
नहीं अजय
drop
भाई
across the
खत्म है,
board. Zekins on 10 HP, and he
बहुत
survived
गंदा
that
वेव
fight.
कर दिया ये.
Shot back for the kill, and with 9 to
अरे
1 on the
लाइक ऐसा
board.
लग रहा है
पूरा
ना
मैच
Is
बहुत
there
गंदा
any
वेव
hope
कर रहे हो वो
left
लोग.
for
देखो
all
ना,
gamers?
लोग चिल खेल रहे हैं, वो लोग ऐसा भी नहीं कि कुछ ट्राई हार्ड कर रहे हैं. Chill खेल.
मजाक कर रहे हैं
They knew he was in
है
that
ऐसा लग
corner
रहा है डेमन भाई
since
मेरे
the
को.
run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills, and then the
Time out ले
fourth
लिया.
player that runs in just goes,
EGL ने
nah, I'm
time out
killing
ले
him,
लिया.
and just runs full swing and gets killed by Aspas because he's
पूरा
so
one side match
tunnel
डाल
visioned
दिया.
in
हट
on
गया.
just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9
डेमन भाई
kills.
इससे अच्छा ग्लोबल
There
खेल
is
रहे थे मैं
nobody
सच बोलूं तो
underperforming.
इनके
Actually,
आगे.
And
second में
this
हाँ
is the team that was promised. This is why at the beginning of the year, you're almost laughing the fact that Zekat has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war. And everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like, that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6 if I'm not mistaken, and then we swapped sides and MIBR ran away with things. Now on this map, GRQ, look, he's top fragging at least, but I did think that, like, I liked the comp. I liked seeing them play last time. I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad so far in this series, so you imagine that ceiling's going to raise. Fangir map 1 looked better than Aspas, which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had to go one round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance.
ओ फिर भी बचा.
वो ना इसलिए बच गया. नहीं मार दिया भाई.
On one side,
नहीं
but
बच
then
गया.
an immediate filling
अजय
in at
भाई
the blank strip.
मार दिया डेमन.
Tries on the
अरे
wraparound, but
आशीष
look how confident Zekin is. He's
अरे
running
खत्म
at the
डेमन
ball,
भाई ये
but
देखो.
maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir
और
quiet so far, but
आसपास
no
बचे हैं अभी
chance
भी.
against one of the world's best.
लेकिन ये देखो ना 7 HP पे ही है.
हाँ ना.
His last headhunter bullet just to try
अरे
and
आसपास
escape.
कैसे बचा उधर.
And now with 7 HP, what you can hope for
आसपास
is
का
that
नसीब चल
either
रहा है आज.
Aspas makes a mistake, or he can get towards that site and find a gun, but you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards Spin. Okay, it's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem. Now, Aspas is low enough that the Classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant.
Nice
In fact,
Reyes.
Aspas was starting to believe
Lovely.
that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead,
Panjir.
now he's got to go running back towards B.
पंजीर भैया.
And there's a TP available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so long. As time ticks away, the info not yet given away. Aspas will break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and Aspas lands the shot. Digging
Anti
a
रे.
hole deeper for
डैमेज
all
था डैमेज था
gamers,
वो दादा
burying
डैमेज
them
ऐसा
under
साथ
round
HP
after
पे था डेमन
round.
भाई
ना
सोचो.
एक हिट लगता तो भी चल जाता बट अच्छा अच्छा 90. नाइस ट्राई रे संजीव.
अरे डेमन भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना आसपास का दिन चल रहा है आज.
बहुत बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है
This round
आसपास का
shouldn't
दिन.
किसी
have
को
been
आसपास भी
particularly
आने
close,
नहीं दे रहा
especially
है.
after Zekin put him so desperately
Actually,
low and just seemed
भाग रहा है
to
लिटरली
try
ब्लू
this
अरे
के.
direction
कितना
with a
बच रहा है वो
singular bullet
कितना.
left. Seemed like
हर
it
एक
might have been
राउंड
enough,
बच रहा है
but
वो.
in the
यहाँ
end, the final
इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट
boss,
करके भाग रहा है भाई.
look
और
at
फिर
the
वही मार
scoreboard,
रहा है.
11, 11, 11, 11, 10. Like, there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR
अरे
puzzle.
ये देखो
And
सामने अपने इधर
Zekin's
का
getting more and more confident. In fact, this isn't just sheer
खत्म डेमन
rundown.
भाई
Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay, is this the open site? Is this the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still one, now two, now three and a fourth. Wrapping round, and well, it was Verno to close 11-1.
वन साइड मैच
The
गया
team
वन
that
साइड
faced off
पूरा का
against
पूरा
GE
literally,
is
man.
showing up once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's many
Half
teams
time,
out there
bhai.
that would look at, especially
Yeah,
an
half time
elimination
देखो
match
कब
and
आया
a
है.
qualification match at the same time and say, I'd like to face MIBR on that one. But you
यार आए
मेरे
definitely don't want to face
2 मिनट मेरे को
MIBR
लगा
in this
सरेंडर
form.
डाल दिया क्या क्या वो
सोचो
आया ना
अजय भाई सोचो अभी इधर से कम बैक करती है.
We've seen Tex from the very
नहीं हो
get-go
सकता
be
डिमन भाई
activated. But now
क्योंकि अभी
Vecino,
हो भी
Verno,
सकता
they're
है
there
नहीं
alongside him.
पॉसिबल ही नहीं
Zekin
अभी
looks like he's unkillable.
क्योंकि उनका भी
The
माइंड सेट ही
amount
वैसा हो
of
चुका है
times I've
सही
seen
अजय
him
भाई.
take what for anyone else would be a death
2
blow
दिन पहले
and keep
नॉन्गसिम भी
on
मेरे को
moving.
ऐसा ही लगा था. वो भी बहुत
Many
टेंस
times
थी.
having Aspis as his
देखो
हाफ
savior
टाइम
of
के
the
बाद उन्होंने
uphill
जो
देखो
कमबैक किया
डेमन
ना.
I'll
भाई
be honest.
डेमन भाई तीनों मैप देखो
If he
तीनों
had
मैप में
died a couple of rounds
बोलते
ago
ना
to
एमएल
Valorant,
ने
then
एकदम
you'd
टक्कर
say
वाला
to me,
खेला
oh,
वो जी
he was in
बोलते ना
combo by accident.
पहला
I'd go,
पहला
oh,
मैप ही
you know
देखो
what,
ना
actually that
क्या
makes sense
कमबैक किया
because
उन
there
लोगों
were
ने
rounds where, yeah, he gets wallbang like that while being spammed out by an overdrive.
एक्चुअली वो पहला भी नहीं
Round
जीतते थे
after where
ओवर
he
टाइम
gets
में
3
जीते वो
kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspis goes, did you forget about me? Like, come
अभी
on,
देखो
guys,
ना
like,
अभी कैसे राउंड थ्रो कर रहे हैं ये देखो ये
please
क्या
don't forget the
क्या बोलने का
guy
इसको
who has a
है ना.
champion's
क्या ही बोले
gun
भाई.
buddy.
बट मेरे को अभी भी उम्मीद
Even
है
still,
अगर
even with
नॉन्गसिम
everyone
जैसी
still
कर
are a
सकती है
glimmer
तो
of hope.
ये भी ट्राई कर
Gets
सकते हैं
shut down.
एटलीस्ट.
This was probably
है
one
ना.
of the best opportunities they
मेरे
had, and even
मैं
still
तो
they
बोल
blow
रहा
their
एक
way
और
out
राउंड
right
निकालो
after that.
इज्जत रखने
Complete
के लिए
decimation.
नहीं
11
तो
to 1.
ग्लोबल से भी
It
गंदा
was a
हारोगे
good defensive half
ग्लोबल ने
last
2
time
राउंड तो
out
निकाले थे
for
एटलीस्ट
all gamers, but at this point, every single round is like hanging
मेरे को
off
ऐसा क्यों
a
लग रहा है
cliff.
एमएल के सामने बड़ी टीम रखी
Well,
नहीं
yeah,
है
a pistol
इधर
round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be
देखते हैं
perfect. Maybe at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look
देखते हैं
like
अभी देखते
fools.
हैं
They caught
अभी
them
देखते
off
हैं डेमन
guard.
भाई
They played double to triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening, once they had that time between maps to discuss, okay, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling like that? Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
They need the fan gear.
they need
लेट्स
the
गो
fan
2
gear.
राउंड है ना अभी
They're gonna
winning
have
round
any
दो है
chance, and there he is to start it off.
वाह नाइस शॉट रे
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they've had, but Zekin just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario, a nice work from GRQ, a player
आसपास को निकाल लिया
revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the 2 players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second round will come through. The lifeline
Nice
has been
round,
garnered, and more
AG.AL.
importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that ult.
Yeah, perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can rely on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway.
वेलकम चैट वेलकम टू द वॉच पार्टी प्लीज
was
लाइक
waiting to
करके जाना
see
आज
if-
की वॉच पार्टी जाना
As
मत पूरी
confident
वॉच
as they
पार्टी देखना
feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are
One
looking
side
to
match
get
तो
this
चालू है,
over as
लेकिन
quickly as
मजा आ
possible
रहा है
in a more conventional way. And take the eco.
Back in a flag.
Fangir, an
खत्म
opportunity
नाइस
to
रे
pick up a couple
फेंगे
more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for
Nice,
MIBR
Fangir.
could be the beginning of the end.
नाइस रे एस है
This
इसका
clean as well is exactly what they want. All 5 alive
Nice round
all
for AG.AL.
gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. Like they have to do that. You can't
Nice
be playing
round.
a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. And for Fangir, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
Let's go.
A buy has been bypassed.
कान निकल के गया
Just
भाई.
shot, but I don't think they've noticed just yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping shrimp.
आसपास है Fangir और
3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this.
welcome to the watch party guys. जो कोई 5 लोग देख रहे हैं please watch party को like करके पूरी watch party देखना. 10 like का हमारा goal है वो complete कर देना.
Waiting to get into position before it's fired through.
Nice.
We'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was
nice.
blinded by it at this point for Fangir. 11-3, you need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left to get.
जाएगा MLA round लेके जा रहा है.
It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it costly, but nothing to be found. No op saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was
इसके
no
बाद
way out,
Nongshing
but
और
I think at that stage saving the operator
Nongshing
holds
और
so much
इसकी
more
मैच है
value than a singular
G2
kill.
की मैच है.
Like that round was already
बहुत
over.
तगड़ी मैच होने वाली है.
Definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they've already completely lost it. It just seems panicky, and you can understand why. Their tournament life
ये
is on
decider
the
मैच
line.
था.
The
पहले
last
2 मैच में
representative
AG.AL पहला जीता, second
BCT
मैच
China.
ML जीता और ये third है.
And it looks like America's
Nice
might be getting one more team at least in towards
gun switch कर दी.
the playoff stage. They all have a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekin down as well, the immortal man.
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not the second player. Luckily, Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira. With the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in, with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
Yeah, they've got to run it back if they need it. GRQ's sat at the back of the site, and that's exactly what he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick. But no, he's denied by Tex. The problem is, should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already.
Nice.
And Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore.
Nice.
They've only
Aspas को
got
निकाल
15
लिया.
seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much, although if he got that
nice,
TP off, there was a chance of the
nice
plant,
round
but
for AG.AL.
Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Yeah, they just got there in time to
AG.AL
take
का
him out
comeback
before
आते
he
आते थोड़ा
slipped
लेट हो गया,
into the
वरना
shadows.
था मैच अच्छा खासा
Another
था.
opportunity for the streak
अच्छा
of
खासा
rounds for a
comeback आ गया था
legendary
AG.AL
comeback
का.
against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row.
क्या लगता है अजय भाई अभी?
Tour de Force online for Fangir.
12-4.
एक ही है ना.
हाँ तो अरे बता रहा हूँ ना 12-2 से टीम आ सकती है तो 12-4 से क्यों नहीं आ सकती?
नहीं लेकिन ये लोग देखो अभी इतना कॉन्फिडेंस तो नहीं है.
Also, yeah, all of them are one shot to the outlaw anyway, bar.
देखते फिर भी देख.
Interestingly going for that. Here I've gone in this round.
He's heard them right. He's heard them right. He's heard them right. Oh
मार
my
दिया.
God!
मार
What
दिया.
is happening? They were stepping for the last 5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3.
हक दिया
Oh no!
Has gone by. The
भाई
dawn of
भी
this
हक दिया
series looked so bright for
क्या
all
बोला
gamers.
डेवन भाई?
They pushed
हक
MIBR
दिया
to the limits. But as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon.
Let's
for
go chat. बोला था
VCTCN.
ML
They are
जीतेगा.
going
ML जीत
home.
गया.
And MIBR push through the playoffs.
ML
Seemed like it was
qualified
gonna be a
to
worrying day for MIBR
quarter
when
final.
lovely
they
throw
first
guys
had-
lovely throw
They had themselves
और AGL घर पे
congratulations
जाएगा.
decent position, and then we
for
saw the
qualifying
fight
in
back
playoff
from their opponents. But on map 2
and
and
bye
map 3,
bye
this is the
AG
MIBR we
AL.
hoped to see here at EWC. A
AGL
brilliant
का
performance, adaptations in map 2,
पूरा
map 3. Honestly, it could have been an
डिलीट
evening.
कर दिया भाई
They were so
AGL को
quick
लिटरली
with how
भाई
they were able to get
टूर्नामेंट से
through their
हाँ
opponents.
अजय भाई
They look very
AGL
good
को
in this
डिलीट कर
matchup.
दिया
Oh,
भाई
they
लिटरली
absolutely do. What about
AGL का
Nice.
ulti मार
All
दिया.
gamers' plan on map number 1 worked to perfection. Their preparation paid
Let's
off.
go, chat.
But the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on split, we
Let's
saw
go.
those
Devon भाई
issues
2
fixed.
मिनट हो
In
म्यूट
the
करो.
pistol round, MIBR were ready for what was thrown at them. And from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map, it shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful Deacon.
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As it is MIBR Los getting the job done here against AG.AL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR Los hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in ascent, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Verno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from this
If you can
squad.
play Ascent.
Well, but I think when you get destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like also all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very, very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time and great IGLing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, saying, sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
There were also a lot of unforced mistakes for the side of all gamers. I know that in the last round it seemed a little bit tragic. Love to see the voice. They'll love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads.
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1 and 9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said, like, Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot. My weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board, a fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR Los' last series with Tex standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win, assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Feels so good. I can't even lie, it feels so relieving.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right and then wrong and then right again and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know, these Lotus games are getting a little too close. I don't know. We have it, but we don't have it. We're making some weird mistakes. We even like figured it out right after the game what we were doing wrong. So it should be better for the future. But yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is like really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of learning lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am fueled off of confidence. So my teammates hype me up, they tell me nice shots, and I don't know, I feel comfortable.
All right, that sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us.
Day one by reel देख रहे हैं, watch party कौन कर रहा है फिर?
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex, who has been a rock for this squad, plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekin brings, but Tex just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players. They're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players that I know, they're the guys I like the most. They're, you know, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They will be advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now, and they're getting the job done for Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like how many times can I just say that? It's like every team. Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what he's saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps. Yeah. And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is
match number 2 चालू हो जाएगी guys.
They skyrocketed with it. Sorry, they escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal is when you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure and experience are massive things when the pressure starts to ramp up. All the guys on MIBR here have been there and done that, even if they are quite young. They really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like it showed today.
Yeah, and as I always like to do, the callbacks here when we're right and when we're wrong, and this was a time where I was wrong. GRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just, him and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success, but still, hopefully a growing moment for this young squad.
Honestly, I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. In so many of them, all gamers were start with the opening pick and just putting pressure onto them, and MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good AG.ALs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and AG.AL to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds. You heard us hammer that one home. AG.AL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket pretty great series between Heretics and MIBR Los, and now we have our two teams moving on in. It is
बोलो
those two
बोलो
teams.
अरे
Do
उन
you
लोग
feel
ने
like that was the fair
बक्सर
result
को
for
कैसे किया?
this bracket here? Big time.
I think
क्या
so. I
वो
would have loved to see all
ग्राफिक्स में
games
दिखाया
go to
एजी
IG.
एजी
They
प्लेऑफ्स में
had a good
ये
tournament
करी
overall.
It would have
एडवांस
been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR have that
MIBR हारी
experience. I feel like
ऐसा
a
दिखाया.
lot of these teams as
हाँ
well,
देखा देखा देखा
अरे
the
माँ
run, it would
कसम.
have been MIBR, so I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
अरे
I'm always down
भाई
for an underdog story. I think that that is
fuck
literally the
भाई.
one singular best thing about sports.
स्पैम
Seeing
कर दो
someone that you do not expect
स्पैम कर दो
that much to win, or especially going up
बक्सर
against
जो नो
Goliaths
टॉप
such as
भाई.
this one and managing to get the victory. I think that that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and
भाई
how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players
एक बंदा
unleash
लिख रहा है
on the bigger
they
stage.
scripted
And that is
AG
something that we
but
have to be excited about.
unfortunately
All right,
they
well,
are
with
too
that,
dead.
that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's
भाई
the
what the
final spot
fuck
into
भाई.
the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA
Bro,
against the final hope against
अगर
Pacific. It's
ये
G2
इस
esports up
क्वालिफिकेशन
against
राउंड
Gongsun, and of course, we'll set you up with the
क्वालिफिकेशन
pre-match
राउंड में
after
भी
this short break. Don't
ये
go
लोग
anywhere.
ऐसे
You're watching
भागेंगे तो
AWC
कैसे चलेगा अजय भाई,
24/6.
डेंजर सीन है डेमन भाई.
है ना? नहीं मतलब एक 5-6 दिन समझ सकता है. अभी ये प्लेऑफ्स में भी ऐसे करेंगे तो कैसे चलेगा?
अभी टूर्नामेंट ओवर होने को आया अभी इन लोग.
हाँ ना, ये ऐसे चीजें मत करो रे. EWC
नहीं
तुम
हो
लोग
रहा है.
में हम लोग को चांस दे रहे हो बट तुम लोग खुदा हग रहे हो तो ऐसा कैसे चलेगा? थैंक यू फॉर योर चांस बट ऐसा देखो मैं हार्ट स्पैम कर रहा हूँ. देखो मेरे को ऐसा देखने नहीं जम रहा है. ऐसा तुम थोड़ा ये करो ना, अच्छा करो ना. मैं हार्ट स्पैम कर रहा हूँ. देखो बुरा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं, कुछ अच्छे के लिए ही बोल रहा हूँ.
ऐड ऐड
कर दिया मैं, कब सबमिट किया.
ऐड आ गई, बाकी कुछ नहीं.
मैं कंफ्यूज होने लगा अजय भाई. पता है क्या, मैं एजी का नाम क्यों देख रहा हूँ इधर. अभी अभी एजी हारी ना. मैं कंफ्यूज हुआ. क्या पता है क्या अजय भाई, अपन
बोलो.
ऐसा वो कंफ्यूज होते हैं, पता है मैच जीतने के बाद कि नहीं ये राउंड इसने राउंड निकाला है उसने
हाँ
राउंड
हाँ हाँ
निकाला है.
हाँ हाँ.
मैं ऐसा हो गया. मैं बोला क्या मैं पूरा मैप उल्टा सपोर्ट कर रहा था क्या? मैंने माँ कसम बोला, इतना गंदा कैसे हक सकते थे.
खतरनाक ग्लिच था लेकिन वो.
ग्लिच नहीं है. वो वो बंदे का मेरे को बराबर लग रहा है. वो उन लोगों ने स्क्रिप्ट किया कि एजी जीतेगी बट एक्चुअली दे आर सो बैड.
खत्म है डेमन भाई.
लेट्स गो. जय भाई
बोलो ना भाई.
क्या खा रहे हो?
कुछ नहीं, ब्रेक पे बैठा हूँ.
कुछ तो खा रहे हो तो.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो तो सूप था.
खाया मतलब
हाँ
पिया.
खाया बट पिया बट टेस्टलेस लग रहा हो. छोड़ दिया.
अजय भाई सूप वूप पी रहे ले. माँ कसम. अजय भाई मेरी स्ट्रीम देख
बोलो.
सकते हो क्या तुम?
रुको देखता हूँ 1 मिनट. अरे 10 मिनट भाई इससे.
हरे हरे रात हरे अजय भाई मेरे चैट में 3 वोट थे, 2 ML को, 1 AG को।
वो मैंने ही डाले।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
अभी आया था ना मैं।
दोनों?
नहीं एक ही।
अच्छा, AG को आपने डाला या ML को डाला?
AG G2।
इसलिए हारे अजय भाई, क्यों डाला?
देखते हैं ना, मैच तो चालू होने दो।
नहीं, पिछले मैच का बोल रहा हूँ।
नहीं, पिछले मैच का, शायद पिछले मैच का डाल के गया, मैं ध्यान ही नहीं था मेरा।
वाह,
मैं आया डाल के चला भाग गए लाइक करके।
नहीं, G2 का डाला है, अभी डाले हो तुम। G2 का अभी डाले हो तुम, एक वोट आया है मेरे को।
हाँ वही डाला मैंने।
यप
भाई मैं आया 5 मिनट है ना।
हाँ, आराम से चालू रहना। भाई पैसिफिक को NS भाई लास्ट होप है पैसिफिक का भी। चलो तो क्वालिफाइड विन प्ले ऑफ। चलो 5 मिनट है अभी, 5 मिनट में चालू कर दिया लो। बट अपन को सपोर्ट दिखाना पड़ेगा बहुत ज्यादा ही ज्यादा। है ना जय भाई?
रेड स्कोर डेमन भाई, क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
लेट्स गो। कौन ही जीतेगा अजय भाई? मैं जीतूंगा, मैं खुद। जाने दो क्या, मैं जीतूंगा अजय भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो? जाने दो क्या रहता है?
अभी मैं फिलहाल बोल रहा हूँ मैच कौन जीतेगा।
अच्छा, फिर जाने दो।
मैच का प्रेडिक्शन बताओ डेमन भाई। डैम्बी
मैच तो हर कोई प्रेडिक्ट करता है।
क्या प्रेडिक्ट करना बताओ। डेमन भाई का बर्थडे कब है, प्रेडिक्ट करो कमेंट में। कुछ तो चाहिए ना प्रेडिक्ट करने में।
राइट राइट
Let's go, chat. Let's go. 1 मिनट बाद मैच चालू हो जाएगा।
यप 1 मिनट बाद अजय भाई 1 मिनट बहुत बड़ा होता है। थोड़ा जल्दी लगाओ ना अजय भाई।
चलो डेमन भाई के लिए अभी 40 सेकंड। डेमन भाई थैंक यू बोले इसलिए 30 सेकंड। चलो अभी डायरेक्ट मैच चालू कर देते हैं। लव यू बोल दिया तो मैच डायरेक्ट चालू ही कर देते हैं। लेट्स गो चैट। आ जाओ आ जाओ
थैंक यू
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ।
डब्ल्यू
डब्ल्यू
सब G2 को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अजय भाई, बहुत बुरा लग रहा है। नोंगशिम अजय भाई, नोंगशिम अभी आज पैसिफिक की लास्ट ओवर।
यस
यस
7
हम भी
teams
चलना
have booked
चाहिए
their
आज,
spots
हम
into
भी
the playoffs, but only 2 have the opportunity to get that final
देखते हैं अभी।
number
चलना
1.
चाहिए,
It is the
डांबी।
Group C decider match between
डांबी
No
हगना
Shim
नहीं
Red
चाहिए,
Force
डांबी।
and G2 Esports. A
अगर
rematch
डांबी
of day
चला
number
तो
1,
डांबी
WC Pacific sitting at 1
डांबी
and 7,
हगेगा तो
the Americas sitting
हगेगा।
at 7 and 3. Will they be able to go
क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find
ठीक?
out together as we break it all down. Kakuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big Nongshim fan.
This
Wow.
is crazy
Wow.
hate.
Wow.
And crazy
Crazy
bias.
hate. Crazy.
Oh.
Yes.
I see where it is. You
Mira,
just,
mira, mira, mira.
Whoa.
I bet, look, we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay. My love for Baby
Apparently-
Bay.
I feel like
Don't
some
do that.
people,
Some people love
like
Baby
Baby
Bay.
Bay a little bit more than others.
Look.
Some people.
I love my region.
But I
I'm
know-
here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It
Yep.
was against G2, and I was impressed by them. Look, in Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit.
अजय भाई
They
ये
made some
G2 का
mistakes. I think that they,
रिवेंज मैच होगा,
did some things with the
मैच
roles
होगा।
that I didn't love, but they're
देखते हैं।
back to normal. Dambi's back home on the Neon. X-Ross is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist. And I
Dambi
love the
लेगा
changes
Neon।
from them. I think we've seen them
Yep.
play very, very good. Valorant here.
Let's
So
see,
maybe
let's
now's
see।
the time.
हम भी नियॉन ही
Tell us
खेलते हैं।
about G2.
No, you disagree?
देखते हैं ना।
Listen, Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The 2 times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous
G2 की
mouse man that
जर्सी
he had,
कलर
but
बहुत
I
अच्छा
think
है
that
अजय भाई।
Valen, this man here,
Exactly.
this entire
है ना?
squad is the pride and joy
एकदम
of
decent सा
North
कुछ
America. So many times
सड़क
that
फड़क उधर
we have
इधर उधर
believed
कुछ
in
ढाला
them,
नहीं
and
है,
I
एकदम
know that there's been some hearts that have been
Decent.
broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim
Simple.
when they made certain decisions, but
Over
G2
Devon भाई,
is
एक
a
मिनट
team
में
that
आया।
always manages to reinvent
2 मिनट
themselves.
में आवाज
एक
है।
यूनिट
Wait
आया।
for the next wave of Valorant to just keep innovating with incredible individuals and just always topping the Americas region. And I
Yeah.
think that, you know, the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm gonna have such cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to is G2 Esports. They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing all the time. Who's on the other side? It's a full Korean squad of T1. T1 are the ones who get the win. Cast your mind back. I will say, I think G2 struggle with the Koreans. I think they struggle with the style that they bring out there. And I think the empirical evidence is kind of on my side here, Kukuka.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then, okay? They've won both of the times, so technically G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year. They've been very close. They've already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2, exploiting every single one of the weaknesses. So all the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all through and through.
चलो यार मैप जल्दी चालू करो नहीं तो 10 बज जाएंगे 3 राउंड अगर हो गए
The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't lose a match. They couldn't have been better. It did take though. The meta changed, the roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just Dambi on the Neon anymore. Extros is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well. This guy he was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stacked roster that, if anything, is probably slept on after a slightly disappointing Pacific performance.
I think they slept on themselves.
I wouldn't disagree with
the potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, how about not? And it's like,
yeah, they did kind of just go, we're amazing, let's ruin it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're going to move.
Damn, we're still using Neon. Yes, obviously. He only plays Neon, bro. There is no other agent he plays, or he knows any agent how to play. So, it's only Dambi.
It is a
playing Neon only. In every fucking map.
You know what it is? It's like putting training weights on, you know?
I'm gonna need some explaining here. You said training weights, and I thought about the scene in Mulan where she has to go and climb the tree trunk.
Is that what you mean? It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Dambi on the Neon just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they
welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to watch party, not stream.
And now they're ready to go. That was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Puckett was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but he's not, so I will save it for the next time that Nongshim play.
Okay,
if they are
G2
to make it out of this group, let's take a look at the map Vito, because it looks pretty familiar.
I mean, it's the same so far. Nongshim picking Breeze. They were very good on this map. A lot of A spam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they went A. And then we went Sunset on the second map.
It was Breeze, Sunset, and Split.
G2 just wants revenge, it looks like.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no. That's the switch there. It will be Haven closing
out
there, not Split by G2.
Okay, so yeah, G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they think they have a
Sunset आ रहे यार नहीं यार दूसरा मैप बहुत बोर है यार मेरे को पसंद नहीं है
I like it. I always think it shows a little confidence when
Decider
both
having
teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back...
Sorry.
You're okay. No, but if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff, from both sides, feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive hold that G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however,
राजे भाई हर बार गीले क्यों होते हो अब तुम?
some of the mistakes.
कभी तो सूखे रहो स्ट्रीम देखते हुए स्ट्रीम देखते देखते गीले ही हो जाते
how much he's suffering playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Juggernaut that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15 was Jog in that first breeze. 8 and 16 was Baby Bay on the Neon. So
selection चालू हो
again,
गया.
we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against Nongshim before. You know, it's tough when Dambi's the Neon on the other side. Baby Bay has a lot to live up to in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more, but it's all about what have you learned? Can they stop the A spam that Nongshim will almost definitely try and condition?
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this
Ajay
map,
bhai.
there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So
Ajay
many
bhai.
walls on the side of
जी.
Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the
Bola.
Phoenix, you have the harbor, you have
मोटू
the Viper. It
पतलू
is
की मैच है.
incredibly annoying to deal with that.
आ
And that's
गया.
probably why you want to go A. There's so many ways that you can
देखो
separate
ना,
that.
टीम देखो,
on some
टीम
occasions,
देखो.
Togemo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerves to the initiators. It kind of loses value.
टीम मतलब एजेंट
I want
की.
to see from G2.
हाँ, मालूम है body वो body players ना body
Body
health
नहीं.
wise.
हाँ.
Health wise, health wise.
Online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it. So
कपड़े
Young
पहन
players,
रहे, मैं
young.
कहाँ से देखूंगा.
normally you see
कपड़े ही पहनो मत तो फिर.
but you can't do that against the
कपड़े
Phoenix.
पहन क्यों रहे हो?
To show you can beat them there.
आजा आजा Discord पे आजा.
Especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent Select has been completed, but you could see Baby Bay
अरे वो अभी तक घर जा रहा रहेगा.
with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try to set that one.
खलवा स्विमिंग पूल में अभी वो.
Yeah, what a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. That wasn't. I didn't mean to. And also, Dragon just
हाँ,
happened
आजा
to
भाई.
as well, and that just
बोल
happened
रहा
to
हूँ
be the same composition.
G2 को तोड़ेगी आज.
From a competitive
Nongshim.
standpoint on that as
देखते
we
हैं.
like to see this one here.
I will
देखते
say
हैं,
for
देखते
me,
हैं.
one thing that I don't think is touched on
अपने
enough
captain आ
in
गए.
this G2 comp is the use of Astra. We've seen a couple
आ
of
गए
teams
क्या?
try Astra, and I do think
चैट
it's a
में है ना?
really nice fit across the
हाँ,
map.
देख
I
तो
think
क्या बोल रहा है
on the
अजय भाई.
attacker
हाउसी
side, it
खेलते
unlocks
खेलते
B a little bit
स्ट्रीम
more,
देख
which is
रहा हूँ
very,
और
very
लाइक कर
important.
रहा हूँ.
And the theory is that you should be able to
ये
focus the main
दोगलापन
more
कब
aggressive
सुधारोगे
contested
भाई?
stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
मेरे को बोल रहा है डीमन भाई कलवा स्विमिंग पूल में तैरते हुए स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर रहा हूँ.
Some rounds on the board, and as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that
दोगला
Nongshim
साला.
played, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling
अजय भाई.
out, it's almost like you cannot blame Valorant. He really tried to
Sponsors
create those
देखो ना उनके.
situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim just continually loved because they understand that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with Xros since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who
अजय
didn't know,
भाई,
before he came to Tier 1,
ट्रेलर
he was a duelist
ये
guy.
देखा
He
क्या
played a lot of
कॉन्सेप्ट
Go.
वीडियो
He
सोलो
actually
लेवलिंग का?
adapted across
भाई क्या ही
different
बनाया है
initiatives to
वो
the
लोग
team,
ने.
and now he's even
नहीं
more
देखा.
unleashed.
रियलिस्टिक और
And here we
2D
go.
एनिमेशन ब्लेंड करके बनाया.
Nongshim Red Force, winners of Masters Santiago, G2 Esports.
रियलिस्टिक 3D एनिमेशन और 2D
the
एनिमेशन
pride of BCT
blend करके.
Americas. And again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out
मूवी
of
आने वाली है
5
ना वो
playoff
अभी
spots
थर्ड
claimed
सीजन.
by EMEA,
अच्छा.
and 3
तो
out of 3
कॉन्सेप्ट वीडियो
potential
डाला
so
उन लोगों
far
ने
here for Americas.
टीजर के जैसे.
Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim
Crunchyroll
finally rise up
वालों ने
for the
डाला यूट्यूब पे.
Pacific, who the rest of the squads did not show up in Global Esports, RRQ, and very surprisingly Paper Rex. There's only one still remaining here. And we will start with that breeze as we hand it on over to our
भाई ये क्या
casters
स्पैम है
for
अजय
the
भाई?
call. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
क्या स्पैम चालू हो गया मैच?
नहीं नहीं नहीं
मैं सोच रहा हूँ पीछे हूँ.
नहीं 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 गेम का नहीं, ये चैट में स्पैम चालू है. चैट में स्पैम चालू है उनके चैट में. Keep them coming.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's go, Chad. Let's go.
This shit too funny.
That
That chats keep going. Keep coming.
Get to the punch, like
अजय भाई म्यूट पे हुआ.
open space to work with, and then they've
हाँ.
got, multiple layers
Yeah.
with the Harbor and the Viper.
Let's go.
to cover
Map
up
start होगा
what
breeze
they're
है.
doing and allow for some of those explosive plays behind the Phoenix and the Neon to really disrupt you. But
Nongshim का map है.
starting on that defender side, it was very difficult for them
to do much. I still look towards this Astra to get more value here for this new G2 comp. Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well on the Neon. Had a real rough go of it. It's a tough ask to go up against Dombi when you're on the Neon, no matter who you are in the world. So a couple players that we're looking at really find some impact here, see if they could slow Nongshim's roll.
Exactly what they're looking to do. Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for Nongshim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously are going to be working without the util. G2, though, looking decently prepared.
Nice read.
Stack ready to strike into mid. Slide across Leaf, playing this very cautiously, carefully, and absolutely annihilates them. 3 kills found, only X-Ross able to peel 1 back, and now Ivy, all of a sudden, the last one standing.
मारे भाई जगह पे.
0 point not to connect for the swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill as G2 find the opening pistol.
Nice round for G2.
Good read. Just
round
remembering and looking into the past that they don't check that angle. They don't check that quarter. And on top of that, I mean, Leaf, absolutely brilliant in those
भाई
shots.
टीम का नाम
That is not easy to do, even when you're offered the time.
आना यार. रोनाल्डो को नाम लिया ऐसे हो रहा है मेरे साथ भी ऐसे हो रहा है.
Clean.
भाई क्या यार लास्ट मिनट पे जाके वो गोल आया मेरे को बहुत बुरा लगा.
Should be leading into
ये पूरा मैच देगा.
easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here.
दिल टूट गया यार.
Take the space outside of A main.
Only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but Baby Bay tuck right in side of RB's smoke.
अर्जेंटीना बाहर जाएगी. नहीं लगता रे. इजिप्ट है ना सामने.
Didn't really
नहीं
do
लगता.
too much damage at all, so RB suffers quite a bit.
वो सीआर का ऐसा 7 था ना, सॉरी ऐसा सीन था ना उसका कि उसको साथ देने वाला ही कोई नहीं था ना रे. वन साइड अकेला कितना खेलेगा.
Ready to come through, grab well to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same.
मेरे को लग रहा है फैंस लेके जाएगा फाइनल.
Pole position for a flawless retake here. RG2, his Baby Bay will be able to finish the job.
Let's go check.
And X-Rolls just with the classic isn't able to find too much value there at that range.
हाँ चल रहा है ये हाँ.
Last one will
बाजू
jump out,
बाजू.
stop it from being a flawless, but Trent,
नहीं.
one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the sheriff. So
Nice round.
And G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now. Some good reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation.
Exactly correct बोला. बोले हो. Yes bro.
Time those lurks with Ivy, they had the grab well ready for.
फैंस जो चालू है वो next level चल रही.
Very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. Baby Bay 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from Nongshim, especially as they do hear that drone. So players now starting to get in transit. Ivy trying to watch for that flank. Cuts him off for now. Malin just going to go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taken. The plan to come in. Jogs previously used one.
Nice ray.
Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And balance.
G2 control में पूरा.
The G2 maybe just gonna have to try to play for a few exits here. We'll see though. They've got an opportunity if they can find a pick.
Fragment out. X-Ross knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing's going to be coming in, but Jogamo not fast enough to find that punish. So X-Ross still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but still good damage found. Need to to get onto this defuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down.
Nice round for
additional on the back of this, but he
Nongshim.
will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, you know, one of the things the desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake, very difficult against this Nongshim comp, in particular because of the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed, trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. It's going to be Exros with his ult coming into this 4th round. It's going to be the Outlaw there for Baby Bay. It's only 2 players who are 1-tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Baby Bay hoping to find that lurking player from the side of Nongshim, but actually they leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. So he's got to peel back. So
चलो guys, we are back. अजय भाई, क्या सीन चल रहा है?
to try something a little bit different.
मुझे 2-1
here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
अरे यार बट जी लेके जा रही है मैच जी बहुत कंट्रोल में
G2 2 राउंड में थोड़ी सा समझेगा कंट्रोलर.
नहीं बहुत कंट्रोल में है डेवन भाई.
Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill. Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it.
Nice job,
has the jump 5-1 and 1 on this KO. 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really.
Ivy is a plant. What is Ivy doing?
G2 showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes. That one there, you know, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back that it can.
Are we watching same map?
There's just so many smokes at the front of the site there.
What the fuck?
What
do you mean?
Just tries to disrespect the util.
What do you mean same map?
Maybe it was a spam shot while he was walking through. That snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Quick shot,
nice shot.
Absolutely denies it, pumps the brakes for them, and Jogamo back up forward for another extra kill.
Cambi का हर बार का ये.
Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward, takes that vandal into hand.
आगे आके थ्रो करता है फिर बाद में मारने लगता है.
ये आईवी स्पॉन में ही बैठ रहे हैं, निकल रहा ही नहीं है स्पॉन से. क्या होगा?
देखा अजय भाई, आईवी के वजह से उन्होंने बी पे पुश दिया है. Lovely read.
Knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A site.
Nice.
Have brute force Adambi there to lead the charge.
अब नहीं है.
Grab ball on the timing. Well read by Valorant. Baby Bay. There's some pressure in this time. No scope, not going to be able to connect. Ivy barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot now. Take that outlaw into hand. Leaf, the only one, would be vulnerable to the one shot.
Lovely entry.
Nice.
अरे nice friend. खत्म है. खत्म है. कॉर्नर हो जाएगी भाई.
Players to try to hold the line here for Nongshim.
अगर एक साथ पीक दूंगी तो क्या ही बोलूं.
Starting things off 4-1 to head of the next buy. Some ults cycled in for Nongshim.
Timeout called. I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here pretty quickly about how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. RB's ult and Francis's ult available. So see what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out, this is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. There's a slide out, he's trying to split the difference. He's trying to take down Leaf before maybe they can plant his feet, but to no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well. Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting. As Reckoning not quite in the range of that null command, so is able to send out the wall. Downbeat, he's going to go chasing forward. Try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away. Re-swings. John will end up falling. The null command now expired, so no res to be had. Francis able to find Leaf. Trent peeling one back. Downbeat. Elimination, but Nongshim looking like the fighter.
Nice round for NS.
Starting to warm up a little bit more. Quick little transfer over to the side. Cleans up Fallon as they will find their second round win.
And this is one of these rounds where you can see just how oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort of having the Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dombi next to Orange, but and that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start, though, to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round, give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still, though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. Exros into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the Hunters. Fury, Dombi into an overdrive. So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults, too. Pit available for Leaf.
Scanning ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still, G2 giving up that front A space again. And Nongshim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing.
I drone
just
chal
keep
raha hai
doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it consistently. But they see one there, and it's taking their time. He's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start the ready. Could just be the grab well, but no, will be tabled for now. As X-Ross sprinting around the back of side alongside Dombi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen.
क्यों ult ऐसा मारा
Know
इसने?
that there, oh my god!
Damn big
Enough
leaker.
to find the plant, but what in the hell is that?
The look on Fallon's face.
I mean,
Nice
yeah,
shot,
he
Ray.
just got away with murder. Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sent the blind there, but X-Ross to cover.
Nice, baby. Baby को मार दिया
Across that Molly. Cleans up too. Francis now. That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake Bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through the hold to begin. Spray over to the one and Ivy. Connect on all 3. 4K formula round.
Ivy ने क्या round निकाला है?
Absolute monster for Nongshim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way.
Ivy nice round, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you could
अजय बोलो बोलो
process
round
in this
आप
round.
बोल
Make sure that
is the
get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position
बोल रहा हूँ ना
to cover that post plant.
अजय भाई they are
You know,
goats
Nongshim,
अजय
a
भाई
team that's well known for
बच्चे
their,
नहीं सुनने वाले.
pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dombi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's Dombi, hits the transfer. The cleanup too. Jogamo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that.
Lovely.
Will end up falling to the wayside.
Lovely, Ivy.
Going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going. As he scales forward and will be able to intercept Leaf as
भाई
well.
क्या ही
Nice
खेल रहे हैं
round,
Back-to-back
यार.
rounds
Why
here for Nongshim as
comeback
they tie at 4-4.
comeback चालू हो गया.
And this is what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for
good
G2,
night
I get it,
G2
but also he can just
Good
disrespect
night.
your util. They know he's coming and they still can't stop it.
Good night to you.
So maybe
जीतू
Rifles
भाई
it's a different
जीता
story.
जीतू भाई
But yeah, look at this.
क्या
I
लगता है
mean,
chat? बताओ.
just ridiculous.
डैम्बी भाई बहुत सही मारे.
Just sliding on in. No fear.
दो जन को निपटा दिया डैम्बी भाई ने.
Tough one. Yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had.
Demi भाई be like I will make people hate me
Maybe it could be a different round. Maybe
then I will
they'll
play
Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This scope. Fallon has a cosmic divide. Jogamo getting close.
अबे यार इनका स्ट्रीम अभी हगने लगा, देखो आज को
ना
सुबह से नहीं
Goes to
हगा।
another no
अभी
command.
पिछले
Help online as well for
पिछले
BBB,
या
but for
पूरी
the
मैच
moment
कुछ
it
नहीं
is being
हुआ।
avoided.
अभी
Nongshim
लैग
have
करना
just
स्टार्ट हो गया।
forgotten that the B side
हाँ
exists.
Yes.
Try to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. To say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change
लो दूसरी बार भी हुआ।
this
नहीं
to
यार
just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine with it. Like they would just be like, "Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree. We agree." B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again.
देखते
And even
रहेंगे
though
आई
they've been
थिंक
able to
मेरा ना
best
स्ट्रीम
the
रनिंग है
three-man
पीछे।
stack at A at
हाँ
times.
Back, Dumby. Gonna be headshot on that push and Jogamo. Right up in between the pyramids. Finds it. Push through. It's gonna be Jog coming away with 3.
अरे खुद को ब्लाइंड
Shuts
कर
them all
दिया
down on
रे।
entry, and Nongshim
एंटी
able to gain the
एंटी
lead for themselves.
Yeah, I really like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor
गलत
comp in
ब्लाइंड।
that they throw all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counter punch while you're trying
अरे
to make
मुझे
them
लगा उन
execute.
लोगों ने ब्लाइंड
This is
किया। अरे
something I really
अरे
like
भाई 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 नाइस
that
ब्लाइंड।
Valorant used to do a lot with the Harbor, and now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down Nongshim. So finally, gonna have to make Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, that make them think that they've rediscovered
Surely
this
this
section
time.
of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing 2 guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid, though. I mean, you have no idea.
And if you have the space, that's why Trent's getting back over to Ness. Would suspect that he's going to be maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside hit. Will set
Lovely
this,
ult.
occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as
भाई
the mid
क्या
gamers.
एबिलिटी यूज है
Just
आप।
funneling all of G2 either
Lovely
one
ult,
flank,
bhai.
which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn. Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down on the floor. The res can come in, and
डाल दो भाई, सब डाल दो,
find that, but there's the backstab.
सब डाल दो।
Arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent.
नाइस
Stuck within the
नाइस
smoke,
Nah,
pushes through,
nah,
finds Ivy,
nah.
looks for a little bit more, but
Lovely.
नाइस
nothing
नाइस
more
नाइस।
to go his way. 5-5, Nongshim. They will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
actually this does
हाँ,
end
आ
up
जाए
really
भाई,
working.
सब डाल दो,
Also,
सब।
G2 loses a bunch of information
भाई।
control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and Nongshim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about counter adjusting, putting in a lot of good prep for today. BBB going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Baby Bay.
Has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Okay.
Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately.
Oh, nice रे, Dambi, nice Dambi.
Done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood. That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim. I suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive's just gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid doors. Jogamo gonna be struck down. Trent spotted, and he's
Lovely.
off from being able to find Dobby's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have,
Baby के पास ऑफ है.
He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is, I can see Domby.
टॉप चल रहा है मैच वैसे.
He will keep it quiet. Drift away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
लीफ तो पहले से ही किधर जाके बैठे देखो अजय भाई.
It's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of
पहले से
अलग प्यार चल रहा है उन दोनों का.
Take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit.
Bagua.
Over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there, regardless. But
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय.
Jai. Little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly, and they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that Nongshim explosive entry power. It's really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B. See if that causes any alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
There's the reckoning. Leaf going to be blinded up, but still is able to find Domby. Exos with the turn to the side. Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the Nebula just to try to make sure that everything is cleared out. Will just be drones exchanged.
Exos form में लग रहा है जब.
Can be brought in to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim.
At least second half में तो वो तोड़ेगा. मेरे को तो लग रहा है.
एंट्री कड़क ली थी उसने.
Still just checking on that backside corner.
Nice ability play. Nice shot, Dre.
Taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down to a sliver. 5 health remaining on that Neon now.
Sheriff से मारा बे.
Out from tunnel was able to find Francis.
Sheriff से मार दिया.
Put himself on an island.
बैठ जा अंदर. मैं तो बोलूँगा.
Nongshim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. The swap of the guns.
Nice round, Ray.
The swing out. To play it as
nice round.
Ivy from window. Will mow them
क्या
down.
play किया भाई उधर.
Managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that B side
nice too. Round. Half time हो चुका है guys.
Hits, but
और NS अभी lead में है. और map NS का ही है.
It looked like maybe Leaf was just gonna close the door on him, but Xros able to get the counter spam through the smoke.
ये मस्त था ये तो मस्त था. ये देखो ना क्या खेला है उसका पहला ही round.
The opening pistol where Leaf pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about, with this run back with
Leaf भाई ने पत्ता बना दिया भाई.
this A-side over and over again, finding more and more success from it, and we didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
ये rotation मारी था.
Really impactful attack now.
जगह पे घूमी.
It's got to be better than
we
saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes,
let's
I
go
think
chat.
From what I've seen on this defender side,
ये मस्त round
I
निकला.
think from Josh's perspective,
Ivy ने मस्त.
I'd be pretty confident that hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
तेरे को ये वाला, तेरे को ये मस्त दिया ना. उसने जानबूझ के उधर ये दिया ताकि लॉन्ग वाला मार सके.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken. You know.
Frantically slamming the damn. Hit it too hard and now it's not working. So.
You can just blame Alex. It's the coach's booth.
लो, Alex की याद आ गई.
भाई Alex भाई गोट Alex भाई
टेबल पे मारने के नाम से Alex भाई का नाम ले लिया. That's an achievement, bro.
with the win. Loser goes home. The winner will be advancing forward
एलेक्स भाई अलग ही
into the
लेवल के बंदे
playoffs
थे, बंदे
on
है
the big
मतलब
stage.
थे नहीं है.
I mean, if you can
इस बार तो टेबल तोड़ा ही होगा भाई, कैमरा नहीं है तो.
feeling real good about that.
हाँ लिटरली भाई.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope. My hope of hopes. See a little bit more consistency. Francis, clear the drone and under a ton of pressure just says, nope, not even worth it. I got tagged by a dart. They're throwing stuff out. I'm out.
It's a gamble stack for Nongshim that is not going to find success. I mean, should have known G2 was just going to look at the playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good.
आईवी फिर से लेगा अजय भाई. आईवी नहीं, ये लीफ ना 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 लीफ मेन पे चला गया. अगर वो उसके पीछे से आता ना.
नहीं है ये राउंड G2 का है.
Fighting on multiple fronts, Valorant has the backstab opportunity. Ivy will fall on RB, now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here to get themselves right back into this to tie things up. At 7-7, if they can just close out a clean anti-eco. Solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will find it's going to be Trent. One round away.
All right, giving themselves
Well played.
a real shot.
Well played, guys.
Played well.
Love the aggressive post plant.
Well played, well played.
A very different look to G2 here today. And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map.
Played well.
And that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times.
RB भी फॉर्म में है अजय भाई.
Two players coming up towards bridge there, absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think.
अजय भाई 6-7.
Maybe they'll send one. Two like that, especially a G2. I think they're a team that likes to play that fundamental set up crossfires on the site, post plant style. Here today, come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
This time gamble stack onto A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here onto Ivy. Now has it fully confirmed.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief little moment. Sure that there's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away. Join in with the rest of the team.
I feel like that dart and response should make you change directions here.
Stun out on X-Ross, but have the Cove situated. Pushes forward, a couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Down being the walkout in the mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill. And they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As X-Ross, he didn't check to the side. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid, and he ends up getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill for free. That would have been a bulldog.
7-all, guys, 7-all.
होना ही था Devon भाई.
This is the opportunity, and now
हाँ, सही round है.
can get any additional damage.
Imagine अजय भाई अगर इधर से गन उठा के.
हाँ.
जो.
1 versus 4. 1 versus 4. हाँ Devon भाई, हो सकता है. आईवी ने 1 versus 3 कर दिया तो ये भी होगा ना.
हाँ ना.
पॉसिबल है. क्योंकि एक लो एचपी पे है 47 पे.
ना आईवी ऐसा प्लेयर है ना अजय भाई जो जिसकी फ्लिक है ना बहुत प्रिसाइजली लगता है. तो हो सकता है बट चांस नहीं लग रहा. तो उतना रिस्क नहीं लेगा मेरे को. I mean लेना चाहिए था.
I almost sent the boys into the grinder.
कि वैसे भी मरना ही है ना.
So let's try something a little bit different maybe. Like to see.
अजय भाई सेकंड्स क्या चल रहे हैं?
4 3 2 1 0.
Okay, 80 seconds.
Going for it again, maybe a push in the mid. Flash out, but now the lean back over to A, where it's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going for here. Throwing the check, G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow, nothing there, no one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news. Here the sprint forward from BabyBay, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
It's got to be full retake now, and I mean, yeah, you've got 4 coming from spawn that you may be able to just kind of.
Trent hears all this.
Yeah. That's so many footsteps.
भाई साहब
What a read.
क्या रीड किया डेमन देखा तूने
Wise to that.
आवाज आया उसको
अरे
अरे मान नाइस शॉट वे
still comes away with another before finally getting taken down.
लवली
Ball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late. Jogamo covering fire, keeping his AG.AL protected at least for the moment. As Jogamo gets this into a 1v1. Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming in, and Jogamo does it again.
8-7
The 4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus. G2
लोग फुल फॉर्म में खेल रहे हो
looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge glow up on the KO for Jog. His flashes have been really, really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
G2 को पता था ये राउंड गया है फिर भी निकल गया
Yeah. Yeah.
Bales
I thought the round was done.
17, 9, and 5. Looking untouchable right now on this KO. And G2, they want to try to up the pace.
Nice shot, Trey.
Lovely blind way.
Everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB had been tagged up, but that's going to be a couple weapons now. Recoverable.
Eco round है इनका.
At least the one passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They will leave it in the hands of Extros after all.
Kind of a weird post plant for G2 because they have to go fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back towards the site. Turns out that's where all of Nongshim is.
The Reckoning is going to be committed to this. It's not going to connect on anyone here. Balance position now known off the drone.
Leaf की position मालूम नहीं किसी को.
Cosmic Divide going to be called in, and Ivy dead moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh,
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through. Valen just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there. Leaf now can strike. Exros hearing the footsteps, but know that this is going to be over. Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found.
Nice
It
round.
was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player surviving. They're still now up 9-7.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post-plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time Nongshim on this eco does something that you see all the time. Turns up the tempo, tries to go for the big swarm.
Time out आ गया.
Nongshim actually going to take a timeout. Finally, someone does. It's getting a little too out of hand. You're coming into a big buy as well. You're potentially going to have that operator for Dambi. So some things that certainly Silkenon wants to talk about, and I imagine this is probably something like, yo, let's go back to
4 घंटे भी हो गए स्ट्रीम के.
हाँ ना यार पता भी नहीं चलता ना अगर.
हाँ ना 4 घंटे खत्म कर दिया अपने बीच इधर.
Viper front of B, everybody else over towards
क्या
A.
बोलने का डेमन भाई.
Maybe somewhere a floating player out there like Francis.
अच्छी बात है.
Things that they've started leaning into more with Dambi in particular is using that operator, but they've not gone for it yet, and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No. I think it still isn't fully comfortable for them and for him. I mean, as good as he was with it the other day, it's still not something he's.
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side too. Like you want Dambi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
See if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of
अरे भाई वो 9-7 ऐसे देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि अपन खेल रहे.
Deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, well. Hell of a shot from Francis to start things off. Shuts down BabyBay right as the null command comes through. To clear a neutral win as Francis going to be further spotted out. Fragment over to backside. Another going to be layered in. Those flashes at back pillar, Ivy. And hold his own, but Xross getting the spot out, relays that over immediately. And Domby will be able to find value, catch his leaf on that deep lurk.
यार
For now.
अरे क्या मार दिया
Especially as
इसके
RB does that. Cleans him up. It's just Xross.
चला एक ब्रेक का देखो ना कितना फर्क गिर रहा है
है ना
राउंड ही खींच लिया उन लोग की तरफ
Would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy.
शॉट यार
Them back into this game, and yep, RB will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed.
लेट्स गो नोंगशिन
Once again, just one round behind G2.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much in this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from Francis to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power. You need that Neon.
लोग कितने रेसिस्ट है चैट में इनके
And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you
एक
down.
जना बोल रहा है लकी एशियन राउंड
Some of the other utils going to be following, and it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist. As G2, Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. They're going to try again though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side to drop down from Baby Bay. Going to be spotted here as Francis will fall. Leaf able to find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen, but RB swoops around from behind. Is able to
lovely
find one.
positioning RB
Oh, Trust Dad leaves RB all alone now. A 1v3. 6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5. G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and
nice.
Nice shot.
G2 get a thrifty, staving off Nongshim once again as they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. We're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time,
exactly.
Sort of. They go in there quick, I should say.
10 और 8
Get some space.
नहीं मेरा prediction सही जा रहा है डेमन भाई इसलिए बोला exactly
This is a glass cannon and damage but the
okay
मेरा 10-13 का यही है
अरे माँ कसम
Darbo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that op is going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogamo just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out. Francis will have it on the trade with that 100 sphere. And meanwhile, Ivy out of the cannons. Valen going to be taken down. And so far, the crunch looks decent. But
you RB.
RB's pushing past his own wall.
It's a tough read now for G2. Cleared so many players here. Like, is this actually free?
RB क्या किया ये? अरे nice one.
Can be recovered. And Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a nail biter for them.
का 10 और इसका 13 मैंने prediction दिया.
One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace makes a lot of sense because you take down that operator so quick. But then Baby Bay doesn't clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. It cost them quite a bit in that round. Baby Bay will overdrive. I'm gonna mention he picked it up the previous round. Well, he's just gonna dive on in.
Sending it now.
RB का map है.
Francis sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there. Either way. It's a drone and will have that Neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind. Going to be connecting as he backpedals away. Gets that snake bite out. But still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find Valen. But Ivy again looking to try to refill this space. Catches Trent. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination to come through. The overdrive. Tomby just trying to run him down. His peek from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Xross went.
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
No, I don't. I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
He's going to be looking for a backstab. spot out any of these players in transit towards A, then you used to think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think you have to pit, most importantly, because you don't know where he is. Give you that extra layer of safety. Beautiful. Love it.
Yeah, and they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside plant. Try to make this nigh impossible for X-Ross.
No.
Really now he has a bit of a quandary.
Yeah, nice.
Try to play it out. He's going to try to play this. Try peek at the corner. Finds the first. Gets the fadeaway shot. What is that? What a monster. What a hero for Nongshim.
क्या निकला है राउंड भाई
X-Ross. Oh, wins it
क्रेजी है जय भाई
tied 10 to 10.
मेरे को लेट दिख रहा है ना बट बहुत सही दिख रहा है
Absolutely crushing.
क्या निकाला है देखो ना डेवन बाइस ने
He had a real chance. There's a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created.
ये इधर डैमी बहुत गंदा था
From mid opens up a lot of space. It's going to drag a gun.
क्या निकाले भाई
Just disgusting. I don't know how I feel about leaving.
टाइम आउट आ गया G2 की तरफ से
I mean, he did hit.
क्या लगता है डेवन भाई कौन जीतेगा यार
NS
tip your cap on that one.
always NS
Now that is just unbelievable. So into the immediate timeout call. A round like that, it could be just soul crushing if you're G2. Because yeah, you leave the pit, but you're also you're playing it in those circumstances as well as you can. You're double stacking the angle and making sure that you're not giving him really, I mean, what you think is going to be, you know, a 1v1.
Right.
You're playing against that, but somehow, some way, X-Ross, he manages to separate him.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that, you think you're going to catch your opponent.
अभी अल्ट है इसका भाई उधर देखो तीन अल्ट है भाई
They maybe expected X-Ross to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him like as that pit is dropping.
देखो इधर उधर फेंकते जाओ
Shows that no command from Jagamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
Menacingly.
Yeah. Real scary. I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called.
Lovely.
Has the backpedal, give up the space, give up the sight. 5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize his Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, this should be a tough
hit his Ivy.
Tough round here for Nongshim.
Leaf just on the other side of this, ready.
थोड़ा सा बात करना रहे
jump here. Ivy, however, still pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not spotting him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy. I'm just going to be quickly cleared out. It's under the side, Baby Bait. Rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valorant, however, still going to be able to find one. France is going to be taken down. Leaf watching for this flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still profiting on the
lovely Ivy.
Find the one, but now he's all alone. Nothing more to do. Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun.
ये नाइस रहे.
Fall to his hand, but G2 win the round, regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier. Just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure.
ये दोनों का ही मैप है ना अजय भाई ये
On another
हार्बर और केओ का.
It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. Tips it over.
हाँ हाँ क्या ही डैमेज दिया उसको फ्रांसिस को.
They're going to
शॉट डॉट ने.
a three-man slow creep out of A main, two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Nongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that drone saw Ivy.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon to backside, and Jagamo is silently crept forward. They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible. Quick little shot, but Ivy quick to trade it back. Finds that kill still operating alone, though, and it's going to be Trent.
Nice.
Front of sight, take him down.
Ivy.
don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid. Going to be down to X-Ross, who's about to swing this corner with the peek in towards elbow. Just trying to be so cognizant of too many angles.
Yeah.
Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Domby able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2, but they're just so outgunned. Relay bolt chucked in, Bushy into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching, has him covered, and Trent will get them over the line.
12-10.
देखो डेमन भाई प्रेडिक्शन सही हो रहा है.
G2 just need one more to take down Nongshim on Nongshim's
13-10 बोले थे ना.
The thing I love about G2 is that they always give you a different
प्रेडिक्शन
look
सही
round over round.
सही हो रहा है मेरा.
It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow, and then a push in towards the front of B. Almost, though, Ivy goes crazy. He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. There's a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want, but for now, G2's looking, again, for more aggression from Nongshim, looking for that scaling, want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. I think really on the map is Star over at double doors in mid, right in front of X-Ross there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. I think the poison cloud is in mid too there.
मैं सोचा तो आ जगह जगह देना मेरे को.
Trent.
next
Not
match
going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the line here.
Next
मेरे
map
To establish
मेरे को हार नहीं देखनी.
take a little bit of map control, start to work things out.
क्यों डेमन भाई.
What a pick for Danby though.
I want Nongshim to win.
He's able to find that. Now situated RB. In front of the Viper wall, trying to see.
I want them to win 2-0.
Into the pit. Trying to sell a bit of a fake. RB trying to find that timing.
Nice
Again, the 1-2 deliver.
MIBR आया.
Noise is being heard, and Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent.
ने मार दिया आईवी को.
Rotated. Stayed stagnant at Dami now.
अरे ये डैम्बी क्या कर रहा है भाई?
X-Ross and Francis having to do it all.
डैम्बी क्या कर रही है?
Now the 1v4 X-Ross. His work cut out for him. He finds
nice
the first.
shot.
Util is still. An all command will expire.
Left side में इसके पीछे ही है.
Valorant takes the fight and takes his life.
W prediction W.
A massive rebound. G2. They did their homework. They were prepared for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's really on that defender side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds, to get some big rounds. Getting up to 5, they win both pistols, that's huge too. But it's all in the preparation. I mean, you could see it right from that first pistol round where they tucked the player into a position where Nongshim had no idea they were going to be there, and it devastated them.
A 13-5 on the first outing. Now we get ready to go to Sunset. G2's pick where they were able to take down Nongshim in a 13-7 fashion. Nongshim, their backs are up against the wall. They need to fight back. Otherwise, their run at EWC will come to an end. But for now, let's send it back over to Deacon and the desk.
13-5, as Achilleos said, was the last time that these two squads did battle in Breeze. But this time, G2 come prepared, and they stick it out. It was a very, very close series of back and forth, but ultimately goes the way of G2, and they are up 1-0 and one match away of making it an all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. Welcome back, Kukuka. And big time on that last one, and big time, you just winced there at the very end as RB on the harbor, holding down the site, just gets a little too curious, a little too greedy to get information, gets picked, then the site's wide open, no harbor for retake, and that seemed to be a problem that was happening on rounds that Nongshim were losing.
I mean, like, that's the one thing you can't do on harbor, is you can't die before that spike is getting planted. We did see them play that A retake a couple of times, and I think G2 had the answers, but I do want to echo just what Paperthin was saying. I think that first half is where G2 really showed improvements. I loved it that they came out of the gate swinging. They fought for A main. They listened to me. You're welcome, G2. That's all me. They fought in A main. They used that Astra stuff well to be able to condition Nongshim. Nongshim managed to recover that pretty decently as well overall, but ultimately it's just not good enough here for the Nongshim squad. They let it slip far too much in my mind.
Well, thank you for what you did for your region.
Yep.
To me, it was
sending them home.
Yeah. Just send them home. Send them home. But I
Ajay, मैं
love to
सो
see
रहा हुआ
also that Jogama was unleashed the way that he was.
Yeah.
Today, it's not only having the balls for going for these duels. I think that he was much more right into where to use the utility and where to actually be a surprise for Nongshim. Not only that, shutting down Dambi was one of the main keys for G2 to actually get this map on the board for them, and that is something that they definitely achieved. Do not get me wrong, it did go the distance, and it wasn't perfect, but it is so good to see that in just 3 showings, the phase that we're seeing from G2 goes from that.
अभी अजय भाई मैं ऐसा भी नहीं बोल सकता कि 2 मैच में खत्म करो.
That's the thing for me. I don't think this was terrible for Nongshim. I think
Ajay
they still
bhai.
had good ideas, and the execution.
Ajay bhai.
It wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think
Ajay
they
bhai.
lose both pistols. They lose a bonus. They can't get momentum in the game, and that is backbreaking. But I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see Nongshim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here on their map pick.
I think that they also learned what positions to play and how to take advantage of them, how to surprise them. Leaf and Valen on the defense, amazing the way that they were playing, the way the Valen was trying to read them time and time again. Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go the distance, but that was kind of accounting for Nongshim getting this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's going to have to go the distance, and they need something better on Sunset.
Yeah, just speaking about this, Breeze, one more time on G2 side, this is that unique composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it again, see if they were switching. They did not. They stuck to their guns, and Jogamo leading the line here for G2, 27-16, the only player to hit 20+ kills in the round. It was just a very, very solid showing from him, given the fact that he's the one flexing the agent.
Yeah, he's got that dog.
कौन देख रहा है? कौन देख रहा है चैट में मेरे को सोते हुए? एक जना कोई तो देख रहा है.
But the reason why we criticize
Ajay
him is
bhai.
we know he's so good and he
Ajay
can be such a
bhai.
big win condition that you will want to do anything for him to be comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I think he proved those doubts wrong. He proved that he is able to hit that same level of performance on that KO. We heard from Baby Bay in the interview, and they said the reason we went for this is because he's so good on that Phoenix. So I think a lot of it was about letting him be a little bit more aggressive. They don't want him to be this incredibly supportive KO, and I feel like when he puts himself first into those positions to take the fights, he can definitely win them, as we saw this game.
That was your STC replay from map number 1. Breeze going the way of G2, and Kakuka, we have to talk about it now because it's one win away, potentially a full Western playoffs. Like, that just seems like wrong. That just seems wrong here in terms of Valorant.
Yeah, we've had such a variety of teams all throughout the tournaments that we have had. China, Pacific, but if G2, as you're saying, is to win this next map, it will only be 4 teams from EMEA and 4 teams from Americas making it into playoffs. So, as you're saying, it would feel very little Valorant in 2026.
Yeah, look, it's abnormal. In Valorant, we're used to seeing a lot of regional parity. The top 4 at Masters London, 1 from each region, but that would not be the case here at EWC.
All right, well, we'll find out if that's the case or if Nongshim can bite back, not only for Pacific, but for the rest of the world. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
मैं देख रहा हूँ म्यूट ना करके भी क्या होता है, अगर कॉपीराइट नहीं आता तो अच्छा ही है ना। लेट्स सी, अगर आता है तो मैं क्लियर करवा दूंगा, म्यूट करवा दूंगा।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Back to Sunset we go in this rematch of day number 1, but G2 are up 1-0 over Nongshim. The last time these two teams played, it was a 13-7 victory here for G2 to extend it to map number 3. If they do it now, they punch their ticket to playoffs here at EWC 2026. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to break things down as we move on over to that Sunset.
Yeah, and in that Sunset, there is something to be very excited about, and it's the composition that G2 played the other day, having the Neon, the Sage, and the Chamber.
Yeah.
We were theory crafting about what we wanted to see, and funny enough, we got everything that we wanted. Incredibly abrasive from the defense. Those two extremities with so much pressure, and a Juggernaut that is free to roam around the map.
I think G2 excelled on this map. Like I say, I agree. I loved their composition, and I loved how they played it. They're a very smart team. They've always been good at Sunset. So I love that they were ready to pick it coming into this tournament. But on the flip side for Nongshim looked woefully underprepared on this map in my mind. Definitely felt like they didn't have the reps and they didn't have the read. But we have just seen how much G2 were able to dismantle them on Breeze, given time to make that read and make the appropriate adjustments. I need to see that come in from Nongshim. I need to see good, smart coaching. I need to see clear game plans to be able to deal with Juggernaut and shut it down. And to be honest, I wouldn't be against a comp swap. We also saw Nongshim run the Sage. I love the Sage, don't get me wrong, but it didn't suit the team. It was X-Ross playing it. I think he had 8 kills across the game and very, very little impact with that utility.
It was also the Cypher as well. Sage, Cypher, those were two different ones there. I think Sage was being ran by G2. Cypher was the one that was different. I'm very interested to see what it's like.
Just too good. Baby Base just too good. That's exactly what's going to happen. To me, Morgan, you have to sell this to me. If there is any hope for Nongshim, how do they turn this around? Because now that we've actually put it into words and we've put it as in for EMEA, for Americas, maybe I don't want G2 to win because that sounds kind of boring. Like, what is people going to say? That is not good news, especially, and jokes aside, especially coming into next year and how things are going to work.
Yeah.
EMEA and Americas and top, and that's it. Come on, guys. We don't want that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I for sure don't want that. I know that this Nongshim team is capable of so much more. This is the team that lifted a trophy. They went to Santiago. They went flawless.
No, but you need to sell it to me now. I know what they're capable of.
I'm building into it.
Yeah,
I'm building into it.
Yeah, but
what
I've
they're
heard this
capable
story.
of is Dambi going crazy on the Neon. Sunset is a fantastic Neon map. I want to see him bring it out. If they do bring out that Sage, I want X-Ross to be very, very aggressive. He has the capability to do it. When I felt him play it before, he was too far back. He wasn't getting in the mixer enough, but that's where he's at his best. On the Phoenix, for example, he was great in the last map. He was the bright star for Nongshim.
You say that you want X-Ross to be extra aggressive. Do you feel like sometimes Dambi is a little bit lonely?
He can
on the tip of the spear.
He can be for sure. I mean, I don't mind it if they swap away from it. If they want to go solo duelists, this is the team that can do that as well. When Nongshim were in the come-up, cast your mind back to 2024, it was a lot of breach, it was a lot of supporting utility, and Dambi getting it done himself. So Dambi, please, if you can hear me, come on, man. Keep the region alive. I need you.
I just still can't believe that you just heel-turned after giving him so much stick for being a bad friend and not supporting our former caster teammate here in Baby Bay. today. You had the jersey out earlier, and now you're just playing both sides.
I am so full of it. Everybody that knows me knows that I support no team. Like, I support everyone. I support whomever wins. I like the underdog stories, and I just support good Valorant. I have no horse in this race. I want the better team to win.
Wait, did you just say what she said? She said,
that's how I managed to live my life.
And
you know how
also
intense I am. Could you imagine if I was actually a fan of a team? Can you actually imagine?
That's a good point.
I mean, we saw it with España, who won their World
and
Cup
you will
match.
keep seeing
As
it.
we get ourselves into map number 2 here in her final Group C decider. Win and move on for G2. Lose and go home for Nongshim Red Force.
Okay, so this
is Breach. Do you want to defend yourself?
It's a very, very different composition coming out from Nongshim. They're swapping back to an old school style that this Nongshim team ran way back in the day. When I remember playing this team in 2024, this was the kind of thing they would do. Danby was that solo neon, and he was heavily set up by smart initiator util. Now we know Francis and Etros have the capability to do that. They've for sure swapped styles here. Now the plan here is you have so much util, you want to bait out that Sage util, you want to be able to force away Baby Bay on that chamber.
चालू होने को है अभी गाइस एजेंट सिलेक्शन चालू है डैमी ने वापस से नियॉन ले लिया है एक्स्ट्रॉस ने फेड लिया है ओके आरबी इज बैक ऑन ओमेन आईवी इज ऑन साइफर और फ्रांसिस इज ऑन ब्रीच तो 2 इनिशिएटर है अपने पास उनके पास 2 सेंटिनल है ओके वो लोग 2 सेंटिनल पे खेल रहे हैं ठीक है बेबी बे चेम्बर जॉगिंग और नियॉन
chamber out of those angles to not give Jogimo that much freedom.
Okay.
But I will say Trent did play super, and I mean super well on this map with Sky.
He did. He's very, very good at it, no doubt there. But I do think they have their work cut out. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling the copium for Nongshim. It's growing. I'm believing.
It is the winners of Masters Santiago earlier this year trying to recapture that form in the quickest of moments. They have to do it right now. And G2 have fought off the phantoms of failure on the international stage by defeating XLG earlier and trying to do it one more time here against Nongshim Red Force. It's map number 2 and match point for G2. Let's see what Nongshim have something to say about it as we send it on over to Kilios and Paper Thin.
Hello, Nongshim. Defend yourself, guys.
Sunset has to be where Nongshim grab this series by the horns and take it into their own hands.
Let's do this.
They have to find this win. Something they failed to do versus G2 in the last outing. Change the composition.
ऐसे बाहर नहीं जाना है, guys.
Back to very old.
मतलब बाहर ही जाना ही नहीं है अपने को.
Is that going to be enough?
Great question.
चलो.
You know, you kind of hope here as Nongshim that the map doesn't live up to its name for you at EWC. That this isn't going to be where you say goodbye, but there's still a hope. And I mean, I talked about it even during Breeze because it was already on my mind that I need to see a different comp from Nongshim on Sunset. Did not like what
ये क्या है भाई?
the first time.
ये क्या है?
Not only more in their wheelhouse, but I think suits going up against G2's style better. The desk was doing a great job of laying that out for you all, keeping the chamber uncomfortable. I think as well, having a little bit of extra oomph to kind of Sky. There wasn't much that Nongshim had in the bag with their previous comp that could keep the Sky off balance, that could, you know, kind of have a counter punch against the Sky flashes when they're coming your way. Now you've got that breach to allow for that fault line. You've got the fade that you could throw some prowlers out, throw a haunt out to slow down G2 behind that Sky util. So a lot to keep in mind. Pretty aggressive here off the rip. Domby though, let's take a little bit of a pause, and they're going to be diligent about clearing some of these corners. Smoke from Valen.
उनके प्रोनाउंस लिखे उसने उधर देखो सबके नाम.
Baby Bay to push forward, but I think he heard or spotted Ivy, one of the two. He's on the hunt.
Quick side forward to the A site, widely empty here from G2. Paranoia going to be sent through. Something that plan for now. Baby Bay trying to note and get that kill on Ivy on that flank. Will take him down to 9 HP, but cannot finish the job. Ivy moves over to safety. Ivy now can slowly start to rescale. Get this space back.
Nongshim के पास healer नहीं है कोई.
Goes for the team. For now, hell of a lot of poke and prod, looking for some kills, but Dami will be the first one to fall. Francis shortly thereafter, but RB rushing forward, classic in hand, is able to find two. Ivy now swinging around the back as it's just Baby Bay remaining. Two bullets in the headhunter, and he cannot get the classic out fast enough. A 4K for RB will get the pistol win for Nongshim.
Yeah, RB just sending it in there. Just going for the right clicks. As well, if there's going to be a lot of smokes on site, I'm going to just see if I can use that to my advantage. That is exactly what happened. It was very, very nice from him. Some good ideas from G2 here, but the fact that Baby Bay not able to get that kill onto Ivy leaves him at 9 HP, means that he has to wrap all the way back in through Link instead of trying to come through their spawn or something like that to keep Nongshim guessing a little bit more. Goes for the early shot, does not connect. Flash there, make it a little bit more difficult for him, and away we go. Nongshim should have somewhat easy access to the site, but actually something's got them thinking otherwise.
Clear that trip. Ivy now to scale forward. Will miss his timing on Leaf. Just now slotted into market. Always going to be heard.
Nah, Ivy. Oh my god, nice one, Ivy.
Trying to send out that sky flash and it's
Aha.
Leaf in. Gets that backstab. The Marshall now going to be recovered. Taking into hand, but
Leaf को देखा ही नहीं मैंने.
Spike is planted. Pot shots flying through.
RB का पोजीशन बहुत तगड़ा है.
Could not do in the previous map. He's just riding in alongside the smoke. X Ross able to find one. Jogamo going to be struck down on that approach.
Rambi throw मत करवाए.
Time starting to tick away.
Lovely Rambi.
Find the two at the back of sight. Francis cleans up Leaf, so about as clean as it can get. Marshall going to be carried over. All the key weaponry retained. Nongshim.
Nice one, Rambi.
Yeah, they're able to eventually suss out the correct read. Sure, there's the sky flash in the mid. Gets you the kill. That's really all there was there. For G2, we're looking to maybe get that early head hunter kill and try to use that to scale into some success. Let Baby Bay go for those quick one and done peaks. Just wasn't able to connect really, but it's that early util from Nongshim that keeps him a little bit off balance, makes him maybe pull the trigger a little bit sooner than he'd like. Only gonna have one bullet in the headhunter here. Got the outlaw though.
Q.
Stuck behind that box and Dami able to wall back.
Jogamo, what the fuck was that?
Baby Bay not going to be connecting as Dami's able to find a second. Trent going to be eliminated now. Ground into the corner, trying to hold his own. The right click will get some damage, but it's far from a kill. Nongshim.
Nice one,
Ivy. Where they need to be.
Ivy, lovely Ivy.
Will be converting this bonus.
अजय भाई लाइट गई क्या आपकी?
Start for them on sunset. Perhaps it's just
अजय भाई म्यूट पे हो तुम?
To prep for their opponent's map pick, suspecting that this draft was going to end up being very similar to the previous.
I think you're exactly right. Fully agree.
Trying
to skirt between Nongshim players. Very precarious position.
AG.AL hearing all of this noise that Dambi is making, and he should have Ivy falling into his trap. Takes a quick little second to readjust now. Turns his sights back over and it catches Dambi in midair. Good damage found from Leaf, but still a bonus converted for Nongshim as they start building up this economy.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Josh rips a timeout here, or very soon. You got to talk about some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some of the set plays you have where they didn't before, right? They've got flashes, they've got the breach in there this time, so that quick hit that Jogamo wants to make there, that slide behind the box outside of B main, isn't going to work this time because there's so much they can actually throw back at you, whereas before they didn't have nearly as much. They had like a paranoia. There wasn't much.
Looks like for now we'll just be tabling it until the next rifle buy. Now a bit of a attempt with that carried over Hero Vandal in the hands of Leaf. One charge away from having that res online as Ivy's going to be spotted nice and early. Jumps back across in the tiles to safety. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through on the A site. Allen going to be forced away. Pop flash going to be sent in. They try to hound down Tommy, and they will be able to do so. Leaf onto the one Trent with another. X-Ross is dead, and RB can only find one. Joggermo picks up the Phantom, puts it to use, and it's a thrifty for
अबे
G2
पहला राउंड निकाल दिया क्या?
to get their first round
G2
win. And if you're Josh RT, if you were considering that
G2
timeout, you're not doing it anymore.
Nope, definitely
G2
not.
भाई
Nope, don't need to. They just had to be a little bit patient. Play for the retake, get a great flash to go, a good paranoia there too. Hitting them from both sides there are G2. Really
अबे
nice.
यार
I mean, Nongshim never even had a chance to react. Francis had a rolling thunder, no opportunity to use it. They just get smothered out of that round. It's kind of curious if Baby Bay was going to go for the op here. Had enough money for it.
मुझसे किया जा रहा है ये
Opts to just hang on to the rifle for now. Since he had been cutting funds, I've been keeping track of his headhunter bullets. That's what kind of had my interest peaked. Still only at 2, but was for the Phantom this round. Maybe just since he scooped a gun up off the ground. They pass one over. Oh, RB though through the smoke.
I'll give it a bit of a freebie there. Trent dead. He was one of the big reasons why they were able to get that thrifty over across the board with that pop flash through the smoke. Not going to be the safest res ever, but still going to be going for this one as Relay Bolt's going to be sent through and Joggermo sliding across. Gonna spend stay down on RB, but the trade is going to be there. Back into a 4v4 as the Rolling Thunder will crash across, connecting on the 2, but the wall has them contained. Flash out, Dombey widely avoiding that, turns back, and how has Valen not gotten that kill? Should have had him absolutely screwed, but the cleanup is still looking decent. Leaf and Trent trying to pilot this one together. Trent able to find that elimination. Ivy now getting ready to swing, striking, and knocks them both out. It is a clutch for Nongshim to maintain a 3-round lead.
Tambi,
There's actually
goat,
so much to
bro.
talk about in this round, but it all
Tambi
happened
ने round
so
निकाल दिया.
fast. There's the Rolling Thunder, there's the res, there's the cover of the res with the neon slide, there's the wall from Leaf to block in this entry to set G2 up for a potential last-minute defuse, but it's a wrong guess on which way
ये
Ivy
क्या
had
replay
gone. They
दिखाते
just
हैं भाई ये लोग.
assumed he had wrapped back to Link, but he actually was just staying behind A the whole time. Tough to read in that situation, but nicely done by Ivy there. Be patient, wait for his moment to strike. Zombie flashed up, doesn't want to continue there. Trent, that prowler. Let's see if he wants to keep reconfirming with the dog. He's going to see a lot if he does. High-low setup.
Couple shots out, gives Dombey some pause. Slows it down for now, and Ivy just trying to cause some disruptions in mid.
And because of Baby Bay's op, you can lean your strong side into A now. This is really comfortable for G2. A-site simulator all over again.
WR.
Seekers. Yeah, oh, you know. Just don't clear them.
It's a decent amount of information.
They're yours.
Meanwhile, Valen on the scale forward is able to find Francis. Spike on the floor, but Dombey still sliding in, is able to find one. Forces. Great position from Valen.
It's a beautiful relay.
Being out, oh, Hat's going to be spotted, and there's a strike. Joggermo intercepting Ivy as he tries to enact that flank. Dombey, however, slow approach, pop flash, confirming his presence, and Valen has the counter swing. Meanwhile, Plant is going to be coming through. RB is all alone, and Xros needs to win that fight, and he does. Awesome to maybe try to get into safety, but oh, well, we're going to be spotted, but it's still into the open, so it's an easy kill for Baby Bay to find, and now they know exactly where Xros is at. The swing, not even going to be allowed to get started. Baby Bay will just pre-fire it.
2-4.
Finds that kill, and G2 find themselves
2-4.
the
2-4.
Yeah, this is exactly how G2 wants to draw up their defense. You get into that op with Baby Bay. He locks down B-site pretty much by himself. Then you can lean the rest of the players to the other side. You get the confirmation with the Sky util there. Even though Dombey almost gets away with 2. Doesn't quite. They're still able to keep him contained outside of A. Then you're able to spread your wings on the map.
अरे कॉल चलो उधर
Dombey will have that overdrive. So does Jog.
वो आकाशानी प्रशांत
Dombey though.
अच्छा
Accoutrement of pistols for Nongshim though.
भाई इनको काम समझे समझते एक दिन मैं ही काम ये करने वाला बोलने वाला अरे हाँ ना यार
They want to put Leaf over there.
कोई ना
Try a different setup and they are correct.
वही ना
Can they break the op?
कौन जीता पहला मैच जी
पहला मैच
बोला था मैं
जीतने के बाद ही तो गए तुम
अरे हाँ मैं जीतने के बाद ही है
paranoia here. Now RBs goes out. Saves him off. Tries to go for a quick little cheeky reposition, but Valen able to find the kills. RB will get taken down at backside. This should be so very favored for G2, especially as Valen does that.
Nice
Francis
one.
can't find a damn thing.
3-4.
And some of it the heals, but frankly, none of the players in G2 really feeling like they were truly in any peril. All surviving with quite a bit of health. They will deny the attempt. They get it flawlessly done. Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
You know, what's funny is in the back of my mind,
ये वैसा मैप इसका है
you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke.
ये
It's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here
पता
as
नहीं
G2.
ये पिक तो एनएस ने किया है
Shows up with the Phantom and answers the problem. Just absolutely great stuff from him. G2 again getting into that op, so crucial on this defender side to start locking.
सॉरी G2 ने किया ये मैप
Now they're going to reposition Baby Bay a little bit. Move him in towards mid. Nongshim
हाँ G2 ने किया है
kind of sensing that. A big stack. We're shut, but he has the rendezvous.
Taking the top mid. Could even go for a repeat from there. But
अरे मां कसम क्या मार रहा है ये
just enough shoulder.
आ जाओ चैट खाना खाने के
Power
लिए
didn't catch him.
हाँ आ जाएगा
They went and thought that maybe they could do a little bit of peeking.
Well, Ivy also had eaten some damage. Swing out.
Nice read.
That readjustment, but Tempe will eventually find him.
Was ambitious. The tough one. Did he catch him off guard?
Jog is as Jog does.
Yeah, sometimes great. That right there, just a little bit off.
Nah, don't peek. Don't peek.
Unless Ivy jump peeks
Don't
this.
peek. Please, bro.
Crosshair. I don't think
Don't
he's
peek.
gonna
Don't.
get away with it. Oh no!
Nice shot, Ray Ivy.
Wow! Absolutely destroys Baby Bay.
जेवतो जेवून
Hit him,
करतो
it's just
जेवून
so
करतो
much of the
शुभम
box ate through that. Unless he'd taken damage.
जेवून करतो
somewhere
मग
else.
Yeah, I think he had eaten it from Leaf before.
Oh, okay.
Just not quite on the mark with it, but players quickly in position. Valen and Trent trying to get this retake going. As Overdrive is going to be popped, slide to the back. It's going to be X-Ross collecting the first. Trent able to find two, but now Leaf going to be noted. The camera set up from Ivy. Spotting him out on this approach. And against that quandary. You let this round go over to Nongshim. Go back, recover the operator. Do you try to play this out? A caliber of Leafs player, the player of Leafs caliber, absolutely possible of making this one work. He's gonna have to find them pretty damn soon. Knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis. Running low on bullets, so just 4 remaining left in this mag. The time being played. He's out.
अरे nice one, Francis.
Going over to Nongshim.
मां कसम फेफड़ा मुंह में आ गया
Nongshim will maintain the lead.
Yeah, even though the initial mid pressure
Nice
that
round,
Nongshim
guys,
tries to
nice round.
create feels like it's going to be a round ender in itself. I mean, you lose RB, you lose that Omen so early, but they're just so good individually, and Jog kind of goes for a risky play. Then Ivy wins that big 1v1 up against Baby Bay's op in top mid. That really opens up the map. So, kind of one of those rounds that comes down to individual play. Nongshim get ahead in that regard in a lot of those
उसके पास डबल हीलर है
G2 now taking a bit of a timeout.
इसके बाद मैं देखा नहीं मैच रुको
Readdress a few things.
क्या बात कर रहे हो चालू नहीं है सामने
Some of that mid control potentially.
चालू है
Honestly, I think they have a
मेरा
pretty
ध्यान
decent
खाना
idea.
खाने पे मिर्ची बहुत डाला इसमें
Tough moment there for Baby Bay. Ivy just
मैं इधर चिल्लाऊंगा घर वालों को लग रहा है
तो मैं क्या करूं
That's a hell of a round recovery as well, though, for Nongshim. You lose RB.
क्या बोल रहा है अरे भाई
Smokes.
Right.
Still
इधर
managed.
मिर्ची चबाऊंगा घर वालों को लग रहा है गेम में चिल्ला रहा है
One of the things that that breach can enable. A lot more utility to try to clear out some of these angles.
true. And it's
Escorted forward, but this should still be a bit of for G2. Dogamo will go for the investment. Thought maybe he would save, pick up the overdrive, but the tour de force is going to be online for Baby Bay.
yeah, it's a really important round for Nongshim. If they can get the win here,
okay that baby we got it
it's going to make it a lot more difficult for G2's
Wow.
economy. It's going to be over towards B again.
Oh, Ivy trying to do it again, but this time Jogamo is there. Yeah, played in beautifully.
Read him like a book. Beautiful.
Flash over the top, Leaf watching from alley, gets the spot out. Sends out that slow orb, and there's just no way to try to find a punish off that.
डैम भी भागेगा, माँ कसम डैम भी भागेगा इधर, कुत्ते जैसा भागेगा अभी देखो।
क्या लगता है डेवन भाई?
बोला ना
अरे यार
takes down downbeat, 3 players now left for Nongshim as sees. We'll be able to find a grab here, but now Balan as well.
नाइस शॉट रे, खत्म कर दिया भाई।
One casualty. G2, the timeout call works a treat. One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of this is just more back to their default, the 2-3 from B to A. And then a little bit of a reposition for Baby Bay with that extra layer there to punish Ivy if he went for that swing again. And then Leaf hitting some filthy shots. Another big round for him on the Sage. The Battle Sage online for G2.
शुभम इधर मीम्स भेज रहा है।
Didn't need to use in that last round. I guess the good news for Nongshim is that
अरे हो गया कॉल।
मैंने कॉल किया था Nico. It's a very minor thing in the big picture. Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna?
तो काम क्या कर रहे हो?
Trent's in trouble.
I'm to narration कर रहा
Behind as well, and Ivy's going to be able to find that kill. Now the neural depth going to be invested immediately.
अरे शुभम का कुछ दिक्कत नहीं होता है, शुभम sorted है।
Giving him the space.
आकाश का प्रॉब्लम होता है।
Damage, just trying to get that spike in play.
उस पे वर्कलोड ज़्यादा गिर रहा है।
From this position, certainly, yeah, going to be encouraged. Will just go ahead, pop that one. Jogamo tucking back around the corner. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in as well, trying to find this player, and Downbeat will be able to get it. Gets a second. Leaf eliminated now. Just Valen. No real sides of this. Several players low, but it's not giving him the opportunity to try to play this one out. Downbeat near enough by. Prevent an ninja defuse. As there's the hold, there's the push, and yep, Downbeat rise to it. And finds the thrifty. As Nongshim goes up to 6.
Nice adaptations again.
Flawless thrifty, what the fuck?
In the long run, G2 had a little bit more in the tank, but both these IGLs,
Something
have a lot of good ideas. In that round there, the smother they have on a Trent is really what just wins them the round, because there isn't much else behind it. Everybody else has to kind of abandon sight.
Technical pause.
Got him flashed in paranoia.
Technical fucking pause.
That's all
Technical pause.
When they scoop up a gun, they take the sight.
Guys,
able to clear a bunch
क्या
of
लगता
space,
है?
use the neural theft.
लाइक करना स्ट्रीम को और वोट करना पोल पे। कौन जीतेगी क्या लग रहा है आपको? चैट में भी बताओ गाइस, कोई नया आया होगा तो चैट में बता देना क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा।
Attacker side team generally in their ethos. So as G2, I think if you get
क्या कर रहे हैं गाइस?
pretty okay.
क्या?
But hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't always follow the same trends here, but this is the third time that these teams have ever played against each other. Twice at this event, obviously played against each other at Master Santiago for the first time. It's always going
सनसेट में बहुत स्लो जाता है गेम, ऐसा लगता है मेरे को।
rather than rewrite it.
ठीक है दाविद।
G2
हाँ जय भाई।
buckle up, find these next
ठीक है ठीक है।
rounds.
ना दे मला काय माहिती आता कशाला करत होता। मी स्ट्रीमिंगला होतो तो उचलत नाही। आता करतो तो उचलत नाही तो। मग मी विचारलं तुला आला असेल, अरे मी नाही उचललं तुलाच करतो तो।
No tour de force after this one, should it drop.
बरोबर चालेल चालेल।
Push forward, Valen able to find one, looks to just get out and will be able to do so. The rendezvous there as well, so both players leaves in the night. Meanwhile, Trent finding a critical timing onto Ivy. And the timeout call, again, looks to work a treat.
It's just round after round.
हाँ।
Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up.
डेवन भाई।
बोलो ना जय भाई।
क्या सीन?
This time it was G2's turn.
क्या सीन मतलब?
They're even going to be able to heal
अरे आज क्या सीन हुआ वाला है? मेरा आँख सूज गया है, तो अभी इच्छा नहीं हो रहा है।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ क्या कि सनसेट बहुत स्लो जाता है, ऐसा लग रहा है भाई बहुत।
अरे मेरे को पसंद ही नहीं आता सनसेट।
खेलने में अच्छा लगता है, वो देखने में मजा नहीं आता था हमको।
हाँ
बहुत
सनसेट
स्लो
बोर होता
लगता
है।
है, स्लो लगता है बहुत।
बेबी ने दे दिया।
First player gone, now Francis fall, and RB would have to do it all, and it's just not
और
many
उसमें
players
भी
to fall
हग
back.
रहे हैं लोग।
Backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun. And G2 once again knocking on Nongshim's
नाइस
door.
मस्त है ना चैंपियन वाला।
Gonna make this a 6-6
आ जाओ
half
चैट, आ
themselves.
जाओ, आ
Yeah,
जाओ, आ
it's a
जाओ, आ जाओ।
beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because
कसम आँख बहुत दुख रहा है।
oftentimes Dombi is
वेलकम
given
वेलकम
free
गाइस,
space
वेलकम।
outside of
जो
the
भी
orb.
कोई नया
आ
आया
जाओ, आ
है
He's
जाओ।
gonna
चैट
try
में,
to press the
लाइक कर
एक
दो,
बार
corner
हाई
लाइक
लिख
कर
लेना,
दो।
लाइक
duration
भी
before
करना
he
चैट
throws the relay
को।
bolt. So Valen knows he can
लाइक
punish that.
करके
He has the opportunity to
जाना
get up there,
भाई।
spray that angle down, and then TP back.
आँख नेक्स्ट
डैम
लेवल
भी
पेन कर रहा है मेरा।
डैम भी मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है वो थ्रो करने के लिए खेलता है भाई।
Now is it going to be Nongshim's turn again?
क्या नियॉन?
हाँ
Still
बट
going to be there. Baby
डेवन
Bay
भाई
is
एक
like,
चीज
nope,
देखो
never
ना तुम,
mind.
नियॉन का काम ही है ना एंट्री देना। ये देखो
नहीं ना,
ये
वो
देखो
एंट्री लेके किधर भी
ये नाइस।
Swinging out at alleys, be able to find the one, but RB storming forward. Baby Bay not fast enough on the draw. Cannot keep himself alive and in the fight.
अरे क्या बोल रहे हो भाई?
Back over towards relative safety.
वेलकम वेलकम।
Still some damage to be suffered.
आओ प्रथम
Around the
भाई,
back.
Coming.
Oxide plant.
तुम्हारा स्वागत है आज के वॉच पार्टी में।
Get the spike in
Yes,
play.
I'm very happy to hear.
Turn from the flash.
ये आता कसा ट्रैवल करतो? गाड़ी घेऊन जातो की?
गाड़ी घेऊन भाई, अपना गाड़ी जो है ना भाई, वो एडवेंचर है। मस्त पानी से ऐसे उड़ के जाती है गाड़ी, बहुत मजा आता
They
है।
make it 6-6 at the half.
सिक्स हो गया
We saw it in the previous
भाई
round.
चलो प्रथमेश भाई ये करेंगे।
Also reposition.
हाँ प्रथमेश भाई
प्रथमेश भाई,
After getting
प्रथमेश भाई,
bullied 3 rounds ago, he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box.
हेलो हेलो।
Works a
सुनो,
trick again. 2 rounds that he's able to
मेरे घर में ना 4 लोग मेरे पीछे बैठे हैं।
I mean, once G2
आवाज नहीं आ रहा बेटा,
gets into that comfort of Baby Bay's chamber,
हेलो
it opens up the
हेलो
map
हेलो
so much
सुनो,
more for them
मेरी
to
बात
be
सुनो।
aggressive at the choke of A
बुरा
main.
मत मानो बट मैं ना एक चीज
Set
बताता
up
हूँ।
along the way.
मेरे घर में ना अभी 4 लोग बैठे हैं,
Also some
ठीक है?
nice answers. You have
और
to be
डेमन
really
भाई के घर
aggressive
में
with this
3
comp
लोग।
because
हाँ
they're able
पूरा
to
शांत
punch back
बैठवा के रखा है हम
inside
लोगों ने,
Sky a bit. They're able to
क्योंकि
push
स्ट्रीम
their
पे
own space
कुछ
and
भी
reset
आवाज
their
नहीं
own
जाना
trap
चाहिए।
plays with the
हाँ
util combos
तो अभी आपका भी फर्ज बनता
that
है।
we didn't see
हाँ
the last time out on this.
एक्चुअली
आमच्या घरात आवाज
इधर
येऊ नसतो
इधर
काय
आवाज होने लगता है तो हम लोग कास्टिंग करने बैठते, कमेंट्री देने लग जाते।
अरे हम लोग का आवाज ही इतना
इतना कुछ बड़बड़ नहीं है जिससे हमारा आवाज ज्यादा लगे, पीछे का आवाज आए।
भाई भाई वही चालू है, अभी क्या बोले इनको हकलेंगे निकल कर।
नहीं नहीं हकलना मत भाई,
पता है भाई।
बट उनको बोल थोड़ा कम बोलो,
आई होप
थोड़ा कम बोलो, मतलब वॉच पार्टी चालू है।
नहीं, आई होप
Because
मेरे
नहीं
को
तो
हकल दे कोई तो।
About G2 right now. The way that
स्ट्रीम
they have
होगी तो
approached this
कुछ
match, you
अलग
see the
बात होगी।
frustration on Nongshim. I mean, it
समझ
is a
सकता हूँ।
better attacker side than they
अजय
have.
भाई,
बिकॉज
Because
इससे मुझे शॉट
in
भी
a
काटने
way,
वाले है
it's
ना,
also
प्रॉब्लम
not
ये है।
because
अजय भाई,
you said it.
हाँ बोलो।
आई होप मेरे को हकल दे कोई तो।
Then after that, they only get 3 more.
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ आ जाओ संडे को तुम घर पे।
मेरे को कंटाला आया है यार आज।
प्रथमेश को भी लेके आओ, तीनों बैठ के वॉच पार्टी करें।
The last time out,
संडे
they
भाई
got
संडे
2
में
rounds on their
मुंबई में
attacker
नहीं हूँ,
side on
फिलहाल तो
Sunset.
बाहर जाने वाला
Now,
हूँ।
granted,
देखूंगा
G2
अजय भाई
played
संडे को
whistle
मैं।
there,
क्यों?
and kind of
मेरा
went
फिक्स
2-1,
नहीं है।
2-1-2,
अरे यार
but
वैसे अरे विश कर बर्थडे भाई का।
good enough on this
प्रथमेश
G2
भाई,
side.
अरे डेमन भाई का
Obviously,
बर्थडे कल।
again, very different
अरे
comps.
विशिंग यू मैंने
कुछ भी
ऑफ द डे
कुछ भी
देखा इसे बोलते हैं दोस्त, मैं कुछ भी बोलूँ
Defender
सच ही
side is
मान
still up
लेते।
to snuff.
बस यार, आप बोले हो पूर्व दिशा।
Without that Sage in there,
जाने दे, अभी बता कौन जीतेगा।
that's the big one.
अभी फिलहाल तो मैं गेम चालू कर रहा हूँ, पर वो गिल्ड वो दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे, मतलब सबसे
दिख
वही
नहीं
दिख रहा हूँ यार। अरे मतलब वो जो गेम है वो दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे, तो मैं गलती से अलग गेम प्ले में गया,
स्ट्रीम
इसमें गया स्ट्रीम में।
तो वो हो गया लैपटॉप आ गया या मोबाइल से देख रहा है?
मोबाइल से फिलहाल देख रहा हूँ, लैपटॉप का अभी तक कुछ ऐसा पता नहीं।
दामी थ्रो कर रहा है अजय भाई, बहुत गंदा थ्रो कर रहा है अभी।
एग्जैक्टली। लेकिन डेमन भाई मैंने जी के लिए प्रेडिक्ट किया है आज।
जी
G2 के लिए।
अजय भाई चौथी बार बोले जी तुम।
Nah, dog.
नहीं भाई G2 बोला मैं।
नहीं भाई आप जी ही बोले, पर ठीक है हम समझ सकते हैं आपकी भावनाओं को।
Pulling another one out of his hat here.
He had advantage.
Oh, 1v4, 1v5, वाह.
Back and go down to the spike.
रत्नेश भाई कब तक आएगा लैपटॉप बता तो दो.
लैपटॉप तो अभी आना चाहिए बेसिकली. मतलब अभी क्या गड़बड़ कर रहे लोग पता नहीं, इसलिए मेरी कल छुट्टी हो गई. फिर मैं वर्क फ्रॉम करने वाला था, बट लैपटॉप ना होने की वजह से मैंने छुट्टी मारना पड़ा.
छुट्टी है कल.
कल छुट्टी मारना पड़ा मुझे.
अच्छा अच्छा.
मैं छुट्टी आया गया.
मेरे को लगा कल छुट्टी ले रहे हो तो मैं भी ले लेता था छुट्टी कल. आँख वैसे भी दुख रहा है आज.
Throw out a relay bolt, throw out a paranoia. In that order.
नहीं क्या हुआ बेटा आपको?
To smother out.
अरे क्या मालूम यार, सुबह उठा हूँ तब से पेन कर रहा और बाद में देखा मिरर में तो सूझ गया.
बेसिकली कुछ काटा वगैरह रहेगा, बारिश का मौसम है, कोई भी आ सकता है, काट सकता है.
काटा रहता तो अंदर के साइड में सूजन चढ़ती थी, ऊपर के साइड अंदर के साइड है वो.
ठीक है,
जल रहा वो लाइट.
अरे भाई ये देखो.
They will be able to find the one, but Giacomo going to be traded out. Trent, however, keeping them in this round, and look at the damage suffered. X-Ross and Francis both down to slivers. One of them now finished off.
क्या ही बोले, क्या ही बोले.
नहीं डेमन भाई सेविंग राउंड था उनका.
अरे पर फिर भी सेविंग राउंड है, तुम्हें थ्रो कर पता है मरोगे तुम लोग, बस रुक के किल्स निकाल के खेलो ना.
देखो डेमन भाई अभी देखो चेम्बर ने जब उसका रिकॉल लिया, ठीक है 2 मिनट रुका.
चेम्बर या साइफर.
Yeah, right now they have a lot of good answers. Even though this one gets a little bit scrappier than they'd probably like.
अरे इन्होंने क्या ही राउंड निकाला था, क्या ही राउंड निकाला था.
Paranoia too makes this actually dangerous for a moment for G2.
भाई मैं पूरा एनएस के साइड से हूं.
Having some good tools in the belt.
देखा भी. अरे मां कसम क्या ही एक किल निकाला. दाम्बी को एक किल मिला. सबको पोजीशन पता है. ओह हेडशॉट. Nice.
Just sending it in.
Nice.
Nearly able to find that second kill. Cleanup will come through. Aftershock now going to be lobbed.
बहुत अग्रेशन से आगे घुसे थे.
But still fighting.
But क्या ही किल निकाला.
Cleaned headshot, but nothing more to be done.
Oh.
This time the crunch.
Nice round.
मस्त राउंड निकाला. मस्त नाइस राउंड निकाला भाई.
And it is all down to Baby Bay, who will get the tag.
थोड़ा थोड़ा गियर अप हो रहे हैं ये लोग. मतलब है ऐसे भी 8-7 है ना. क्या क्या था स्कोर.
हाँ.
ये जो राउंड निकाला बहुत सही निकाला. और ये सबसे बड़ी यहाँ पे उनको स्पाइक मिला, वो बहुत बड़ी चीज. इसके वजह से राउंड निकल पाया.
It seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. They'll grab the umbrella.
क्या लगता है ये गेम आप तो मैं अभी तो ज्वाइन हुआ, पर आप पहले से हो, आपको क्या लगता है कौन ये जीत सकता है, कौन नॉकआउट हो सकता है. देखते हैं अभी.
चाहिए भाई. एनएस अपने पैसिफिक की लास्ट हो गए, पता है. ये लास्ट टीम है जो क्वालीफाई हो सकती है. अब हारी तो बाहर है.
खेल तो बहुत 2v2 है.
नहीं खेल तो बहुत मस्त रहे. पिछले मैच भी मस्त खेले. पिछले मैच.
नाइस.
अरे एनएस की वही टीम है, मैं बोल रहा था ना 12-2 से कमबैक किया था.
अच्छा ये वही टीम है, वही टीम है. क्या ही बात है, क्या ही बात है. कौन सकते. और ये कौन है, ये कौन सी टीम का है.
वही एनएस ब्लैक जर्सी वाले एनएस वाले, ग्रीन जर्सी वाले G2 है.
Needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze where they're going to hold
but
back towards
क्या प्यारा राउंड निकाला एकदम.
It looked like they were going to weather the
G2
storm.
भाई G2 हमने
accounted for layer through mid. And that means that Trent is
score
as
level
good
हो
as he
गया.
was in the heat of the moment there. It's not good enough. Just too much.
देखो ये ऐसा है कि इधर कुछ भी हो सकता है. एक गलती किसी को भी भारी पड़ सकती है. यहाँ पे एनएस और G2 ऐसे बोल नहीं सकते, और एक गलती किसी को भी भारी पड़ सकती है.
गेम 3 इनकमिंग.
एक कुछ भी, बट इनका रोटेशन बहुत सही लगा मुझे. बहुत सही लगा उनका रोटेशन में. ओह वो तो बहुत रॉन्ग जगह पे खेल रहा था.
We're going to grab Leech, trying to get that res online when possible. Trent eventually will be
Oh, nice,
overwhelmed.
nice, nice. Lovely, lovely निकाला.
Dambi getting
ये
himself a
दाम्बी
second
ने
and
जो
third.
kill निकाला
lovely,
बहुत
His
सही
lead
है.
here at Ali.
lovely
Oh,
Dambi.
किसका kill
With
है?
that stinger in hand.
Nice, nice,
Flawless round for
nice.
Nongshim.
Dambi फॉर्म में आ गया
Tommy
भाई.
ready to explode
Dambi
here for
form
the
में आ गया.
squad.
आप बोल रहे थे भाई ये
Get
इससे तो
themselves
थ्रो
back
कर
into
रहे हैं.
the lead.
बड़े बहुत
अरे
सही
वही
बोल
कर
रहे
रहे
हो.
हैं वो. देखो अभी एक राउंड खेलेगा, दूसरे दो 3 राउंड थ्रो करेगा. देखो
From Josh, but you never know. He's
होता
been a
है
little
भाई.
bit
ऐसे प्रो लोग रहते मेरे जैसे तो ऐसा
slow.
होना पड़ता है कभी.
Called the timeouts
ज्यादा प्रो
today.
दिखेंगे तो तकलीफ होगी ना
Nongshim
कि भाई ज्यादा प्रो है.
just been
इसे थोड़ा
absolutely
लेवल में
going
रखने के लिए करना पड़ता है.
buck wild over there on
अच्छे
A.
खेलने के लिए भाई इन लोग के.
Actually, they're suspecting that G2
उनका ट्रेंड 16 पे है,
हार्ट
लीफ
ऑफ
14
शो
पे है. अच्छा
दे दीजिए.
एक्सक्रॉस भाई थोड़ा मेरे ऐसे लग रहे हैं. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है 6 किलो उनके पास.
Here we go.
Overdrive is out.
क्या ही वो आ रहा है. क्या ही वो पूरा ओ नाइस 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 नाइस. बट ये जो इन्होंने क्या ही बैकअप दिया है. क्या ही प्यारा बैकअप दिया है इन्होंने. नाइस 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 राउंड. इन्होंने जो सेज ने और इन्होंने क्या ही बैकअप दिया है. क्या लेवल पे ये लोग मतलब वो उसने फटाफट से उसके एबिलिटी यूज किया. वेरी नाइस.
कौन में जाके मर रहे हो भाई.
मतलब यहाँ पे उसको पूरा था कि ये ले
उनके
सकता था.
स्पॉन में जाके मर रहे हैं भाई.
The stun is hitting
वही
Baby
तो ना
Bay, so
यार.
he has to fall back. They're throwing a paranoia.
Seriously, bro.
They're dashing in with the
सेज का जो
overdrive.
बॉल था वो बहुत
This is exactly what Nongshim
हेल्पफुल राउंड के लिए.
expected. And this time, though, G2's able to hold on. Just
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
nice timing on that wall there by Leaf.
सेज ने जो
Really
बॉल
heads
किया
up
था ना
play
बहुत
to
हेल्पफुल
slow
रहा.
that
नहीं तो
down
पूरा
just
गेम
enough
उधर
for
ही
them to
खत्म
reset
खत्म
their
हो
हाँ
गया
ना.
था.
create that
अरे
anger
पर उनके
intensity.
स्पॉन में जाके अल्ट करने की जरूरत ही क्या थी भाई.
मतलब ही नहीं है वो. मतलब नहीं उनको अंदर आना चाहिए था. बहुत अग्रेशन में आगे घुस गया. काइंड ऑफ थ्रो ही किया देखा जाए तो. जिधर इजी राउंड निकल सकता था उधर उसने थोड़ी गलती किया. होल्ड करके थोड़ा रहता तो ये अच्छा होता था.
महंगा जाएगा ये पता.
Not the Nongshim way.
कुछ भी हो सकता है. बिहार से पता नहीं सकते.
No. The noodles are spicy.
वो लोग सब
The
मिड में
play's
खेल रहे हैं.
spicy too, Achilles.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't.
पर ये जो G2 है वो आगे जा ही नहीं रहे. उनको मतलब पोक कर दे कि आप आ जाओ हम
हाँ
लोग ले लेंगे आपको.
वो लोग आ
कोई
ही
भी नहीं
थे
दे
ना
रहा
वो
था.
भी.
हाँ.
Maybe telling the whole story though. Could just be that chamber on the other side.
The
हाँ,
thing about it is, though, is they haven't really been doing anything over at B. So the fact that you even get a little bit of
और
confirmation,
चेंबर भाई अच्छे से
you're
वो
happy
वहाँ
to
पे
start
खड़ा है.
leaning B
बहुत
as your
सही
strong
बात है.
side.
और क्या
That's
ही
exactly
एंट्री
what
दिला
they're
दी यार. क्या ही एंट्री दिला दी.
Caesar trying to hold him in place, but Baby Bang that push up through tiles gets the catch on a Francis. They're at top mid. Overdrive now from Jogamo.
Nice shot, nice shot.
Trades it back.
ओके लीफ ने ले लिया उसको गाड़ी में.
Rescale back up into the site.
3v4 आराम से निकल सकता है मैच.
Raise the swing through. Ivy will be good
Lovely.
for one, but the plant can still be committed to. Safe angles. Some neural depth.
नाइस.
Revealing
Nice.
these players' locations. Paranoia not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still
क्या
have the
राउंड निकाला.
overwhelm.
क्या
And
ही
now
राउंड
it's just
निकाला.
Baby Bay out from main.
लवली रे.
Nice, lovely.
A
क्या ही
strong and
राउंड निकाला है.
necessary
Okay, होगा.
first round from
ओपी थी ना वो.
Get themselves up to
डाली का जो
9-10.
पहला किल वो
Good
लाइफ
read.
सेविंग था.
Just from the outset,
हम्म.
this is RB getting into the mind of his opponent there.
nice,
They
nice.
knew that finally maybe it's going to be a bit of a different approach towards that
जीतू
B
को
main
थोड़ा
angle.
यहाँ पे
That
महंगा
power was
मिलता
all he
हुआ.
needed. And immediately,
बट ठीक
I
है.
see the breach
कर सकते
starting to
chances तो
cheat
बहुत है.
over towards top mid. He even gets a kill up there.
10-9
Killed up there,
9-10 हो गए.
it's all the right pieces in the right places.
Damn
बाकी
again with
कोई
the
जीत
off.
सकता है.
And that's why
कौन
they're
हार
able to
सकता है
weather that
बता नहीं
storm.
सकते हो.
Eventually get
क्योंकि
Ivy's
बहुत
ult
नक्सू ने
to really seal the deal.
चल रहा है ये सब.
Tour de force. Baby Bay.
You want to play? Let's
Pulled
play.
underneath that one way.
नहीं यार
Again
मत.
with an op. Really nice shot from him.
वो मेरा
onto
दोस्त
the
है कि नहीं.
ulting
है.
jaw.
मैं हूँ.
कंटिन्यू कमेंट्री चालू है.
Deep doesn't confirm anything.
Nice guys,
But that's
give
just
it up.
because all of Nongshim had tucked in.
अजय भाई डैम्बी आ रहा है.
Cross here. He's
हाँ,
chilling in
डैम्बी
spawn.
ने डैम्बी एक किल निकाला.
Yeah.
डैम्बी ने जो आप जाने के बाद जिसने जो किल निकाले ना बहुत सही निकाले.
Considering if he wants to overstay on that angle. Decides to backpedal and
ओह
cannot find a
डैम्बी.
flick.
ले.
ओह ये अटक गया. इधर उनको चांस थे. Nice, nice.
Manages to find the kill.
पेड़ ने क्या ही किल किया उसको. और भी 4 है
हाँ.
अभी.
back to full.
इनको एंट्री नहीं मिल रही अभी भी वहां से चेंबर एंट्री दिला था वहाँ बट पता नहीं होगा कि एंट्री है
अंदर हम दो
check from RP immediately going to be broken at alley. Push forward,
और ये
when that fight he finds the follow up as well. X-Ross now dead. RP
अब ये
tagged low. Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off that one. Leaf with a double take.
क्या मिस किया उसने क्या ही मिस किया उसने
and finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
G2
का बहुत इजी राउंड बहुत इजी राउंड बहुत जल्दबाजी किया इनेस ने बहुत जल्दबाजी
अजय भाई किधर हो किधर अजय भाई के कॉल बनने वाले हैं
Yes. हमने सॉरी जीटू ने बहुत अपना जीटू बोल रहा है सॉरी एनएस ने बहुत ज्यादा जल्दबाजी किया नहीं तो उनका गेम हो सकता है वो लोग एंट्री नहीं ले रहे थे उनको वहां पे चांस
क्या बात कर रहे 3 अल्ट यूज क्यों 3 अल्ट यूज हुए भाई
हां 3 अल्ट यूज हो गए
all had been committed to no avail for Nongshim.
3 अल्ट फॉर नथिंग ब्रो
अभी मिड पे खेल रहा है मुझे लग रहा है ए पे फिर से जाने वाले हैं पॉसिबिलिटी जैसे दिख रहे हैं मिड पे ही सब लोग खेल रहे हैं
concern is because G2 won the pistol they'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner potentially look at
wow
इसको लोकेशन
ooh yeah wow
heal can be there from Leaf will get him right as rain but armor will be lost
that's still a lot of damage done Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid
हां जय भाई
thinking about it
भाई सही में एक दिन है ना मैं ही काम भूल जाने वाला हूं
अरे उनको बोलो ना बाद में करने कॉल
अरे बाद में नहीं रे डेडलाइन आज की है बाद में क्या बोलूं उनको कॉल करने
को यहाँ पे
मैं शुभम ला नहीं बोल सकत ना रे शुभम ऑलरेडी एक
भाई एलटीएल आपले क्या कर रहे भाई
देवन भाई करेगा काम
क्या
हाँ
क्या काम
2 रील करके देना है अर्जेंट है
मेरा काम करके दो मेरा इधर
मैं बोलता हूँ श्वेता को मैं बोलता हूँ श्वेता को लैपटॉप रिप्लेस करके देने के लिए हो जाएगा तेरा
क्या रील है
यहाँ पे 1v2 का सिचुएशन आ गया 1v2 का
ऐड से डाला ड्रामा लड़ेगा मत
और EG2 का राउंड इजी बहुत इजी निकला G2 राउंड
भेज के रखने बोलो ना मैं देखता हूँ अभी स्ट्रीम के बाद अगर यार G2 जीतती है तो खत्म हो जाएगी अभी मैं
set themselves up to scale on the map even though Jog not able to get a kill he's able to clear up you know all of that mid into market you can come in
जाने दो मैं ही देखता हूँ अगर मैच खत्म होता है तो
क्या हुआ
gives you a nice post plant
अरे डेमन भाई देखा जाएगा तो 10 मिनट का भी काम नहीं है
हाँ तो दो ना मेरे को भेजो ना
ना चल मैं कर दो मैं है ना तो फ्रीज है अपन फिर फटाफट कॉम्पी भी चालू कर देंगे ना
the danger zone they need
अब कब हुआ रहेगा तो हम लोग कमेंट्री पे ध्यान दें गाइस
अरे क्या बोलो यार
यस
प्रथम सही में यार मतलब बोलता ना एक बार क्या ही बोल छोड़ स्ट्रीम पे हूँ मैं
चलेगा
स्ट्रीम के बाद बोलेंगे ना भैया खत्म ही होने का है मैच
you know crazy fast aggressive hits where Nongshim maybe wanted to tee Dambi up especially without that op in play that's something you really got to be thinking about as G2 be sure that you're not going to fall for any of those little traps but overall to like what you're seeing Nongshim the economy busted again so going to take a thrifty to not let this go
11-10
let's go
could just flash swing out here it's done they're looking for a
अभी कोई तो बहुत तगड़ा खेलेगा ये राउंड में मेरे को लग रहा है ऐसा अंदर से
ये राउंड तो एनएस को चाहिए तो एनएस को ये राउंड तगड़ा खेलना ही पड़ेगा
नहीं मतलब कोई तो
देखो
हार्ड खेलेगा
नाइस रे
पाम।
अपना कौन प्रथमेश तू इसको देखा ये नियॉन को देख डैम्बी
कैसे
करके है
डैम्बी
ना
डैम्बी डैम्बी
भाई क्या तगड़ा अरे मारा
मारा
तगड़ा मारा उसको
जैसे नाम ले रहा हूँ साले टीम हार रही है मर रही है
चलो एक्सरॉस 4K।
नहीं डेमन भाई तुम देखो उसके पास क्या है
मार सकता है अजय भाई, एक एक
और
करके आए तो।
गन स्विच क्यों नहीं कर दिए लोग अगर गन दिख रही है तो
ले
नाइस
लिया।
ले सुनी मेरी बात
बट अजय भाई शील्ड नहीं है।
अरे
फोर वी
यार
वन 4v1 का सिचुएशन है,
अल्ट
हो
पॉइंट भी
सकता
बहुत
है हो
दूर है
सकता है।
यार
Give us a little bit more fun.
Slower going for him though on this fade. Flash doesn't give him confirmation.
खत्म
That's
मिल
more than
दे
enough
दी
there.
इन्फो दे दी
Fallon just
सेव
didn't
करने
even
लगे।
have to think twice about
ये लैग
trying to
होना
save
बंद
the
करेगा क्या
site.
थोड़ा
सेव करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, नेक्स्ट राउंड आएगा।
Trent will just
नहीं बट करना
something
पड़ेगा।
out, claims him.
नहीं
नहीं
नहीं,
यार
12 to
नेक्स्ट
10.
नेक्स्ट
Match
कैसा
point in the
करेंगे
hands of G2.
मैच
नेक्स्ट
पॉइंट
राउंड
आ गए
मिलेगा ना।
One round away from sending home the final Pacific representative from EWC 2026.
G2
सेव
And what
करके
a
फायदा
moment this
नहीं।
would
एनएस
be
कुछ
for
तो करना
G2.
पड़ेगा
It's
गाइस,
been a bit of a
एनएस
struggle for
गाइस
them
कुछ
at
तो
the
करना
international
पड़ेगा।
events this year.
नहीं
And this
खत्म
is
है
one of
अजय
the
भाई।
teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to
डैम
now
भी
bounce back and
डैम भी
get that
बहुत गलत
potential
खेला।
2-0 here, you're looking at that. You're 1 round away from it. How sweet that would feel. And it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
ट्रेन के 21 किल, डैम्बी के 17 किल, यहाँ पे 20 फुल लीफ और ट्रेन का जो कॉम्बिनेशन है बहुत सही सही है इन लोग का।
All ready to go. Ivy one away from having that neural depth online. Damby one away from having that overdrive. Be critical for them in the
ये भी
next round
इनका
to
ए
take a
पे
win.
पूरा
Use one
टीम ए
out
पे
on
गया है।
आ
top
जाओ
and
चैट आ
push
जाओ
it
चैट
into overtime. But for now,
इन्होंने भी
again,
फटाफट
this
इन
is
लोगों ने
the top
क्लाइंट
mid,
करना चाहिए।
not going to be rewarded. It is just RB alone on the A side of the map.
Yeah, it's so
ए
important
पे
here
पूरा
that
टड़ी दाड़ी इन लोगों
RB
ने अभी
just
आना
सब
चाहिए,
सब
सब लोग
बैक
भी
स्टैप
क्लाइंट
आ
करना
रहे हैं
चाहिए।
भाई।
It's going to get identified
सब
by
आ
a
रहे हैं, सब
seeker.
आ रहे हैं भाई।
Chase and
बट
having
ये
to go
लोग
for that
भी
spray. Might have been able to find some connection on the Trent, but he does not.
क्या
Meanwhile,
ही
Trademark noting the flank and Balin looking to
आई
try to
थिंक
hold things down. Prowler in the corner, the flash going to be connected.
लवली।
Not being able to find the one, but leave
अरे
the
माँ
two.
कसम,
The trade back is good. X-Ross
ए
दोनों
अरे
को
ने
दोनों को ले लिया भाई उधर
Colts now out of the equation.
मस्त मस्त मस्त
Who's
मस्त।
able to fight forward.
ना रे
He's able to find the enemy
खत्म।
fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy. So much weight being put on his shoulders. Stunned up. Hound
लवली आईवी
turns back. He's able to find Trent.
आईवी
Dead as RB from on high is able to find the kill.
माँ
And
कसम
RB keeps them in
लवली
this.
रे।
व्हाट अ गेम,
The
व्हाट अ
map is
गेम
serious,
एनएस
and
का।
yet
क्या
G2
मारा रे उसने।
still
क्या
one
ही मारा
away
भाई, क्या
from
ही मारा।
Nongshim.
चलो 12 ऑल करो, खत्म।
One
चलो
overall
लेके
from
जाओ
sending
भाई
this into overtime.
ओटी
Right as
ओटी
that
चाहिए ओटी
stun
चाहिए
was wearing
भाई
off, that was
मम्मी मम्मी
crazy from Ivy.
प्लीज हाउ बोलना मम्मी।
This right here looks like it might be their round.
ये जो उन्होंने फ्लैंक करके
तेरा
जो
बस
ये
पड़ा नहीं
किया
कर।
ना
Ivy
बहुत सही
somehow,
है।
some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt.
अरे G2 का टाइम
G2,
आउट।
yeah, knows that they have the end of this series
सोचना
in
पड़ेगा ना डिमन भाई एक जीते तो
their
क्वालिफायर
clutches.
है
They need
हाँ वही वही
डायरेक्ट
वही।
एक ही उनको
this
निकालना है
timeout.
और इनको
They
और
need
दो
the big
तीन चार
break.
करना
मैं
पड़ेगा।
मैं
अभी
तो बोल रहा हूँ
Josh
ओटी में
RT.
जाना चाहिए फिर मजा आएगा।
अजय भाई
Given
अभी वो
his
लोग गलत
emotions.
कुछ तो एकदम पाड़ू स्ट्रेटेजी यूज करेंगे मेरे को लग रहा है।
Has been strong.
G2
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid
भाई
enough game plan to bring this to a conclusion, that might just be curtains for
लेकिन
Nongshim
यार
Red
है
Force. They
तगड़ी टीम है
have to play this to
G2
perfection.
ना
G2 नहीं ये
Yes.
मैंने
Couple
अच्छो
of
लोगी
those ultimates
भाई
already
अजय
for
भाई
G2. They still have
मैं
plenty
ना
of
आपको है
time
ना
to
सब
buy.
Think
वो मैच
yeah, you
दिखाऊंगा
definitely could
आपको
have Ivy's ult.
कभी तो
Dambi
परसों
tried.
की
He's got the overdrive.
She has the overdrive. So you got those two for sure.
लोटस वाली।
I think
मतलब
हमारा
अजय
दोस्त
भाई
है
होंगे
जो
तो
भाई
अजय
है
भाई
ना
ने
भाई।
देखा ही होगा वो
really
मैच।
impactful
नहीं
ults.
देखा अजय भाई ने।
Just G2, you're
नहीं था ना उस दिन लाइट
अजय
नहीं
भाई
था
नहीं
ना
थे।
मेरे इधर
that you squandered an opportunity.
लाइट का
मैं
इशू होगा।
अकेला था उस
One away
दिन,
from
कोई नहीं
X-Ross
था।
now as well. So this is it's a little bit dangerous. G2, I wouldn't be surprised if they
मुझे एक कॉल आ
made
रहा है
out a little bit
तो
of
मैं
वेलकम है।
कनेक्ट
utility
करता हूँ
here.
तुम्हें थोड़ी देर में।
See if they can
हाँ
अरे
हाँ
Nongshim into
इम्पोर्टेंट
going for
राउंड
one of
छोड़
those
के जा रहे थे।
aggressive hits that this time they're able to
2
dodge. They're
मिनट
just
आ
able
गया,
to
आ जाओ।
अरे फिलीपींस और में
use the cape, keep the bull and the horns away from them.
नियॉन का कॉल आ रहा रहेगा।
A bit more difficulty here for G2. expecting a set exec here from
ये
Nongshim.
भाई ये भाई
Really going to be falling into that trap.
ये भाई
क्या हुआ?
Not yet.
No, they're
अजय
looking,
में
but
क्या
they're
हुआ?
देखो ना
very patient at A.
नहीं
You
नहीं
can
नहीं
see the
मैं वही
bridges up
मैप
there.
रीडिंग कर रहा हूँ
Follow up.
हाँ
Jungle
हाँ
really senses that. You see this all the time on this map with the
भाई
breach. That they want to send
क्या
out
ही
that
फेक किया
util.
भाई
That's
हाँ
great.
ना
Great work from Jog.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he had
क्या
the scale
रिटर्न
advantage,
भागा है
had the
भाई
camera situated. Full spot,
नहीं
everything.
बट ए पे ही होगा,
Avoids getting caught in the trap.
ए पर ही होगा.
From Balin. Just over outside of A lobby. RB.
वो लोग बी पे रोटेट कर रहे हैं. हाँ अभी आएंगे वापस.
Now going to be sent through. Goes for a TP reposition.
Lovely.
Plan his feet and find one. The rest going to be invested.
अरे मार देता उसमें.
Right back into it as the
अल्ट यार अल्ट आया टाइम पे अल्ट आया
on the job, and the heal is available as well. Leaf just keeping them right in this mix.
डैम्बी ने अल्ट वेस्ट किया यार अजय भाई.
देखा 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 देखा
क्या था ये, मतलब अभी वो रिवाइव कर रहा था उसको.
नाइस रे
दो जन को तो ऐसे ही मार देता वो.
Jump through the paranoia now to fly.
वो देखो.
Very
nice.
Jogama will get taken out. X-Ross finding Leaf, and the time it's getting away from them. Balin able to find the one, but the trade is going to be through. 8 seconds now remaining on the clock.
देवन भाई चलो उठी चलो.
Lovely.
Comes away with a 3K, and Nongshim are not done yet.
Lovely अजय भाई.
They take this into OT.
It just takes so long. Again, this new comp that Nongshim brings to the table has so much stall, so much delay in it.
क्रॉस बाय
And even though they get that res,
Extra,
Tom is able to
extra.
use his ult to continue to hold them at
तुम
bay.
तगड़ा
At
खेल
that
लेकिन
point, Nongshim is able to
हाँ ना.
continue to slowly rotate over because there's just no room for G2. They're smothered. They go over to this defender's side once
12
again.
12.
Slightly better on this half of the map. Last cannon. It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma-running that with how well it went. Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT. All reset. Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
G2 are trying to fight against the script here. Stop this from going to that third and final map.
अरे नाइस भाई, वो किधर कैसे बैठे रहता था. अरे नाइस बन रहा है अभी. Lovely.
Operated down on the floor. Spike now. The plant committed to the slide in.
अरे आरबी
Anti-flash. He ends up getting caught off guard. But Ivy, he finds Trent. A bloodbath here. It's now a 2v2 with Leaf. Up over top of the box there at Boba. Finds X-Ross, and Francis now has to do it
फ्रांसिस
all.
अकेला है.
वो
The double approach isolates it down into a
मैप
1v1.
3 भाई
The
क्या
run of the wall, but the shutdown from
खत्म वाला सीन
Francis.
देवन भाई.
He gets the clutch.
एक और राउंड है अजय भाई को.
Get themselves to map point.
अरे
Huge work from Francis. Individual brilliance on display. Baby
क्या
Bay
था
has a
लेकिन ये
rendezvous
थ्रो कर रहा
right
था या
behind
क्या
that
कर रहा
box
था.
where we just see RB get killed there.
पता नहीं.
Jog trying to
सेट
break
के
out.
बाद यही गलत होता है
Crossfire
कि
set
वॉल
up, so
पहले आ
shit
जाता
gets
है.
won.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
It is.
it's a little bit too fast on the adjustment. Is Francis.
Read it nicely.
Operator again in hand for Baby Bay. Needing to win these next 3 rounds. But Dami, he's already in on top of Valin, setting up that fast lane, and he's finding
Nice one, Dami.
अरे
अरे
तीन निकाला
3 निकाल दिया उसने.
third Trent seized in position.
मेरी आँख.
In mid.
माँ कसम.
डेमन भाई टाइम बताओ जरा.
17 16 15 14
12 11 किधर पीछे चल रहे डेमन भाई वही बोला.
मैंने वो डेट स्कोर का रीच है बराबर निकाला.
8 4 3 2
Up at the ready, knows that someone very well could be behind him. He's correct. But for now, X-Ross just gonna hold the line. They know they have the map, the time to work with. Here we go, Francis.
शॉट.
खत्म.
See it here. The peek in and Baby
राउंड 3 पे चलो
to the
गाइस.
floor.
मैप
Swing of the
3
corner
पे
and Trent
चलो.
can't quite finish him off. 14
चलो.
to 12. Nongshim trading blows, trading map wins against G2.
Nice
They
game.
persevere and they push this all the way into a third and final map for the final.
क्या लगता है डेमन भाई जी ने हगा कि नहीं
This
आज का.
comp change, it got the job done. It
Right.
certainly was not easy. G2 still doing good on this map, but Nongshim showing that they still have a
अभी
lot
प्रथम में जाएगा तो उसको झटका मिलेगा.
कितने आगा बोले आप?
they used to run this comp. That
मैं
muscle
बोला
memory, being
इसने
able to play it,
G2 हागा
using
ना
that
ये
breach
टाइम.
really effectively to keep
आप जी ही बोले पहले.
setting up those combos for Dambi.
अबे क्या ही बोलूं, अभी आदत हो गया ना.
Well, the final map of Haven will decide it all. Nongshim Red Force holding on by a thread, and now comes down to a best of one.
देवन
Who
भाई,
gets that final slot of the playoffs?
हमने वो रील देखा, मैंने डाला वो.
हाँ हाँ देखा देखा.
Achilles saying by a thread, but now they have a brand new
देखा.
वो आइडिया कैसा आया था मालूम है मेरे को.
हाँ.
मैं रात को
बट अजय भाई उसमें लिप सिंक करने का था.
अरे डेमन भाई कॉल चालू था मेरा, गाना नहीं गा रहा हूँ मैं.
मेरे को लगा कि कॉल चालू है. सॉरी, गाना गा रहे हो.
मैंने व्हाट्सएप
मैं सोच रहा हूँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये अजय भाई दूसरा गाना गा रहे हैं कोई तो.
नहीं गाना नहीं, कॉल चालू था मेरा. मैं बोला शूट करके ले लेता हूँ बिकॉज स्ट्रीम पे जाना है और काम भी खत्म करना. सीन क्या हुआ मालूम है?
हाँ.
रात को डाइट बुक पी रहा था और ये गाना आया मेरे इधर लिस्ट में. मैं सुना तो मैं बोला कि चलो ऐसा कुछ रील बना के देखते हैं. ठीक है.
खाली कुछ
तो मैं बोला कभी बनाऊं, टाइम ही नहीं है. मैं था एक्चुअली मैं निकल रहा था शॉर्ट्स आज डालने के लिए यूट्यूब के लिए. इसलिए लाइट बीट चालू किया था, उतने में कॉल आ गया. मैं कॉल पे गया एंड बोला चल अब भी रिकॉर्ड कर लेता हूँ. कॉल पे बोलते बोलते रिकॉर्ड कर लिया और वीडियो देखो 4,500 व्यूज. अरे
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ
नाइस रे.
और सब रैंडम लोग आए यार लाइक के लिए.
हाँ वायरल की तो रैंडम ही ज्यादा आते हैं. ट्रायल पे डाली ना?
नहीं कुछ नहीं, डायरेक्ट अपलोड इधर ही एडिट किया. बोला लैपटॉप में किधर लेके जाओ. मैं बोला इधर डाइट कोक वाला ही कंटेंट बनाऊंगा अभी थोड़ा, बिकॉज जेनजी लोगों को वो ज्यादा पसंद आता है. अभी और एक कंसेप्ट है मेरा.
क्या क्या
बोलते हैं ना जो 90s बोलते हैं ना 80s किड थे वो सुबह उठ के चाय पीते हैं और जो जेनजी है सुबह उठ के डाइट कोक पीते हैं.
सही बात है, हम तो चाय पीते हैं. इसी बात पे चाय हो जाता तो मजा आ जाता.
नहीं वीर भाई बोलो कैसा लगा, आइडिया कैसा लगा?
क्या आइडिया? अच्छा रील का आइडिया.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
हाँ बढ़िया. लेकिन
बोलो.
अभी मतलब अब जैसे आप भी डाइट कोक पे शिफ्ट हो गए तो फिर व्हाट अबाउट दैट? जैसे आप भी डाइट कोक पे शिफ्ट हो गए हो ना,
हाँ
तो उस पे आप क्या कहोगे फिर?
मतलब समझाई नहीं मेरे को. वीर भाई
मतलब
क्वेश्चन
जैसे
पूछ
कि
रहे हो, क्वेश्चन मेरे को कर रहे हो?
नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि जैसे कि जो चाय भी पीते हैं डाइट कोक भी पीते हैं, मतलब
नहीं मेरा मोटिव क्या है कि देखो 80s किड सुबह उठ के चाय पीते हैं और जो जेनजी किड रहते हैं वो बोले ना सुबह उठ के डाइट कोक पीते हैं.
ओके ओके.
समझा ये समझा ये कंसेप्ट. हाँ सुबह सुबह.
हाँ ये आप कर सकते. और या
तो
फिर
ये कंसेप्ट है.
जो
और एक
नहीं
ऐसा
तो
भी है
माँ वो कर दो. हाँ जेनजी कह सकते हो. हाँ सही.
वीर भाई
हाँ
मेरी है ना रिसेंट शॉट देखो.
रिसेंट शॉट?
हाँ
कहाँ का?
यूट्यूब का शॉर्ट क्या अभी
कब डाला?
आज अभी शाम को.
ये मेरा चेंबूर वाला दोस्त क्या इंस्टेंट शेयर कर रहा है?
मॉन्स्टर मॉन्स्टर शेयर कर रहे हैं. अरे डीमन भाई ये देखो, ये अभी मैंने लिया.
क्या लिया?
मॉर्टल कॉम्बैट.
नहीं ये तो मेरे पास पहले से था. इसको तो डाउनलोड कर रहा था खेलने के लिए. ये लिया 59 रुपीज में मिल रहा था.
जस्ट फॉर फ्री.
हाँ
ओके इसे गेम मेरे को इतना खास नहीं
मतलब टाइम पास के लिए ठीक है।
डिस्कॉर्ड पे आओ,
के लिए ठीक
डिस्कॉर्ड पे, डिस्कॉर्ड पे, डिस्कॉर्ड पे। नहीं, डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ, तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ। नहीं तो आ अभी, तो आ अभी, आ सो डिस्कॉर्ड पे तो आ।
कौन है कौन है?
अर्शल, अर्शल।
वीर भाई देखो ना मेरा शॉट, देखो ना रिसेंट वाला,
वही देख रहा हूँ।
चलो,
फिनिक्स वाला।
अरे क्या, अरे
फिनिक्स लाइनअप ना।
हाँ हाँ,
वही देख
क्या
रहा हूँ।
क्या कमबैक किया है।
W कम बैक है।
लेके चल रहा है, चल रहा है। आइसक्रीम
बढ़िया बढ़िया, ये आपने पहले प्रैक्टिस किया है क्या इस मैप पे?
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
हाँ।
अरे मतलब मेरे क्या बजा है 9:30
नहीं सही लग रहा है।
जब भी मैप आया ना पहले दिन, तभी पूरा सर्वे
हाँ।
कर रहा था कि इधर से कौन सा एजेंट से क्या थ्रो कर सकते।
तो ये आप इस पे क्यों नहीं डाल रहे हो इंस्टा पे भी?
इंस्टा पे मेरे गेमिंग वीडियोस नहीं है ना वीर भाई, एक भी। तो मैं डाल लूंगा
इवेंचुअली
तो
डालोगे तो
गेमिंग अकाउंट जैसा लगेगा फिर वो।
बट इवेंचुअली डालोगे ना कभी ना कभी, या उसके
नहीं,
लिए एक अलग सा
मैं
अकाउंट
सोच रहा हूँ इंस्टा के लिए मैं गेमिंग वाला अलग अकाउंट बनाऊं और उसमें
हाँ
सारे
बना सकते हो।
जो शॉर्ट्स
हाँ
पे
बना
डालता हूँ वो सब रील।
हाँ ये कर सकते हो, लेकिन इवेंचुअली डालोगे तो क्लिप्स तो डालोगे ही ना।
हाँ हाँ of course। उसके बाद वाली भी देखो, वुमेन वाली।
वोमेन वाली?
हाँ
एक
हाँ।
सेकंड, आपने तो एक ही शॉट डाला है अभी तक।
नहीं नहीं, शॉर्ट्स बहुत है, शॉर्ट्स बहुत
नहीं
डाले मैंने।
मतलब रिसेंट में एक ही डाला है ना।
नहीं, आज एक ही डाला, वुमेन वाला
हाँ
परसों
आज
डाला,
एक ही।
परसों या नरसों या तरसों।
हाँ ओमेन वाला तो मैंने देखा था, ओमेन वाला देखा था, और इनफैक्ट उस पे व्यूज भी देखो ना 2.2
2.2 के
2.2 पे गया है। हाँ वो, और वो पता है ऐसे में नहीं देखा, मतलब वो अपलोड होता है
रोल
तो
आया।
नोटिफिकेशन आता है ना, वैसे नहीं देखा मैं वो नॉर्मली मैं स्क्रॉल कर रहा था तो उसमें आया मुझे।
मागोल या ओपन झाटी ये मागोली लास्ट टाइम मागोली ना।
रेज वाला देखो ना, रेज वाला क्लच देखा मेरा 4K वाला
रेज वाला क्लच।
हाँ,
एक मिनट,
उसमें देखो भाई, क्या ही टैप टैप पड़े भाई। उसमें लिखा है
रेज
देखो,
वाला क्लच कहाँ पे
when
है?
woman man plays duelist।
एक मिनट, नहीं ये शॉट कहाँ है?
शॉर्ट में ही है
अरे
रे।
देखो ना, रिसेंट में डाला था।
when woman man plays।
नहीं रेज वाला रिसेंट में डाला है आपने?
नहीं, लेटेस्ट में ही है। कुछ तो चौथा शॉट देखो, चौथा 715 व्यूज है।
चौथा एक अजय भाई का है ये तो।
नहीं,
अच्छा
अजय
व्हेन
भाई
व्हेन
स्ट्रीम
एन
से लिया था
ओमन
मैंने।
व्हेन प्लेज अ रेज ऑफ स्ट्रीम। हाँ
वो अजय भाई के स्ट्रीम से लिया था मैंने, तो अजय भाई का ही फेस कैम डाल दिया।
एक मिनट वही देखेंगे।
देखो देखो,
ये आप रेस खेल रहे हो?
हाँ मैं ही तो हूँ, और कौन रहेगा।
ये आप रेस खेलना लेकिन छोड़ क्यों रहे हो?
कौन छोड़ा, मैं खेलता हूँ।
मतलब
खेलता हूँ
अभी
रेस।
आप फिनिक्स में शिफ्ट हो गए ना।
हाँ तो ऐसे ही, मतलब मैप पे डिपेंड करता है। मैं अगर एसेंट वगैरह देता हूँ तो मैं यही लेता हूँ, फिनिक्स या फिर
अच्छा,
रेज ही लेता हूँ, मैं ओमेन नहीं खेलता।
रेस
अगर
का
कोई
वो
रेज ले
शैशल
रहा
वाला
है।
ड्रिल करना कभी।
हाँ वो सीखना है वीर भाई, मेरे को बहुत बहुत ज्यादा सीखना है, क्योंकि मेरे को अभी थोड़े महीनों के बाद अगर मेरा पीसी अगर ठीक होता है तो मैं
हाँ
वेले भी खेलना चालू करूंगा।
वेले
हाँ वेले वेले
वेले का तो ज्यादा आइडिया नहीं
वेले
है।
वेले।
अभी ये मैच खत्म हुआ आज का?
हाँ
आज का मैच खत्म हुआ?
नहीं अभी तक, अभी एक और मैप जाएगा, एक और मैप में जाएगी।
ओह
लेट्स गो, क्या बोल रहे हो वीर भाई?
नहीं मैं पूछ रहा था आज के मैच खत्म हुआ क्या?
अरे क्या इंटरेस्टिंग मैच हुआ, आप खत्म की बात कर रहे हो?
बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हुआ है ना।
अरे फिर मेरा चेंबूर वाला दोस्त आया क्या?
आ
आ
गया
गया।
आ गया
बीमार है और मॉन्स्टर पी रहा
अरे
मैं आवाज बंद कर।
है। मैं बुलाया
हर्षल
महिला
भाई
उसको।
मित्र
आप
ने दिया
मेरा
है,
स्ट्रीम
महिला
देखो,
मित्र।
ये गेम खेलने आओ आप।
अरे रॉकेट लीग खेला है भाई मैंने ये गेम।
और इसमें ज्यादा मजा आता है।
क्यों?
रॉकेट लीग खेला है मैंने, मजा आता है, बहुत मजा
वैलो
आता
में
है।
किल नहीं मिलती इसलिए?
नहीं पहले बहुत खेला है भाई रॉकेट लीग।
नहीं मतलब ये ओजी गेम है ना, मतलब बहुत
हाँ
खेला है इसको।
बराबर बराबर बराबर।
देखो
ये डीमन
हर्षल के साथ बातचीत करने के लिए मैं एक इंसान को बुला दो स्पेशली।
देख लिया मैंने चैट्स, हाउजी खेलते खेलते स्ट्रीम देख रहा है, देख लिया मैंने।
उसको ही बुला लेता हूँ ना मैं डायरेक्ट।
अच्छा बुला, डिस्कॉर्ड पे बुला, डिस्कॉर्ड पे बुला।
बुलाओ बुलाओ।
आज हो जाए,
आज अजय भाई बुला देंगे, चलो
आज
बुलाओ
बुला
अजय
ले
भाई।
भाई, बुला ले बुला
Very
ले।
excited about this. I think you should. No. Listen, I think you should, because the most important thing and what we have been highlighting for the entirety of the group stage is how quick teams have adapted to everything. And coming into this rematch, it was breeze for G2, and it was definitely sunset for the side of Nongshim.
हाँ चलेगा भाई, मैं ऑलवेज रेडी हूँ किसी के लिए भी।
Managed to succeed in their opponent's map pick, and now we're going to go to a
किसी के लिए भी
third
चलेगा।
round.
बीजीएमआई पे?
Not the same as the first time these two teams
अरे
have
डीमन
encountered.
भाई
That is no
ये
longer
इस पे
gonna
आओ,
things go out
रॉकेट
the door,
लीग, वो
and maybe
बीजीएमआई
this is
से
a
भी
great
कम
way for
लेगा।
it to happen.
हाँ मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, बीजीएमआई से कम
कोई ना
लेगा
रे,
वो।
कोई ना रे, चलेगा, तेरा भी चलेगा। साबुन स्लो है थोड़ा, चलेगा।
चलता है लेकिन अलग वर्जन है।
मैं क्या
चलता है लेकिन
अरे
अलग वर्जन है।
मैं क्या ही बोलूँ यार। कोई बोल रहा है टी लॉन्चर वाला माइनक्राफ्ट खेलना है, कोई बोल रहा है कभी अभी वो कौन सा क्या था रे वो जो अपन खेल रहे थे बीच में, वो कौन सा रिपो नहीं रे, उसके पहले खेल रहे थे ना वो
इट टेक्स टू।
फॉरेस्ट भी नहीं रे, वो फॉरेस्ट के अलावा और एक गेम था जिसमें वो बड़ा सा आदमी रहता था, उसको मारने का था।
इट टेक्स टू।
क्या बड़ा सा आदमी रहता था? वो
अरे
रिपो ही है।
मिशन वाला था ना।
हाँ रिपो ही है।
नहीं वो अलग गेम था।
नहीं रुक जा,
नाम नहीं याद आ रहा है अभी। इसने अपना क्या बोलता है, मॉस्को ने डाउनलोड किया वो हाँ, वो था ना राक्षस साला, मेरे से मरे ही नहीं जा
अच्छा
रहा था।
ज़ॉम्बी, अरे वो ज़ॉम्बी वाला गेम है। हाँ तो वो तो मैं डीमन भाई खेल रहे थे, आप ही छोड़ दिए।
अरे स्टोरेज अब भी मेरे पास, स्टोरेज अब भी बोलो तुम कौन सा खेलना है।
अरे नहीं वो डाउनलोड करते हैं जो सब लोग खेल सके।
सब लोग तो वैलोरेंट ही खेल पा रहे वीर भाई, आपको छोड़ के।
अभी तो मैं नहीं खेल पाऊंगा वैलोरेंट कुछ महीने।
क्यों आपकी पीसी का क्या हुआ, लैपटॉप का?
देख
अरे मेरा लैपटॉप अब आईसीयू पे है।
वीर भाई का सीन पता था, वीर भाई का सीन पता था। वीर भाई के पास लैपटॉप है, अच्छे खासे स्किन भी है, ठीक है, सब कुछ है, लेकिन गेम प्ले नहीं बन रहा है।
गेम प्ले नहीं बन रहा है भाई। लोग
मैं गेमर नहीं, कलेक्टर हूँ।
अच्छा अरे लोकेश ने भाई ये जो एनवीडिया का कंट्रोल पैनल है ना, वही उड़ा दिया था। गेम ही लॉन्च नहीं हो रहा है, ड्राइवर्स ही उड़ा दिया, ग्राफिक ड्राइवर्स।
वाह
हाँ ये मेरा भी हुआ था, फिर मैं भाई मेरा
अरे कर सकते,
मैंने गलती से ड्राइवर ही उड़ा दिया था।
हाँ पूरा
फिर
ड्राइवर
मैंने भी वापस डाउनलोड करके पूरा सेट किया।
बोला उसको, बोला डिस्कॉर्ड पे, बोला 2 मिनट।
किसको लोकेश को खाना खा
हाँ
रहा
भाई उसको मैं ऐसा
मैं
बोलता था
बहुत
अभी।
चिल्लाया उसको, मैं बहुत
अरे
चिल्लाया।
हाँ मैं बोलता था अभी उसको।
मेरे मुंह से गाली निकल गई भाई, क्या बोलूं मैं।
जाने दे, किसी दिन मार पीट खाएगा हर्षल, मैं बच्चा नहीं आऊंगा तभी।
क्या मारेगा उसमें, हिम्मत है क्या?
वो तू छोड़, तू मॉन्स्टर मिन्स्टर क्या बात है आज।
अरे भाई महिला मित्र।
अजय भाई सही थे।
मैंने ऐसी भेज दिया एक को, ठीक है, कॉलेज फ्रेंड है तो ना, उसने सीधा ब्लिंकिट करके भेज दिया मेरे घर पे, आ गया भाई। और एक
अरे
डोनेटोस आया था और ये
वो
आया
रील
था।
नहीं है, वो रील
हाँ
नहीं है
वही
डुओ
वही
वाला।
वही रील भेजा था।
हाँ
तो उसने
हर्षल
ये
भाई
और डोरिटोस डाल के भेज दिया मेरे को ब्लिंकिट
रुक
पे।
जाओ, मेरे घर का पिन कोड ढूंढने दो मेरे को पहले।
क्रेजी भाई हर्षल भाई डुओ गेम प्ले कर रहे हैं।
बकचोदी में भेज दिया मैंने, इसने सही में भेज दिया मेरे को। 10-15 मिनट के बाद मेरे को दिख रहा है भाई, ऑर्डर आइए जाके ले ले। वाह
महिला मित्र, रुको रुको आया आया। अरे तेरा आउजी वाला दोस्त बोल रहा था कि वो उसको बोला करके।
बुला ना, बुला बुला बुला।
नाही नाही, अरे मॅच तर एक्साइटिंग झाली भाई, थर्ड राऊंडला गेली. हा एक कोळेकरचा आवाज येतोय मला मागे. संगतचा असर दिसतंय मला.
राजे का सदा कदा बाहेरच असतो.
अरे कुठे बसले तुम्ही?
देशी कंट्री पार्क.
बंट्याच्या घरी आहे. दे बंट्याला जरा कॉल. काय काका, सॉरी आजोबा, आजोबा काय तुम्ही, काय म्हणता, तुमचे केस विस पिकली पूर्ण. तुला बाकीच्या तर कोळेकर सोबत काय बसलाय चुकीची संगत.
have gone to a 2-1. In fact, none of the teams that have made it as the first seed of their group, meaning with the 2 victories and 0 losses,
काय बडबड करतात हे लोक यार, लवकर चालू करा ना मॅच.
that is good, that is healthy, that is teams preparing surprises, teams being able to be the surprise as well.
Yeah, so it is Ivy taking a quick break and we need to go ahead and
तीच गोष्ट 4 वेळा सांगते.
that it has gone such a long way. This has been a long tournament. All the teams flying on in from their respective regions. So as we do that, let's recalibrate here and take a look at all the teams' journeys in terms of their brackets. We could start with Group A and how that one all shook on out, because again, it has been such an exciting tournament, especially the way that we kicked things off EDG and BBL.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL managed to make it out, but just as the second
Swarik
seed,
पण
it
येऊन
was
बघ,
actually
Swarik काय वेगळं
100
करतोय.
piece, as we were speaking about a potential for America's team for EMEA. That is definitely what happened in most of the groups. We're only waiting for this one. But yeah, 100 Thieves being one of the surprises, as we're saying, bouncing back in many occasions, and BBL just back into that Turkish form that we were expecting. La Rock being an absolute beast, and as you see here in the bracket, this is actually Group B, Morgan, what we call the Group of Death.
Yeah, this was the Group of Death for sure. As we watched this unfold, I was shocked that we had to say goodbye to Paper Rex so early. Normally, they are the team to hang their hat on. They are the one we expect to go very, very deep in the tournament, but they can't do it. Losing 2-1 to NRG and then 2-1 to
जीतेगा G2 भाई, G2 भाई on
a
form.
lot of optimistic people here in Paris talking about how great that could have been, but they did fall to NRG.
Especially given the fact that it was just such a tough
देखते भाई,
start
G2 भाई मेरे रिश्तेदार है,
in the middle of the
बचपन की.
2026,
दीवान
and then they
भाई.
found the little boon of life here at EWC. They get the huge upset of Paper Rex, probably upset of the tournament, some would say.
Yeah.
But then fall just a little short here against NRG, and that gives us our 2 squads in vitality in NRG.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, for Paper Rex, they're chilling. They're already qualified for champs. They
भाई
can,
कपड़े
they
सूख
can
नहीं
take the
रहे, मैं
rest of
कहाँ
the
से
year to
सुखाऊंगा?
come down and actually
What is
rest
this
a little
video?
bit. To me, the big question is this just a glimpse of what could be for KC? Do we just take that one map and just assume it's not going to
Achha.
happen again? Because I'm kind of tired of that narrative. I want to see a KC that is actually a serious contender.
I mean, same. They really impressed me with how they played, and I was very
Bring
sad.
back Nivera. That's what I say.
पेपर
क्या बोल रहा है?
पोजीशन है
Yeah.
ना जी,
Bring back
पेपर
किसकी?
पोजीशन है, पेपर एक्स.
ए डेमन, वो नींद आने वाला पेपर एक्स की क्या पोजीशन है?
Group D, this is where our title defenders did exactly that. Los Niños, Team Heretics, they go 2-1 by a surprising
मेरे को नहीं पता रे अपडेट भाई,
AG.AL, and then
इसीलिए
they
पूछ।
take care of business against MIBR. On the opposite
ये
side of
उड़ी
the
गान
bracket,
कर
this
ली।
is probably one of the most
अरे
disappointing
नहीं रे,
showings
वो
out
देख
of
अभी
EWC. Was
बर्थडे
global
टूर्नामेंट
esports
भी
getting
है आगे,
5 rounds in
उनकी
both of
तैयारी
those
में।
maps there against MIBR Los. They
किसका?
then get eliminated by AG.AL, which set up our decider match
अरे
earlier
हाँ
today.
हाँ
A
राइट।
close one, but a heartbreaker for the VCT China
जाने दो
representatives.
डेमन भाई,
MIBR
अपने
go
को लास्ट मैप
2-1
पे
over
फोकस करना है।
AG.AL.
Yeah, the last
ये तू
one
ये
कहाँ
नहीं,
गया था डेमन से?
I mean, I
वो
can
नहीं आ रहा है,
imagine we are
वो
like in our
दोस्तों के घर पे मैच
experience
देखने
we
गए
didn't
बेटा।
even get to see global
Yeah.
esports, so
अच्छा।
that's what you hear us criticize
वो
sometimes.
दे
This is
बोला
like,
आया तो
"Man,
आऊंगा
we
लेट।
didn't even get to see you. Were you here? We missed you. In fact, we do. What I want to think is,
कौन कौन है अभी
what I want to
डिस्कॉर्ड
open
पे?
the conversation is
सॉरी
that
टाइम में हूँ, वीर
MIBR
भाई है,
versus AG, the match
वीर
that
ऑन
we've
वीर
had
भाई
today.
है,
वीर भाई,
How much can we take away
म्यूट
from
है।
that? Should
सॉरी तो
that
गेम में
been
है।
a 2-0
वीर
हाँ
भाई मैं
सॉरी
क्या
गेम
बोल
में।
रहा हूँ?
हाँ जो
what
है
is the
बोलो।
form that they get
बारिश है कि नहीं
into
उधर?
playoffs? Can they be the team
बहुत
that does the
क्या बात
absolute
कर रहे हो? उधर भी
perfect
गंदा बारिश है?
बहुत
to
नहीं,
continue having
मतलब
this very shaky
नॉर्मली
start?
जैसे
Many other teams can take
ऑल्टरनेट
advantage of
डेज हो
that.
रहा है
Yeah, I
ऐसा।
mean, it's a big question for sure.
अरे वीर भाई, इधर तो भाई आप पूछो मत।
Names there for MIBR, but
हाँ,
we'll get to see them
मॉस्को
in the
के
playoffs, which is so
मतलब
exciting.
आईबी में,
Well, it looks like
आईबी में तो
Ivy
लाइट ही
is
नहीं
on
आई है
stage
आज,
as we take a
वाईफाई
look
काम
at
नहीं कर
how
रहा है
we
किसी
got
का
here
उधर।
in Group C.
अरे वही
Won't
तो,
be too much longer
अरे
before we
उधर
get into the final
उधर
map.
तो और
And
कहाँ
ज्यादा
पे?
बुरा
डाना
हाल है।
सोपरा?
it started off
पनवेल
this
पनवेल।
exact matchup with
अच्छा।
Longship Red Force
देखो,
वेस्टर्न भी पूरा ठप
champions
पड़ा
of
है भाई।
America in
मैं
खबर है।
हाँ
अगर मैं कुछ बोलूँ ना चेंबूर के
falling to
ऊपर तो वाद
Gentlemates.
विवाद हो
And
जाएंगे।
Gentlemates then
बोलना भाई।
getting the job done over Longship.
एटलीस्ट
हर्षल
हमारे इधर
भाई,
पे नेटवर्क तो
हर
है।
in front of
नहीं
their
एक बात
fan
बताओ,
base
हर्षल
and
भाई
leaving us
चेंबूर में
here
रहते हैं
with
या कोई
Longship
और
versus
रहता है?
G2
मैं
as
रहता हूँ रे।
XLT.
मैं रहता हूँ भाई।
इतना भी नहीं पोक करूंगा यार वीर भाई, दोस्त है मेरा। इतना भी नहीं, जलील करना है मतलब इतना भी जलील नहीं करूंगा उसे।
ये दे।
उसको मैं अभी
शमशान
मेरे
के
बायो
एचेस
में,
में
मैं उसको
बोल
अभी
बोल
अपने
बोल।
बायो में मेंशन करने वाला हूँ। चेंबूर वाला दोस्त,
चेंबूर वाला देख रहा हूँ, वही चल रहा है।
वही चल रहा है बोल रहे।
तेरे नाम।
Gentlemates could have not waited for.
I mean, that would have
अरे
been great.
डेमन भाई का बर्थडे मिलने का प्लान भी बनाओ कुछ तो।
मनाते हैं 28,000 का पैन। चलो।
Crucial rematch. Now, do remember, Nongshim got it
अरे
done, but
सही
it
में बोल रहा हूँ
was
डेमन भाई का
game
बर्थडे
3.
मिलते हैं अभी।
It wasn't a different
मिलते हैं
round. It was
मिलते हैं
split as that
कब
decider.
मिलना है?
Today,
गणपति में?
we have Haven. It was G2
नहीं अभी
who
मिलते हैं ना,
decided to
गणपति में
pivot
थोड़ी
in
ना
the
भाई,
veto.
गणपति में नॉनवेज नहीं खा पाऊंगा।
Go for this one as the third. So I think a lot of questions here. We've
प्रॉब्लम
seen
है
the
ना भाई।
players all on stage
ये
now,
भी है।
ready to go. It does look like as we're going to get ready to move towards Haven.
डिवन
ये
भाई
बैट
सेम
शुरू
फ्रेम
नहीं
होती भाई
हुआ
हर
क्या?
वेळी माहिती आहे काय? फ्रेम फ्रेम जे तू स्पेक्स घातलेस ना सेम होती, पिवळी पडली आणि मी कुठं टाकली मलाच नाही माहिती।
Here we go, the players getting themselves ready on stage. Anytime something like that disrupts the rhythm of your
आता मी नवीन घेतली एक, आता मी नवीन घेतली हॅरी पॉटर वर्जन
Yeah, I mean, very much so.
असंच बोलले.
When
एडिशन।
you're working with
देखो यारो, अपनी स्ट्रीम हिंदी में है
सिंपल पड़ती
तो जरा
there's a motto that
हैरी
our
पॉटर
whole thing uses. You can only control
एडिशन
what you
लिया
can
मैंने
control.
अभी।
You can't control how your
हैरी
fate
पॉटर
takes.
एडिशन क्या?
नहीं टेपन भाई अभी मैच
स्पेक्स
चालू हो
का
रहा है ना।
Change the things
सन
that you have
ग्लासेस
power over. You don't have power over if you're feeling well that day, how sharp you are.
क्या लगता
यूवी
है
वाले यूवी।
necessarily. So
डेमन
you
भाई
try
फिर
and weather the storm and work
क्या
through it.
लगता है कौन जीतेगा अभी ये राउंड कौन जीतेगा?
It's Leaf.
NS.
And we expect him to be on the Phoenix
नॉन
team, and I know
फ्रॉम
he
अरे
is a very
आज
big
आज
fan
तो
of the
डेमन
Phoenix
भाई
as
ना
well. We
बेटे
have
भाई
EWC.
जितना ही
So,
चाहिए,
जितना के
उधर
रहूंगा।
आरती लेके ही बैठा है वो भगवान के सामने के भाई, जितवा ही दो मेरे को मालूम है।
when you play that
अगर वो
Phoenix,
जीत
you
गया
have
तो
the
सीधा
opportunity to set yourself up
लैपटॉप के ऊपर नारियल
flashes
बोलेगा।
as here we go.
unless, never mind, unless he's been...
अरे ऐसा मत बोलो डेमन भाई, मैं G2 पे लगा के बैठा हूँ।
My gosh.
अरे
G2
The
जीतनी चाहिए।
oldest player in the tournament continues to surprise
नहीं मैं जिसको
everyone
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ
as
हार रही है ना,
this team puts their
जिसको मैं
foot
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ हार रही है ना,
Flawless.
स्ट्रैटेजी समझो तुम।
so exciting for me. I can't wait to see this. A double duel is coming out from G2 where Baby Bay is
नहीं
on bench.
आज अभी
This
रात का
is
टाइम चालू है
so,
ना,
so
अभी नहीं
classic.
होगा
Back when he was on
अभी भगवान
face of
प्रसन्न ने
that duelist role, he's really rewinding the clock
दोनों का
here,
स्ट्रीम सेम चल रहा है भाई.
rewinding those years to go head to head with a powerful double duelist on the side of Nongshim. Now they're probably 10
नो
years
मजाक लेके
younger,
भगवान.
but will that be a difference maker today?
It will be a difference maker because if I look at one man to stop them all, it has to be Leaf. We said
अरे
it
करने
about
दे
him
भाई.
at the stage just now on Sunset.
डेमन भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ,
Stop
सुनो
it
मेरे.
power, it has to be him.
Yeah, I think
खेलेंगे
डेमन
ना.
भाई.
one thing that I'm
अरे खेलेंगे,
excited for here is that
अनरेटेड ही
in the
खेलेंगे
interview,
आज.
Baby Bay said that
कल
Jormo's
जैसे.
Phoenix was so powerful. That's why they wanted to do that KO. So I can't wait to see what he has in store.
In front of all
दूसरे
their
आईडी से आना
opponents,
यार.
potentially in playoffs.
भाई वो
under
कल
B's
जैसा ना
BBL,
भाई
Vitality,
एकदम फर्स्टेड हो
NRG,
गया था. सरेंडर भी कोई नहीं डाल रहा है.
Team
सॉरी
Heretics,
ऊपर से मजे ले
and
रहा है.
MIBR
हाँ.
Los. Which team will
Let's
join
go
them?
chat,
G2
let's go.
Nongshim for the final time. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
एनएस पागल क्या बोल रहा है, एनएस एनएस ही जाएगी आगे.
Final map 3 once again between these squads every single time that they have met.
अभी ना नियॉन का गेम देखा चल.
हाँ हाँ वही चेक कर. तेरे को ही झूम करके रखा.
Difficult and arduous journey through Sunset to get to this very haven, and now
हाँ.
it's Baby Bay.
His
Back
voice.
on Jet, but the
क्या था
first
ये?
to fall. Francis will be
मतलब तेरी स्ट्रीम आगे चल रही है क्या?
बेबी वे को निकाल लिया.
Battering a damage across onto the Sova and Phoenix of Nongshim Red Force, but still in control. Slow creep up in this double join available on the A site for G2.
Yeah, I mean,
डेमन भाई टाइम बता जरा.
quite an interesting idea from G2. Trent gets tagged up heavy
बराबर
and gets finished
बराबर.
off. Don B.
नाइस शॉट रे डैम्बी.
Get more Jogamo, good for two though.
के यार.
Still continuing to have that firepower.
डैम्बी एनएस से टीम करूँ खेलता ना. नॉन्गशिम.
हाँ.
Heard behind. I'm not sure if Ivy has been spotted, but he may have done. Because already
अरे मेरे को
G2,
नहीं
they're
पता
rotating the
रे.
match.
पूछ रहा तो ऐसा बोला मत कर रे.
They were to try to check the swing
अरे
in, and Ivy
नाइस रे.
shot
आईवी नाइस आईवी और क्या बचा आईवी.
on to Valon, puts him at 31. Position's now known. Dogamo gonna have to
नाइस
deliver
रे.
this one, dropping down off the step. Now just Valon. Is Nongshim well slated to
चलो
take this up
अभी
against him.
पहला राउंड.
अच्छा स्ट्रीम डिले है. ओके
Definitely be
सॉरी.
there as you would think.
मैं बोलो
Valon
तुम्हें बोलता था वेगा है.
gonna try to keep
दिख वाला पूछ रहा है.
अबे यार
in
क्या
his
यार.
paranoia, but just gonna try to shoulder check. Does take down Ivy. Doing 1v2 now.
ए यार ना.
First of many, but it's gonna have to be clean. Any shot from these sheriffs will have him dead. It's gonna be a headshot from X-Ross to secure
Nice
the
shot.
1-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have some concerns here for G2, but I mean, yes, this was a map that may
ये
take
मस्त शॉट दिया.
best Nongshim on. It was close,
लास्ट वाला ना.
13-10.
ये देखो ये देखो ये देखो. डैम्बी नहीं नहीं ब्लाइंड डॉज करने गया था बेचारा.
Last outing here, able to take down Jogamo while he's trying to come down the
फिनिक्स
stairs. But I
पागल
mean,
कर देता है भाई.
kind of think
डेमन भाई ये देखो ना
these are mere
इधर
comps.
फायर है अंदर भाई.
G2 trying to match Nongshim's freak, man. That ain't
मैं
easy.
उधर अंदर का भी देखा.
जलता कुआं.
Outside of the neon, of course. Jogamo.
नाइस रे डैम्बी.
Charge built up. It's gonna be 2 away from having to run it back online.
अरे
Meanwhile, Ivy continuing to just inch his way forward into these empty sites. Not really finding any opposition. Meanwhile, Valon is going to be counter-sprayed down. Another elimination going over to Nongshim as they look to make this as clean of a 2-0 as they possibly can. And there's the backstab.
आईवी कड़क कड़क कड़क.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
ये नाइस रे.
Why
60.
not?
Still look like that. Sure. Why not? Don't give him a chance.
आईवी पे ध्यान ही नहीं देना.
I love that Ivy there also just able to free scale through B and just keeps holding W. Eventually gets the backstab onto the site. Clean stuff for Nongshim here. An early attempt to try to sneak an orb into Jogamo's hands. Doesn't really work out. Here's Ivy. All said and
अरे
done,
बट ये
but
लॉन्ग रेंज को शॉटगन की तरह क्यों कैसे खेल लेते यार.
massive anti-eco for Nongshim. Gonna be sitting pretty with the cash. Ivy's gonna buy up into this round though.
ए यार डैम्बी देखना यार ट्रिप की वजह से मर गया.
Zombie already caught by that that trip and just smothered by Baby Bay.
King reveal able to find that kill. Ivy trying to push this timing. Will flash from his teammate though. Will be collected. Some damage suffered here. RB down at 54, but Plant now in play. Nongshim, okay, they're just going to be setting Extros out there very aggressively. As many advantages they could possibly get.
बोलो बोलो कोई ना हो जाएगा हो जाएगा.
Back around towards the defender spawn, nothing more to be seen. Snaps back over onto the site.
यार G2 ने निकल लिया.
Ivy tucking back. The flash going to be connecting in RB, not holding down M1, not able to find a damn thing. Wow. As it is a very swift and clean retake from G2. Brent surviving, 4 players stay alive. G2 will get themselves on the board in round 3.
It felt like for a moment this was going to be a bonus converted from Nongshim.
लाइव नहीं है?
Get into a post plant
लाइव
pretty
है
quickly, use that
मतलब
run it
मेरे
back to
तरफ
buy
से
a
जो मैं
little
अगर
bit more
क्लिक कर रहा हूँ
time.
ना 2
हाँ.
सेकंड रुक रहा है और वापस
Back alley
अपना
to
थोड़ा डिले हो जा रहा है मेरे
just
तरफ से शायद से.
walk through
अरे नहीं वो
with
पीछे रखा
safety.
मैंने.
Is the player holding tight against the smoke? I think it was RB not able to really do anything.
That's full flash connection. Didn't think to just spray and pray
Delay
with
होगा ना
Stinger.
भाई वो.
Yeah, and then there was a nice recon dart from Trent there as well that set up some of those kills at the back of
Devon
sight.
भाई.
Really, really nicely coordinated.
Charge क्या है?
And that was a huge sigh of relief for G2. They come through holding 4 guns at
कितने
the end of that.
कितने
Even so,
फिर भी?
all 4 players on that retake survive.
30.
That is
4 guns and also Extros committed the ult.
right. It's phenomenal stuff.
ठीक है ना.
Jog's got his ult, so you can play
33.
a little bit more for retake.
Jog somehow not clearing out this trip.
अपनी जनता एक ही है ना मैं.
I don't think they've seen each other.
हाँ ना यार. ये रिकॉन भाई और ये देखना क्या भाई क्या लग रहा है ये.
बैठा था वो.
Calling for Francis. Be able to disrupt that, but Jogama wise to this. Seen what Ivy's been getting away with.
थोड़ा इधर उधर हुआ नहीं
Has
किसी
to
का.
keep this angle covered. You also have Baby
Signal
Bay.
होती है.
9v9 यार.
Jogama able to come out on top. Has the tools to heal himself back up, but it looks like they still want to try to play forward into B.
9v9.
Just use the ult.
That's why he's backpedaling away.
बुझा सुर
Put up a little bit of
Ult
space
मार
and
दिया
now
उसने.
immediately investing the ult, trying to go for this pop. Flash going to be connecting through. He's unable to find anything. Can they keep him safe?
Nice Dambi.
As Dambi gets himself a second, Trent going to be eliminated as well.
अबे साला अंदर ही है बे.
Push forward, Leaf.
अरे बॉल में
Immediately
मारा.
dead. Dispatched in G2. Going to be finding an easy way back into
ये
this
क्या
round.
था Dambi?
Shifted away from potential sight lines for Baby Bay, and with Valen falling, Baby Bay now has to do it all. Throwing the check out
इधर या.
mid, will not be able to spot him. Tuck in behind the box.
नहीं वो बॉल में मारने का देख रहा था.
Opportunity to try to split these fights, but
Nice
on the
shot.
push, they will have him dead. Francis just dialed in on the angle, finds the kill immediately, and that's 3-1 to start for Nongshim.
And this is one that, as good as G2's previous retake was, this one just not able to really ever
इल्ले नथी.
get any momentum behind it because they don't cover
भाई मेरा डिलीवरी बॉय
respawn
किधर है?
point for Jogamo there. Trent's a little
मेरा
late.
डिलीवरी बॉय किधर है भाई?
Some
क्या
Utah
मांगा
backed
है?
him off there. I mean, they
को?
committed so much to Jog. I thought that was great.
हाँ रे.
They're like relay bolt, flash, beautiful. You absorb that as a run it back. You're very happy about it. But then there just wasn't any extra layers behind it that you're kind of used to
मेरा
seeing
भी हो
from
गया था
G2,
डिमोन
so
भाई. कैसे गया?
that means timeout time. Josh
भाई
getting in
मैं
there
बोला
quick to
खत्म.
try to rally the G2 boys who were certainly
By the way
Time out
कितना
लिया.
कितना
scared
कितना
right
टाइम
now
हुआ?
in a way because you
6
came through,
घंटा
you had
6
2
घंटा
rounds
6
to
घंटा
go
हो चुका अपना
on
stream.
Sunset to be able to send yourself into the playoffs. You lose 4 in a row. Now you're here on Haven. You're making a little bit of a comp switch. So far, it's been not working out.
I mean, you
देखो
have to
ना
imagine
हाथ
the
क्लीन
pressure
करने के लिए
on
उन्होंने
stage.
क्या रखा है? डिमोन भाई.
Nongshim going from lifting a trophy to not being able to make it to the second Masters of the year, have this opportunity, finish the qualifier, and have to go through G2 twice as the last remaining representative. G2 ever present at these events, always make that appearance, but have never been able to lift the trophy
बोल.
themselves, and once again are facing potential early elimination just like they did over at London.
Yeah, I think that's well put. It's really tough. Trip already gone. Leave.
Do they assess this?
Well,
couple shots in his direction.
डेमन भाई राउंड तुम वो छोड़ो राउंड देखो.
Get the barrels up there onto RB, but the overwhelm is there from Nongshim. Top of the Blade Storm, Dambi gonna be feeling pretty decent about his odds in this fight as Baby Bay tailwinds over to the side. The plant to come in. Exros one charge away from the next run it back. Hello. On candid camera. Baby Bay gonna be having.
लेकिन तुमको लगता नहीं ये जेट एकदम तगड़ा भागा?
Dances around him. Catches him
2
with that
मिनट.
shorty.
This is going from bad to worse. There's going to be a lot of ults on Nongshim's hands to consider. Dambi and Exros on the point.
डेमन मैं क्या बोल रहा
A little
हूँ?
bit of style at the end.
आज ठीक है बारिश उधर.
Finally into Baby Bay's hands. Trent still yet to find a kill. So far.
5 के बाद चालू हुआ भाई. 5 के बाद बारिश चालू.
That explosive, aggressive play.
दादर पूरा कोरडा पड़ा था.
Really nicely.
मैं उधर ही था ना पूरा सुबह से.
Baby Bay.
कल मैं आने वाला हूँ उधर.
Potential flood retake, but no one nearby enough for G2. We're already going to be scratching their heads. No one nearby enough for G2. We're already going to be scratching their heads. Unless they can find something like that. Say they might have to go for a massive save.
यार क्या यार ये लैग हो रहा है.
Will connect on the Dambi. Lining him up, the Paranoia now going to be sent it as well, but the overdrive gets popped. Swings around towards backside. Finds Valen, looks for a little bit more. He's taking them all so very low.
और ये क्या लेके गया डैम्बी?
And has Lee boxed in. Is trying to find that fourth, and he shall. Zaps him to death as Nongshim maintain control, now up 5-1.
He's so good at that ult. It's the way that he takes his time with it. In fact, you think most players, you know, when they're sending the overdrive, it's just kind of a run and gun situation. But watch
ult देखो. हर्षल भाई तुम ult देखो.
To get a kill. It's a little bit. He kind of isolates one, then scoots back. Goes for the other. As he's going across, gets them both to half. And come back through. It's so well played by him. One of those things that makes him the best. Oh, man.
पीछे आके डप्पा.
Grabs that orb and now does have the knives online. He needs to deliver with these.
Yeah, he has to go huge here.
But they've spotted him. They've given up some space, and now it's going to be a quick pivot over onto the B side. Relay bolt.
क्या इंट्री लिया भाई भाग के.
After the plant, a scale forward from Exros, the up and over, but there's just too many targets. Joggamo now on this approach will be able to find one. A gun can be collected. What use can he put it to?
He jumped over the trip of Ivy there.
Drone's got him spotted.
1 HP पे 1 HP पे ये. Nice.
Able to find that kill. Joggamo down low, but before he can get the molly out, will be found. Spray from
Let's go NS.
While he will be able to get the headshot through the
डेमन भाई पीछे. डेमन भाई पीछे. डेमन भाई थोड़ा सा पीछे.
Falls to the wayside, and Nongshim are looking electric. They're looking damn near perfect so far on this map.
Yeah, it's just quick reads from them. You know, if they feel confident to go C, they've got great post-plant protocols there. They do a wonderful job taking that space here in this round. They go for that quick A check. They know the Blade Storm's over there. They don't want to challenge it initially. So it's a quick pivot over towards B. It's that fast decision-making that they can employ.
बोलो फिर से बोलो.
Having a neon makes it even
0 हो गया. 38 36 35.
Actually, Dambi
बराबर
avoids that shock. Trying to take a fight.
Oh, that is a dink, and that is the spray down. Francis is able to find Jaw.
Through the wall?
Yeah, he had a moment of
Ivy ने मारा उसको.
to try to tuck back, but Francis weren't counting on him to be able to find that wall bang through window. Baby, nice little walkabout though. Will be rewarded with a kill. Does eat some damage in kind.
Trying to fake that he went doors.
On the swing, RB.
मार दिया.
Find him. It's a risky.
डेमन भाई पीछे चल रहे जरा.
Really blame Baby Bay for trying to go for it. He gets the kill. It looks brilliant. It gets the team.
नहीं इनके स्ट्रीम ही पीछे चल रही है.
Nongshim are just looking far too ready.
And now they're going to try to sell a fake over here with Francis.
डेमन भाई.
Could throw the drone here.
2 मिनट के लिए बे निकला था,
locked over on A while everybody
आगे
else
रोक
goes
दे,
over to
खुद
the
को
other
रोक दिया.
side. Now there is
camera angle though, so Leaf will be able to get the earlier spot out onto this.
Look, it's paused
जाने दो
Trent for
यार.
a moment.
अब ये पॉलिसी चेंज होगा ना डेमन भाई, तुमको पता है कि नहीं?
It's a trip as well. It's going to be taken out, but Leaf
अरे हाँ, जब तुम्हारे 1000 हो जाएंगे तुमको आइडिया आ जाएगा.
and RB both tagged up to all
नहीं
hell.
सही में.
Recon over the top, and that's going to be him.
नहीं, मेरे को अभी 2-3 वीडियोस पे अभी ये आया ना.
Will draw the Vandal fast enough, gets the punish, but still a player disadvantage.
मारा भाई.
RB around the corner, the paranoia sent flying. Dire straits, and they desperately need some assistance.
The way that Nongshim's able to parry these thrusts from G2, really good. RB kind of gets a sixth sense of that. And they're just so smart right now.
ये मस्त
Every
किया
twist and turn,
मारा.
G2 is beat to the punch, and again, that selling that little extra fake, keeping Trent on the other side of the map means that he's late, and they could scale forward and punish him when he goes for the recon dart. All those little things that Nongshim does there just stack the odds in their favor. Dombi once again on the outlaw. G2
drop down.
Oh boy.
Here on this angle. Do they check his corner? Yeah, they do. Has the short. He drops that relay bolt, slides across, and now slides in. He wants that punish. He cannot find it. Volley down to the sewer.
आ जाओ डिमन भाई, आइसक्रीम खाने के लिए आ जाओ.
Pay for now. G2 still have 4 players on this side of the map. Meanwhile,
अरे आओ अर्शल भाई.
trying to
drum up attention.
Yeah. Make them think.
अमेरिकन है कोई तो. American fruits and nuts.
Through the cages here.
Did pull Trent. Got that. You get one. They have to respect it, dude. G2.
Is this enough numbers?
अभी शुगर वाले लोगों को क्या ही फ्लेवर आएगा.
इतना शुगर है? You get one. They have to respect it, dude.
सबको रहते, तेरे को भी रहेगा. मॉन्स्टर भी है ना अभी तूने.
Cleans it up. Guardian in hand. Jogamo able to find one before getting denied off the ult. It's gotten him into a decent winnable position here. Stamby has so much work to do. Sliding in. The shorty in hand. He cleans up Trent. But Fallon able to find the one. The slide in, and Stamby takes it to him.
डिमन भाई तुमने तो हाँ देखा ना, मैंने वही बोला. तुमने देखा क्या वो चीज?
Oh, they just catch another right hook to the jaw.
It's what do you do? I mean, what do you do? You're playing the round pretty well. Even a wry smile on Valen's face. He knows it. They outthought him this round. They got the right pieces in the right places. They're able to use that running back very effectively.
मैं ना कल से वॉच पार्टी नहीं, खाना पार्टी डालूंगा. देखो 4 बजे स्ट्रीम चालू किया है. पहला कंदा पोहा खाया, फिर मंचूरियन खाए, उसके बाद खाना खाया, अभी आइसक्रीम खा रहा हूँ.
Been on the same result there, Valen. It's tough to go against Dombi when he's doing Dombi things.
I mean, the way that he's been operating, sure, it's not been quite as shotgun abusing, but it otherwise does feel like he's starting to re-hit that stride that we were seeing from him at Santiago.
I mean, it's the crazy thing about him is he used the shotguns because he could and because it
was broken.
Yes, exactly. But he's always been really good with the rifles. I mean, what the extra layer he's adding now is that he's picking up sniper rifles more often, giving them kind of different approaches to some of the mid to late rounds where they can slow it down if they need to, where they don't have to just be this one-dimensional, go
क्वालिफायर राउंड है आता है
squad. But
गुरुवार पासून मध्ये नाही
when he does that, that's kind of when he's at his best. So
रविवार पर्यंत
so scary, man. He's
आता मोठ्या मॅचेस चालू होणार आहे.
Phantoms off of the slides. It's absolutely crazy.
No clear of the trip.
अभी जरा भी डिस्टर्ब नहीं होना चाहिए.
Recon will go out. Hunter's Fury over towards Platt, trying to displace Leaf. It's going to be X-Ross instead for them. Rightful able to do so, but Jogamo immediately rushing forward. Gets the kill onto RB.
Spike.
G2 looking very well poised to close this out, but Baby Bay, okay, whips the shot, but it might not matter. X-Ross dead. It's It's a 2v4. The spike absolutely stranded. Hoken brought here. Ivy eventually going to be rewarded with that, but Valen's position, I don't think it's red here for the moment. So on the scale forward,
nice.
Valen will have him dead. A second round win going to be found, but it costs that second and final timeout of the series. In order to make it happen, G2 have to build momentum. They have to secure these last few rounds.
The crazy thing is this half is actually kind of still recoverable for G2. This is Haven. It can be attacker-sided. So if you can get a couple more to go here, if you can get to 4, I still have hope. I still have belief. 9-3 is tough, but 4 is maybe doable. Maybe give us another OT or a very close 13-11.
Yeah, but Boone, the Hunter's Fury committed. So
yes.
Don't have to worry about that one. This Baby Bait still with the op in hand, looking for a peek over towards A. This is cheeky smoke setup, but unable to find it there.
Demon में lag हुआ ना?
He lit up, and that's a massive tag, and Extros dead. The final
मेरा हो
burst
गया.
as well.
मैं अब भी बोला ट्रेन क्या खेल रहा है, एक ही किल पे लेके बैठा है.
Either way, both of them had gotten hit.
It's effective.
Huge amount of value.
4 hits out of that Hunter's Fury. 2 that landed on Extros, 1 on Francis, 1 on Ivy.
It's been a rough go of it here for Trent, but he just doubled up his kills and might have just secured them the round win off the damage alone. Don't have to worry about that run it back coming through. Get into the updraft, Baby Bay. Playing an unorthodox position, now going to be noted. Trying to drop down, but Downby again. Able to find 2, but Trent now coming alive. Finds a third. Can't find much more than that, but he's done so much damage to try to set up for Leaf. Weapons can be recovered. Be able to grab one over the top here of Sewer. Spike still has to be recovered. The drop down. Francis is going to be eating that damage. Broken ankles. 120 health between them. The swing though, and Francis so very ready for it. 9-2.
डैम्बी ने 2 लिए. ट्रेंच को भी इधर ही मारा.
It's a snowball to recover this. 3-9 is the best that G2 can hope for.
In the middle of the round, when you feel like,
डेमन भाई बताओ.
Yeah, again, it's another one of those rounds like we saw earlier where G2 has a chance. They've given themselves a great opportunity.
देखो आर्चर स्नैपचैट पे लगा पड़ा है.
Overdrive. Like I'm in the back of my mind, I'm just like, up.
And it's just one of those things. If you don't kill him instantly, if Baby Bay doesn't hit that shot,
right?
Much like he didn't, and Downby gets to just let hell run loose.
Yep.
For a pacey hit potentially.
वो डेमन भाई मैं बोला था ना.
Not going to be committed, but will get broken early. Baby Bay
अरे
will
यार.
find him.
Alt था ना, alt.
Fast lane set up, and it looks like for now, Nongshim just going to settle for this plant.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ डेमन भाई, जिसको भी मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ वही टीम हाथी वाला है.
Here in the back line, strikes. Ivy dead, but Francis quick turns, cleans up that elimination, keeps it into a 4v4. RB now TP up top side, Leaf eliminated. Downby able to find Jogamo. RB from this position.
Nice,
didn't get involved quite just yet, but now he will. Peeks out. Trent's gone. Baby Bay blinded up, flushed out, and absolutely demolished. 10-2. Nongshim Red Force are absolutely running away.
Half time हुआ. अरे वो डेमन भाई half time वो देखो कब हुआ है.
Beautiful TP from RB because the G2 players have to respect it, and that allows the other players from Nongshim start scaling around the box on B site, doing damage. I mean, it was a weak buy for G2 there.
खेलते वही बोलो.
Started off like maybe there's gonna be hope. Jog had a great 2K, and almost on the pistol. A flawless anti-eco for Nongshim. G2 does deny the bonus conversion, but
नहीं. Heretic.
It's a lot of Nongshim in a lot of these rounds, and it's a lot of Downby.
नहीं जी इसके ये फाइनल वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल हेरिटिक जीती थी लास्ट ईयर.
This guy on Neon is a treat, generational. Look at this. This is one of my favorites. Just love the way he plays this.
I mean, it's very much in the eye of the beholder. A treat for some, an absolute demon for others.
बोलो.
Right now, G2. Gotta be.
डेवन भाई तुम लोग स्विफ्ट ले खेलना, मैं थोड़ा एडिट है वो चेंजेस करके आता हूँ. 5 मिनट का ही काम. हेलो अर्जल तू इन गेम रहेगा ना, तो एक काम करना मतलब ना स्विफ्ट ले. अकेले रहेगा तो ये काम कर ले, वो खेल रहे क्या बोल रहे टीम डेथ मैच खेल रहे
can start putting up more rounds like that from the
बच्चे फुल गुस्सा हो गए
from the pistol. Claim that perhaps G2 can get a run like this going.
Maybe. But man, with the way Nongshim was able to take so many of those disadvantageous rounds and turn them on their heads during that half. It's brutal.
सुबह से मैं YouTube वगैरह ओपन नहीं किया हूं।
For G2.
अच्छा अच्छा।
अचल गया था कॉलेज?
Still a little bit of
हाँ आज गया था रे। कुछ नहीं था भाई, सुबह बारिश ही नहीं तो फिर चले गया। मजा आ गया।
सही है भाई। किनको सिखा रहे तो मेरे को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। मैं भी आ सकता हूँ तेरे कॉलेज में?
आ जाना भाई, ओपन अप कॉलेज है मेरा।
ठीक है कल सुबह आ जाना।
बैठ जाना कॉलेज में।
मैं आके बैठता हूँ, देखता तो किसको सिखाने जा रहा है इतना इंटरेस्टली।
Individual performances of Nongshim shine. That's a tag on to Trent here in a must-win pistol for G2. Not the way you want to start it. Valen even gets a little bit of a scrape.
Ivy ने मस्त निकाला था।
Maybe they'll find a kill as well. It's Jogamo now dead. Valen backpedaling, sending out that paranoia. Francis trying to play off the reveal. Will get overwhelmed. Valen able to run him down. The spike still, however, going to be in transit. And okay, the camera does manage to get this tag. Had RB been able to slip that net, oh, he could have absolutely destroyed them. The chance, an opportunity.
Dambi
dead.
Gaya around.
He has that kill. Xross now arriving on the scene. RB not too far behind. But given the investments, not a lot of util to try to work with here. Xross, one more curveball. Works his way up, but it's a high-low setup down below.
Well,
shots flying his way. Looking for that on the peak, but G2 will have their targets. Well selected, well aimed. They take the pistol. Absolutely necessary to get back into this game.
Yes, and they look pretty efficient in doing it. Meanwhile, Nongshim on this defender side looks like they're kind of a little bit disconnected. This is a lot of isolated play that you're going to be seeing. Kind of players trying to take risks, take moments with those sheriffs. That, you know, Ivy does get a kill, sure, but otherwise a lot of players just not connecting their shots. That's where the round just starts to crumble. G2 can beat you in that team game.
I mean, Francis dead in that moment means that they can retoggle the camera, check in mid, spot out RB.
Oh my god.
Dambi, he's going to be trying for it again. The camera this time is not going to be situated. Tripwire on that A lobby side.
I mean, if G2 just kind of stays confident, but that smoke is so worrying because a lot of teams will just stack 4 players in a smoke like that. BabyBay's going to go check it.
Leaf immediately taken down by the bandit.
That means all that Cypher util on your flanks is gone.
It's going to have to be on a swivel. Gone out over the top. BabyBay able to spot out Francis. Takes him down with a hip fire. Is going to be looking for the second. Gets it. Ivy gone. Trent will take RB, but not before Jogamo ends up falling. So still damage dealt. Certainly is found. And now Dambi cleans up a kill into Valen as well. This is already a catastrophic amount of deaths for G2. Trying to just play this one out, trying to get the Santa Eco going, but now suddenly they are very much at risk of losing this round. Not committing the drop down. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1. The relay bolt gets the stun. BabyBay, however, able to
गन चाहिए था अच्छा गन रहता तो दे देते.
That's such significant costs. G2 make it up to 4.
I mean, you've just you just set yourself back so far for converting this almost must-need bonus coming into this next round. And off the rip there, Dambi.
ये देखना long range वाली गन, short gun बनाए खेल रहे भाई.
Point blank with the marshals, sure. But they did take so much damage along the way. Dambi up to 20.
Damage तो है
The full buy, a full force into this. Still though, Spectre in hand for Valen.
एक चलाओ हीरो को पिनर यार 15 मिनट में
can win this round. You're going to knock their economy back and start the cycle, hopefully.
हाँ स्पाइक रश खेलूं चालेल हाँ आधा 10 मिनट दोन स्पाइक रश होते लांचे.
Clear the recon, the updraft, able to get the spot on Ivy.
नहीं रे
Flashed up and will get taken
नहीं
down.
रे
Able to find one. Leaf, however, shuts down the enemy
FIFA का
Phoenix.
क्यों ये कर रहा है? अर्जुन
अरे बड़ी मैच है, तू समझ रहा है तेरे को?
अर्जेंटीना वर्सेस
अरे अगर अर्जेंटीना हारी तो मेसी का लास्ट मैच है ना भाई। कैसा तू?
बट इजिप्ट का एक हो चुका है, हाफ टाइम क्रॉस हो चुका है।
हाँ तो तेरा हाउजी वाला दोस्त भी मैच के लिए बैठा है, इसलिए वो नहीं आ रहा है।
अच्छा ऐसे
मैं भी जाऊंगा शायद अभी। मेरे को स्कोर बता सिर्फ क्या चल रहा है अभी।
0-1 है, अर्जेंटीना 0 है।
0 है अर्जेंटीना।
हाँ इजिप्ट का एक है भाई।
अरे
हाफ टाइम हो
हाँ
चुका है, 49 मिनट्स।
ठीक है, हाफ टाइम में हुआ है ना।
Goes really badly, but because Baby Bay is so close
हाँ,
to the
DC
front of
land
the
मेरे को।
box, when X-Ross sends a flash over, he doesn't get hit by it at all. He's able to bail out the players behind him that X-Ross is trying to swing on. That really saves the round there for G2. Nice little individual moment I want to point out from Baby Bay. Really a nice collective effort there for G2. Send out a deep smoke, deep dart. They're really trying to make it look like they're going to
यार ए मत ना।
ए मत कर।
कौन था वो?
Already
Sorry.
kind of thought the same thing. They're just going to keep scaling forward off that drone. There will be that trip there that Baby Bay going to be guarding.
करके रखा।
Get the adjustment.
ये
Able to find the
लाइट
second
में
kill, but does get a ton of damage. RB worked down to 20. Tucked into
फीफा
the
का
corner.
लाइट नहीं दिखाता है कुछ।
Now G2
नहीं दिखाएगा रे।
finally getting forced away, but
हाँ।
further intercept. X-Ross pinned to the corner will be found.
G5 पे दिखाएगा, हॉटस्टार पे भी नहीं।
Cheeky little attempts here from Nongshim.
G5 पे
getting
दिखाएगा?
dispatched.
हाँ।
G2 cool, calm and collected for now.
डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा।
Juggling the gun off the map. Don't want to let them pick that one up.
जो लॉगिन करके रखता हूँ ना G5 एटलीस्ट देख आज का मैच।
Now Nongshim
सब्सक्रिप्शन है भाई
spreads out a
अपने
little bit.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
RB with only 20 out.
कर स्क्रीन शेयर कर।
35 seconds.
मैच होने से स्क्रीन शेयर कर।
पहले डाउनलोड करने के रुक से।
Let's start making a go of this. Ivy and Francis.
Should be
Let's
okay.
go।
Very nearby. Smoke
जियो
over the
फाइबर के
side.
साथ मिलता है ना
Recon has to be
G5 का।
cleared.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Ball turned away from Francis. Instantaneous with that headshot.
नाइस।
Now the spike on the floor.
ओ नाइस रे।
Another three.
और क्या लेके गया?
And Francis gets the thrift.
डेमन भाई क्या था ये?
Unbelievable.
That is outrageous. They know he's there. They get the confirm off the clear of the recon. And Francis just denies him. G2, you felt like maybe they were going to build some momentum. Francis just says no. Forget it. Unfreaking believable.
That's just astounding from him. 17-7-5. Chasing the heels of Downby now.
कोई ना।
Top of the blade storm, Jogamo just with that stinger. A quick reposition.
ये नाइस रे आईवी।
Lobby, but a very good kill to be found for Leaf.
It's another early advantage for G2.
Knows that that's in play. As Cage going to be sent, spotted.
अबे दोनों चूतिया दोनों।
going to be invested. Leaf
डेमन भाई सही में।
he doesn't abandon the angle.
डेमन भाई
ends up
सही में।
staying.
अपन दोनों जीए। सॉरी सीए।
Right back into this. Shrugging off the previous
वही।
Looking for that stability. Leaf is tearing them apart. Baby finding RB. Francis now again. 1v5 finds the first, but surely not. Maybe if you got a fadeaway lucky shot there, but
अरे यार shit.
we'll find the pings. Blaze wall set up, just blocking his vision. They know exactly where he's gone. The options certainly limited. Wiley for Francis in this position. Could just try to pick them apart on the exits. Knows that they're not going to have that much money, so any more kills that he can get from here would certainly deal a bit of damage. G2 losing exactly who they can afford to, and Baby Bay giving them just the Footsteps heard, swing coming out, and he will be able to take one down with him. But all the key weaponry will be carried over. Just going to be that stinger lost.
Okay. Able to bounce back nicely. Thought for a moment maybe Francis had gotten the nails firmly into the coffin, but Leaf had a...
He's doing.
I don't know, dude. Whatever. Danby, sometimes he giveth, sometimes he taketh.
देवन भाई तुमको ऐसा नहीं लग रहा धीरे-धीरे कमबैक हो रहा है इन लोग का?
Feels like he's getting a feel for it in the big picture. This time it's gonna be Baby Bay with that op. Just went for the peak angle, just hoping somebody was holding it. And actually, Danby had flanked out a little wide, so not gonna taken down by a quick flick from Baby Bay.
Exactly.
A very quick pivot though. Danby immediately being sent over towards
G5
Garage.
premium का
They've
मेरे
got full control of long A with Francis.
Window gonna be smoked off. As Dogamo shut down to the all. Danby sided across. Still is gonna be able to find a finisher as well as X-Ross gets an elimination, but Leaf again trying to be the one to bear the weight, the burden on his shoulders. Jump spot over the top, and Francis is able to find Valen as Leaf will fall. Trent suddenly, the last one remaining in this round, he knows where Ivy's at, spotting there. The coattails brings it into a 1v1. Not on the angle, but does Francis move at all? He has not heard a damn thing. He goes for the peek, and now he's the one situated as Trent has to peek into him. 35 seconds remaining.
Reading देखो क्या चल रही है?
Trent just keeping it quiet. The rotation over to B.
ने टाइम है दोनों देखो क्या चल रहे हैं. अरे ये देखो ना तुम.
As Francis, he's full sprinting it, and Trent in pole position gets the clutch. Once again, denying Nongshim Red Force from getting up to map point.
Yeah, it's a great play from Trent.
धीरे-धीरे heartbeat fast हो रहा है इधर.
Huge. He had a rough start to this map, but he's making up for it now. It looked like, again, with this chaos inside of the garage, but Leaf goes huge. Another 3K for him again. I am a little bit concerned that Ivy tries to challenge that fight there. If he had waited just a bit longer for Francis to come through, could have had a 2v1 trade.
Kill पे अभी तक.
Oh, drone's gonna be going out, the overdrive's gonna be popped, and Dami's able to find one, but X-Ross on the back end! He finds Jogamo, he finds Baby Bay.
I know exactly.
As they are looking to get this done again in a thrifty fashion. The ping reveal, the swing of the corner, Valen gonna be good for one, spots out RP. He's trying to separate them, but he just cannot make it happen.
Gun भी switch कर लिया.
Spike now on the floor. And it all comes down to Leaf. A cage even popped. He'll have to wait that out. Flush against the wall.
यही चाहिए था gun switch होना.
High-low split. Sees where they're both at, but can do nothing about it. Francis on the flank will lock it up. The thrifty confirmed.
Let's go, chat.
As well as match point for Nongshim.
There's that Nongshim special.
Arshal है क्या?
Get ultra aggressive off the barrier drop. They want to catch you out. And look at that. Relay bolt, paranoia.
Arshal भाई.
Beautiful paranoia from RB.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
Catches 3 players with it.
मेरे लिए screen share कर दोगे क्या?
हाँ कर रहा हूँ.
Tease them up.
रुक जाना जरा.
Down being X-Ross. Doing exactly
मेरे
what
को
you
match
want out of
देखने का
those
अभी.
duelists. This is it. 5 in a row for G2. If they're going to get this to overtime, otherwise their EWC lives are over.
The 3 ults to try to work with. An incorrect gamble stack here from Nongshim. Dogamo just making some noise, clears that trip over at Garage. But the lion's share of G2 reaping their way through sewer. Ready to strike onto this A site where it's just Francis. Got a trail of trips as well. One now going to be cleared out. It's Jogamo. Oh, he thought he confirmed the kill. He thought he confirmed it. Ends up putting the weapon away. Flash going to be going in, but it's going to be RP just holding down M1.
But दोनों को damage खाना पड़ा ना डेमन भाई भी देखो.
But is that going to be good enough? Forces gathering. Trent.
देखो Ivy को डाल दिया ना.
They will be able to finish the job. That jaw had started.
कहा ये क्या 31 में देखा क्या?
Wins the fight. Baby Bay eliminated. Valen now dead. It's a 3v2. Leaf, no corpses to work with, no way to get that neural depth invested. Hunter's Fury going to be going in. RB, you can't body block that, son. Trent might have just saved them. The push forward. Has it with a stinger. G2 not done yet.
Oh boy. Okay, finally it's G2's turn. Kind of take a round that felt like maybe they were in the disadvantageous position. You know, they lose Jog early. Okay, Baby Bay gets one, but Then all of a sudden, in this drop down out of heaven, they get 2. But that Hunter's Fury clutch.
डेमन भाई कमबैक तो तगड़ा किया
Here we
G2 ने.
go. 4 now is the magic number for G2 just to stay alive. It's going to be a weaker by a couple sheriffs there for Nongshim.
Actually,
Again, just getting aggressive. I think this
ये
is
मैच
going
बहुत
to be
तगड़ा हुआ.
their MO here for a couple rounds to see if they can just have a trap that G2 falls into at the beginning. G2, though, once again, going to be quick scaling in towards C, even TP from Valorant.
Nice.
Nah,
यार.
not ready for that second layer, even though
अरे मर गया डेमन
he
भाई.
originally spotted with the cam. Weapon to be collected. Now full rifles in the hands of Nongshim. But how do they look to pilot this? I mean, Jogamo, he's hearing them.
दोनों का blind same time पे है डेमन भाई.
They look to hold each other back. Molly now on the floor. Danby held at bay for now. Until they reach this position, Ivy.
क्या था ये भाई ये क्या दिया?
Jogamo able to find the one before getting traded out. Now the run it back going to be committed, but Baby Bay quick denies that.
नहीं यार.
Trent has 2 crisp shots, and Ivy now has to retreat. No further recourse. G2 still hanging in there. 3 more rounds to go to give us yet another overtime.
नहीं यार वो चुप रहे overtime मत बहुत पागल.
Got to be a timeout left for Nongshim.
I don't think they've used either on this map.
I don't
They've been in
think they
control
have.
the entire time.
I think you're right.
It was both committed into the first half by G2.
Yeah. I assumed they hadn't
देखना है
used
रुको
them.
रुको हमारा मैच खत्म होने दो पहले.
Sometimes a little bit tough here, but this is crazy work from Trent. My goodness.
Time out आया.
Just so ready for that second peak. Yeah, there you go. First timeout from Nongshim. They've got
बोलो
2
भाई.
to work with.
अरे मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ डेमन भाई हुआ कमबैक अच्छा खासा.
G2, just like Nongshim on their attacker side, seems unstoppable.
It's always a gamble, though. You're opening up that door again for Josh RT to start getting back in, reconnecting with Valen. Give him some more ideas on how to keep this going.
Well, I think the G2 camp, my assumption is that they're going to be a little bit slow at the beginning of the rounds and then look for that opening that Nongshim's been giving them. So is Nongshim, is that going to be what, Silkanon is talking about here? Like, let's see if we can use that against them by being a little bit defaulty, being really quick with the flanks. Don't be afraid to clear some of that Cypher util early if you get in deep and put some question marks into G2's heads. At least make them have to consider.
तेरा आवाज ब्रेक हो रहा है. रुक जा 2 मिनट रुक जा.
Leaf and Jogamo sitting on their ults. RB does have from the shadows. Francis a couple away from another Hunter's Fury. They're going absolutely crazy in some of these rounds. He's been keeping Nongshim in this thing, to be frank. That round, that Sheriff 4K, that one may be the one we're looking at as the reason Nongshim gets into playoffs.
Fishing shot off the cam initially. Ivy not going to be seeing much of anything quite just yet. Blazeball going to be situated, and Dambi able to snap back the ult. Jogamo denied for now. TP over, RB joining it back plat. And it seems like G2 still want to try to shove this one forward onto the Titans. They're winning on the fight decently well. As Francis now in a position where he once again has to try to clutch. The 1v2 versus Valen and Trent to try to bring this series to its end. Just has to slow creep now. Hearing the tap, knows that they're still situated on C.
Just got his recon back.
Does he send it? Does he give away his angle of approach?
Right.
Backside plant. Trying to check every which angle, but tag to 5 immediately. Trent.
That's a save.
Gives him the chance to just simply walk away.
Right.
He's going to get caught with util. Trent will have it. Another 3K, another round for G2. The timeout shrugged off. Suddenly, it's just 2 rounds separating us from back-to-back overtimes.
I mean, the big thing here right now is the economy for Nongshim. Not good.
Economy भी देखो ना डेमन भाई.
So that means, you would think that this is going to go to 12-11, and Nongshim's only going to have one more real full buy shot at this.
And this time you do not have that overdrive.
No. Not even close.
You do have Francis with a sheriff. Well, that is terrifying.
That's GG.
Just a classic for RB. Check down towards Sewer. Drone over the top, getting the spot out. Quick backpedal.
मार दिया.
Will fly. He's still going to be good for one at least.
My God.
Sends out the recon. Reveal onto one. Francis, you can't be doing it again. Flash to the corner, some spray there from Valen, but RB, he's recovered the Phantom, and suddenly it is just Trent left standing.
Nice, Ray, nice.
Nongshim.
Nice, Ray, nice.
In a thrifty fashion, 13-10. Overtime denied. G2.
एक नंबर भाई, एक नंबर.
What an absolute banger. These two teams fought tooth and nail for
Yes.
this. You have to be so impressed with them. The Nongshim players, that was a grind. It was grueling. But they get there. My heart breaks for G2. They come so close.
It's another early exit from a global, from a tournament here this year in 2026. G2 will not be joining their other Americas teams in the playoffs. Nongshim Red Force will be the lone representative, not just from Pacific, but from the East, as they will once again look to try to find another trophy to lift here this year.
Let's go, Chad.
What
Let's
a grueling
go.
performance for them, from losing on their map pick to going into that
Let's
overtime
go.
on
Thank you
Sunset,
for
barely being able to clinch it out,
EWC.
and then being able to withstand a G2 who looked like they were in full force in that second half of Haven.
No, I know. I mean, it really felt like G2 had it in them.
Nice.
Sent it to OT there, but then
Nongshim,
Francis
GG,
and
Nongshim.
Sheriff, just, he is not of this earth. That Sheriff has been touched by God.
Yeah,
absolutely incredible.
An absolute beast is Francis. Helps them get over the line. But overall, a fantastic performance from all of Nongshim Red Force. Every single player across the board having their moments.
Yes.
Doing damning things the whole
Let's go, Chad. Let's go. Bye bye. मिलते हैं अभी डायरेक्ट क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के लिए.
अजय भाई,
बोलो बोलो.
मैं इतनी देर म्यूट पे था, माँ कसम.
नहीं, आवाज तो आ रहा था डेमन में.
नहीं, स्ट्रीम पे. अरे वाह, ठीक है, कोई ना गाइस, अजय भाई के स्ट्रीम पे जाओ, अजय भाई की स्ट्रीम देखो पूरा, कोई ना. उधर मेरा आवाज. चलो गाइस, थैंक यू, कांग्रेचुलेशंस नॉन्गशिम अभी, एंड बाय बाय G2, फॉर सर्विस, वेल प्लेड.
ये जी की फैन थी, G2 की फैन थी.
हाँ, उसका मूड खराब हो गया.
टी-शर्ट पहना था. हाँ.
चलो गाइस, अभी स्ट्रीम रिपोर्ट करके खाना खाते हैं, फिर अभी वैलोरेंट पे आएंगे बाद में. बट मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा, मेरा पीसी है मेरा, तो सी यू. अभी कल तो मैच क्वार्टर फाइनल्स चालू होंगे. अजय भाई देखना क्या वो लोग कार्ड से निकालेंगे या फिर नहीं.
नहीं, मैंने कर दिया.
बंद कर दिया. ठीक है, कोई ना गाइस, हम लोग ऑफलाइन देख लेंगे, फिर बाद में कल परसों के स्ट्रीम की स्टार्टिंग में बता देंगे शेड्यूल. अभी के लिए
नहीं, डेमन भाई
बोलो.
कर दो, मैं तुमको एक आइडिया है, तो बंद करो.
हाँ. चलो गाइस, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, स्वीट ड्रीम, टेक केयर, बाय.